Dinosaur denial refers to the belief that dinosaurs never existed, challenging the mainstream scientific consensus about these prehistoric creatures. Some adherents argue that dinosaur fossils are elaborate hoaxes created by paleontologists to support evolutionary theory and secure research funding. Others claim that the bones attributed to dinosaurs actually belong to extinct reptiles or other known animals, misinterpreted or deliberately misrepresented by scientists. Certain religious groups view dinosaur fossils as a test of faith, planted by their deity to challenge believers' conviction in creation narratives. Some supporters of this theory point to the lack of complete dinosaur skeletons and the reconstructive nature of paleontology as evidence that the entire field is based on speculation rather than fact. The discovery of soft tissue in some dinosaur fossils has been used to argue that these creatures couldn't be millions of years old, as such organic material shouldn't survive for that long. Skeptics of dinosaur existence often cite the relative rarity of dinosaur fossils compared to other animals as evidence that these creatures are fabrications rather than real historical entities. Some dinosaur deniers believe that depictions in popular media, including films and documentaries, have been used to reinforce a false narrative about these creatures' existence. The pentacle or pentagram, a five-pointed star often enclosed within a circle, holds significant meaning in various spiritual and occult traditions. This symbol has been used for millennia, with its earliest known appearances dating back to ancient Mesopotamian cultures. In many pagan and Wiccan traditions, the pentagram represents the five elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, with the circle encompassing them symbolizing unity and wholeness. Some practitioners believe that drawing or wearing a pentagram can offer protection against negative energies or evil spirits. The orientation of the pentagram is thought to influence its meaning, with the point facing upward associated with positive magic and spirituality, while the inverted pentagram is sometimes linked to darker practices. Contrary to popular misconception, the pentagram's use in magical practices predates its association with Satanism by centuries. Some esoteric traditions view the pentagram as a representation of the human body, with the 5 points corresponding to the head, arms, and legs. The geometric properties of the pentagram, including its relation to the golden ratio, have led some to believe it holds inherent power or significance in the fabric of reality. In certain alchemical texts, the pentagram is associated with the 5 planets known in classical times, each point representing Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Some modern occultists use the pentagram in rituals designed to invoke or banish spiritual entities, believing the symbol can open or close metaphysical gateways. Sheeple is a term combining sheep and people, used to describe individuals who allegedly follow the herd mentality without questioning authority or mainstream narratives. This concept suggests that a significant portion of the population blindly accepts information from governments, media, and other influential sources without critical thinking. Believers in the sheeple theory often point to widespread acceptance of official explanations for major events, despite potential inconsistencies or alternative interpretations. The idea of sheeple is sometimes linked to the concept of cognitive dissonance, where people may ignore contradictory information to maintain their existing beliefs and avoid mental discomfort. Some argue that social conditioning through education systems, mass media, and social norms creates a population more susceptible to manipulation and less likely to challenge the status quo. Psychological phenomena like conformity bias and the bystander effect are cited as evidence of humans' tendency to follow group behavior even when it contradicts their personal judgment. Those who use the term often believe that breaking free from the sheeple mindset requires actively seeking alternative information sources and questioning commonly held beliefs. Historical examples of mass delusions or widely accepted falsehoods that were later disproven are sometimes used to support the idea that large groups can be misled. The concept of sheeple is particularly prevalent in conspiracy theory circles, where it's used to explain why alternative explanations for events are not more widely accepted. Some sociologists and psychologists acknowledge that group thinking can influence individual behavior, lending some credence to the underlying concept even if not to its more extreme interpretations. Bread and circuses refers to a political strategy of distracting the public from important issues through diversionary entertainment and superficial appeasement. This concept originates from ancient Rome, where emperors would provide free food and spectacular gladiatorial games to maintain public approval. In modern contexts, it describes the use of mass media, sports events, celebrity culture, and consumerism to keep the population docile and uninvolved in political matters. Some argue that governments and corporations deliberately promote trivial news stories and sensationalize content to divert attention from more pressing societal problems. The proliferation of reality TV shows, social media platforms, and constant entertainment options is seen by some as a modern manifestation of this strategy. Critics of this theory point to instances where public attention has shifted rapidly to serious issues, challenging the idea that people can be consistently distracted. Supporters of the bread and circuses concept often cite the decline in civic engagement and political participation in many developed countries as evidence of its effectiveness. Some sociologists argue that the increasing complexity of modern society naturally leads people to seek simplification and escapism rather than it being a deliberate strategy. The theory suggests that by keeping the population entertained and basic needs met, those in power can more easily maintain their position and implement policies without significant opposition. Historical examples, such as the use of spectacles in totalitarian regimes or the correlation between economic downturns and increased entertainment consumption, are often used to support this idea.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Corporate lobbying refers to the practice of businesses and industry groups influencing government decisions and policies through various means of persuasion and financial support. This process often involves hiring professional lobbyists who have established relationships with lawmakers and government officials. While lobbying is a legal and regulated activity in many countries, some argue that it gives corporations undue influence over the democratic process. Lobbyists may provide lawmakers with drafted legislation, research papers, and talking points that align with their corporate interests. The revolving door phenomenon, where individuals move between public sector jobs and private industry positions, is seen as evidence of the close ties between corporations and government. Campaign contributions from corporations and their political action committees are often viewed as a form of indirect lobbying, potentially influencing politicians' decisions. Some argue that corporate lobbying leads to policies that benefit businesses at the expense of public interests, citing examples like environmental regulation rollbacks or tax loopholes. Supporters of lobbying claim it provides valuable industry expertise to policymakers, helping to create more informed and effective legislation. The significant financial resources corporations dedicate to lobbying efforts suggest they find it to be an effective means of shaping policy outcomes. Transparency initiatives that require disclosure of lobbying activities and expenditures have revealed the extensive scale of corporate influence attempts in many governments. Some studies have shown correlations between corporate lobbying expenditures and favorable policy outcomes, suggesting a tangible return on investment for these activities. High fructose corn syrup is a sweetener derived from cornstarch that has become widely used in processed foods and beverages since the 1970s. Some researchers argue that the body processes high fructose corn syrup differently than other sugars, potentially leading to increased health risks. Studies have suggested a correlation between the widespread introduction of high fructose corn syrup and rising obesity rates in the United States. Critics point to its potential role in contributing to insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. The sweetener has been linked to increased triglyceride levels and fat accumulation in the liver, which may contribute to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Some studies indicate that high fructose corn syrup may interfere with the body's leptin signaling, potentially leading to overconsumption of calories. Concerns have been raised about trace amounts of mercury found in some syrup samples, attributed to the manufacturing process. The widespread use of this product in the food industry has been attributed to its cost-effectiveness and ability to extend the shelf life of products. Some researchers argue that the negative health effects associated with this syrup are no different from those of other added sugars when consumed in similar quantities. The debate surrounding this product has led some food manufacturers to replace it with other sweeteners in response to consumer concerns. The flood refers to a catastrophic global deluge described in various ancient texts and religious traditions, most famously in the biblical account of Noah's Ark. Many cultures around the world have flood myths with striking similarities, suggesting a possible shared origin or experience. Some researchers propose that these flood stories may be based on real events, such as the rapid flooding of the Black Sea Basin around 5600 BCE. Geological evidence of marine fossils found on high ground and in unexpected locations has been interpreted by some as support for a worldwide flood. The discovery of submerged ruins and structures in various parts of the world has led some to speculate about advanced civilizations destroyed by a global flood. Proponents of flood geology argue that many of Earth's geological features, including the Grand Canyon, could have been formed rapidly by a catastrophic global flood. Some researchers point to the existence of a vast underground ocean discovered in Earth's mantle as a potential source for the floodwaters described in ancient accounts. The concept of a genetic bottleneck in human populations, supported by some genetic studies, has been linked by some to a catastrophic event like a global flood. Ancient flood stories often include elements of divine judgment and the preservation of a chosen few, which some interpret as moral lessons passed down through generations. The idea of cyclical catastrophes, including periodic global floods, has been proposed by some researchers as an explanation for the rise and fall of ancient civilizations. Some alternative historians suggest that a global flood could explain the sudden end of the last ice age and the rapid climate changes that followed. The theory that AIDS was spread by the CIA suggests that the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, was deliberately introduced into certain populations as part of a covert operation. Some believers in this theory point to the timing of the AIDS epidemic, which emerged shortly after the CIA's alleged biological warfare experiments in the 1970s. The rapid spread of AIDS in Africa and among marginalized communities in the United States is seen by some as evidence of targeted distribution. Declassified documents revealing the CIA's involvement in other covert medical operations, such as MKUltra, are cited as precedent for such activities. Some researchers claim that the complex nature of the HIV virus suggests it may have been artificially created or modified in a laboratory setting. The theory often includes claims that the CIA aimed to control population growth in developing countries or to eliminate specific groups within the United States. Supporters of this idea sometimes reference the hepatitis study conducted in Willowbrook State School as an example of unethical medical experimentation on vulnerable populations. Some versions of the theory suggest that the virus was initially tested on prisoners or other institutionalized individuals before being more widely disseminated. The lack of an effective cure or vaccine for many years after the discovery of HIV is interpreted by some as intentional suppression of treatment options. Certain advocates of this theory point to alleged inconsistencies in the official narrative of HIV's origins and early spread as evidence of a cover-up. The disproportionate impact of AIDS on certain communities is seen by some as aligning with historical patterns of discrimination and marginalization. Diseases made in a lab refers to the theory that certain pathogens, including viruses and bacteria, are artificially created or modified in laboratory settings for various purposes. This concept often involves the idea of bioweapons development, where microorganisms are engineered to be more virulent or resistant to treatment. Some researchers point to the existence of high-security biosafety level 4 laboratories as potential sites for the creation or modification of dangerous pathogens. Historical incidents, such as the accidental release of anthrax spores from a Soviet bioweapons facility in 1979, lend credence to the possibility of lab-created diseases. The rapid advancement of genetic engineering technologies, like CRISPR, has made it theoretically possible to modify existing pathogens or create new ones. Gain-of-function research, which involves modifying pathogens to increase their virulence or transmissibility, is cited as a potential source of lab-created diseases. Some theories suggest that pharmaceutical companies might benefit from the creation of new diseases by developing and selling treatments or vaccines. The emergence of novel pathogens with unique genetic characteristics is sometimes interpreted as evidence of artificial origin or modification. The emergence of novel pathogens with unique genetic characteristics is sometimes interpreted as evidence of artificial origin or modification. Some theories suggest that pharmaceutical companies might benefit from the creation of new diseases by developing and selling treatments or vaccines. The emergence of novel pathogens with unique genetic characteristics is sometimes interpreted as evidence of artificial origin or modification. Satanic messages in music refers to the belief that certain songs contain hidden messages promoting Satanism or occult practices, often through backmasking or subliminal audio techniques. This theory gained prominence in the 1970s and 1980s with claims that popular rock bands were embedding demonic content in their recordings. Some believers argue that when played in reverse, specific songs reveal phrases or instructions related to Satan worship or other dark themes. The Beatles' song, Revolution 9, is often cited as an early example, with some claiming the reversed audio says, "Turn me on, dead man," fueling Paul McCartney death conspiracy theories. Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven became a focal point of this belief, with assertions that reversing part of the song reveals messages about Satan. Some religious groups have claimed that these hidden messages can subconsciously influence listeners, potentially leading them towards Satanism or immoral behavior. The theory extends to album artwork and music videos, with some interpreting certain images or symbols as evidence of occult affiliations. Critics argue that the human brain's pattern-seeking nature can lead to hearing coherent phrases in reversed audio, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. Some musicians have intentionally included reversed messages in their songs, either as artistic expression or to mock the controversy surrounding backmasking. Legal cases have emerged from this theory, with some parents and religious groups attempting to sue record companies for alleged subliminal messaging. Dietary misinformation refers to the spread of false or misleading claims about food, nutrition, and eating habits that can influence public health and individual dietary choices. This phenomenon encompasses a wide range of topics, from fad diets and miracle weight loss solutions to unfounded health claims about specific foods or supplements. Social media platforms have become a major breeding ground for dietary misinformation, with influencers and self-proclaimed experts often promoting unproven or potentially harmful nutritional advice. Some instances of dietary misinformation stem from misinterpretation or oversimplification of scientific studies, leading to exaggerated claims about the benefits or risks of certain foods. The rapid pace of nutrition research and changing dietary guidelines can contribute to public confusion and skepticism, creating an environment where misinformation can thrive. Food industry marketing tactics sometimes blur the line between factual information and promotional claims, leading to misconceptions about the nutritional value of certain products. Confirmation bias plays a role in the spread of dietary misinformation, as individuals tend to seek out and share information that aligns with their existing beliefs about food and health. Some forms of dietary misinformation exploit fears about modern food production methods, promoting natural or organic products as inherently healthier without scientific backing. The persistence of outdated nutritional beliefs, such as the necessity of dramatic calorie restriction for weight loss, can perpetuate misinformation even in the face of new scientific evidence. Cultural and personal biases about food can sometimes lead to the spread of misinformation, as traditional beliefs about certain foods' properties may not align with current scientific understanding. The complexity of human nutrition and individual differences in metabolism make it challenging to provide universal dietary advice, creating opportunities for oversimplified or misleading claims to gain traction. Artificial snow refers to the theory that some snowfall events are not natural occurrences, but are instead engineered or manufactured by governmental or private entities. Believers in this concept often point to unusual characteristics of snow, such as its slow melting rate or the presence of unfamiliar particles, as evidence of its artificial nature. Some adherents claim that artificial snow is created through cloud seeding techniques, which involve dispersing substances like silver iodide into clouds to induce precipitation. The theory sometimes incorporates the idea that artificial snow is part of climate manipulation efforts, either to combat global warming or to exert control over weather patterns. Observations of snow that appears to burn rather than melt when exposed to flame are cited as evidence of chemical additives or synthetic materials in the precipitation. Some proponents of this theory link artificial snow to chemtrail conspiracies, suggesting that the same aircraft used for alleged atmospheric spraying also distribute engineered snowfall. Reports of unusually heavy or unexpected snowfall in typically warm regions are sometimes interpreted as signs of weather modification technology at work. The presence of ice nucleation bacteria in some snow samples has been used to support claims of biological engineering in artificial snow production. Some believers argue that artificial snow is used to mask environmental damage or to create the illusion of normal weather patterns in areas affected by climate change. The theory often includes speculation about the potential health effects of exposure to engineered snow, ranging from respiratory issues to more severe long-term consequences. Bending spoons refers to the purported psychic ability to deform metal objects, particularly spoons, using only the power of the mind. This phenomenon gained popularity in the 1970s through the performances of Uri Geller, who claimed to possess psychokinetic abilities.
You see, it's becoming very soft. This is not an illusion. It's becoming like plastic. There's no force. Look, there's no force, and you can touch it. It's soft. Look. Touch it, it's cold. What happened is my mind and melt the metal down.
Some practitioners assert that metal bending is achieved through a combination of focused concentration and the channeling of an unknown form of energy. Witnesses to successful demonstrations often report feeling a sense of warmth or tingling in their hands when holding the spoon, which is interpreted as evidence of energy transfer. Skeptics argue that the apparent bending of spoons can be accomplished through various sleight-of-hand techniques or by exploiting the malleability of certain metals. Some researchers have proposed that metal bending might be related to quantum effects, suggesting that conscious observation could influence the atomic structure of materials. Experiments conducted by some parapsychologists have reported positive results in controlled settings, though these findings remain controversial within the scientific community. The concept of spoon bending has been linked to broader theories about human potential and untapped mental abilities. Some adherents believe that everyone possesses latent psychokinetic abilities that can be developed through practice and meditation. The phenomenon has been explored in popular culture, appearing in films, television shows, and literature, which has contributed to its enduring presence in public consciousness. Jackalope refers to a mythical creature said to be a cross between a jackrabbit and an antelope, typically depicted as a rabbit with antlers. This legendary animal is particularly associated with the American West, where tales of its existence have been circulated since the 1930s. Some believe the jackalope myth originated from sightings of rabbits infected with the Shope papilloma virus, which causes horn-like growths on the animal's head and body. Certain areas, such as Douglas, Wyoming, have embraced the jackalope legend, using it as a tourist attraction and even issuing tongue-in-cheek hunting licenses for the creature. Some cryptozoology enthusiasts argue that the jackalope could be a surviving species of horned rabbit, citing fossil evidence of extinct horned rabbit species. The jackalope has been incorporated into various forms of media, including films, television shows, and video games, further cementing its place in modern mythology. Some Native American traditions include stories of horned rabbits, which some believers cite as evidence of the jackalope's historical roots. Heaven's Gate refers to a religious UFO cult founded in the 1970s by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles. This group became infamous for a mass event of self-inflicted deaths in 1997. The group believed that Earth was about to be recycled, and that the only way to survive was to leave their human bodies and ascend to a higher level of existence. Members of Heaven's Gate adhered to a strict lifestyle, including celibacy and gender uniformity, which they believed prepared them for their extraterrestrial transformation. The cult's ideology combined elements of Christianity, science fiction, and New Age beliefs, interpreting biblical prophecies through the lens of alien visitation and space travel. Heaven's Gate members believed that Applewhite and Nettles were the two witnesses mentioned in the Book of Revelation, sent to Earth to guide chosen individuals to the next level. The group's final act was triggered by the appearance of the Hale-Bopp comet in 1997, which they interpreted as a sign that a spaceship was hiding behind the comet to take them to their celestial destination. All 39 members involved in the mass self-inflicted deaths were discovered wearing identical black shirts and Nike sneakers with purple shrouds covering their faces. The Heaven's Gate website, created in the mid-1990s, remains active and maintained to this day, preserving the group's teachings and beliefs for public access. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the Heaven's Gate ideology and ancient mystery cults, suggesting a deeper connection to historical religious practices. The group's meticulous planning and calm demeanor during their final days have led some to question the nature of their beliefs and the power of collective conviction. Self-help refers to the practice of improving one's life through personal effort, often guided by books, seminars, or other resources focused on personal development. This approach to self-improvement gained widespread popularity in the late 20th century, with numerous authors and speakers offering advice on topics ranging from career success to spiritual growth. Some self-help methods draw on psychological principles, such as cognitive behavioral techniques, to help individuals change negative thought patterns and behaviors. Critics argue that the self-help industry often oversimplifies complex issues and promotes a one-size-fits-all approach to personal problems. Supporters of self-help practices point to anecdotal evidence of individuals who have overcome challenges or achieved significant life improvements through these methods. Neuroscientific research has shown that certain self-help techniques, such as mindfulness and positive affirmations, can lead to measurable changes in brain structure and function. The self-help movement has been linked to broader cultural trends, including individualism and the pursuit of personal fulfillment as a primary life goal. Some self-help concepts, like the law of attraction, propose that positive or negative thoughts can directly influence a person's life experiences and material circumstances. The industry has faced criticism for promoting unrealistic expectations and potentially discouraging people from seeking professional help for serious mental health issues. Certain self-help gurus have achieved celebrity status, with their personal success stories often used as evidence of the effectiveness of their teachings. The rise of social media and online platforms has led to new forms of self-help content, including motivational Instagram accounts, YouTube channels, and podcasts focused on personal development. FEMA camps refer to the theory that the Federal Emergency Management Agency is preparing to detain large numbers of American citizens in concentration camp-style facilities. Believers in this concept often point to the existence of emergency relocation centers and the agency's authority to establish temporary housing during disasters as evidence of a larger hidden agenda. Some argue that executive orders and legislation, such as the National Defense Authorization Act, provide legal framework for the implementation of martial law and mass internment. Satellite imagery and videos of alleged FEMA camp locations have been circulated online, purportedly showing fenced compounds with guard towers and large-capacity living quarters. The theory sometimes incorporates claims about the stockpiling of plastic coffins and the preparation of mass graves, interpreted as signs of planned large-scale population control. Some proponents of the FEMA camp theory link it to concerns about gun confiscation, suggesting that the camps would be used to detain those who resist disarmament efforts. Historical precedents, such as the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, are often cited as examples of the government's willingness to detain its own citizens. The theory has been connected to broader conspiracies about a New World Order or One World Government, with FEMA camps seen as a tool for suppressing dissent. Some believers point to job listings for internment specialists and the refurbishment of former military bases as indications of preparation for mass detentions. The concept of FEMA camps has been popularized through various alternative media outlets, documentaries, and online forums, contributing to its persistence in conspiracy theory circles. The elixir of immortality refers to a mythical potion believed to grant eternal life or youth to those who consume it. This concept has appeared in various cultures throughout history, including ancient Chinese alchemy, where it was known as Xianden, or golden elixir. Some historical figures, such as the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, allegedly died while searching for or consuming substances believed to be elixirs of immortality. Certain Taoist traditions claim that the elixir can be created through internal alchemy, a practice involving meditation, breathing exercises, and visualization techniques. Modern researchers have examined historical recipes for immortality elixirs, finding that some contained potentially life-extending ingredients like ginseng and reishi mushrooms. The pursuit of an elixir of immortality has been linked to the development of various medical and chemical innovations throughout history. Some believers in the concept argue that certain naturally occurring substances, such as telomerase activators or NAD+ boosters, could be considered modern versions of the elixir. The idea of an immortality elixir has been connected to legends of long-lived individuals or hidden societies of immortals, such as the mythical Shangri-La. Longevity research and anti-aging treatments in modern science are sometimes viewed as a continuation of the ancient quest for an elixir of immortality. Some esoteric traditions suggest that the true elixir is not a physical substance, but a spiritual or metaphysical state achieved through enlightenment or transcendence. Empaths refers to individuals who are believed to possess a heightened ability to sense and absorb the emotions, energy, and physical symptoms of others. This concept suggests that empaths can intuitively feel and understand the emotional states of people around them, often to a degree that affects their own well-being. Some researchers in the field of neuroscience have proposed that empaths may have more active mirror neurons, which are associated with empathy and emotional understanding. Empaths are often described as having a heightened sensitivity to environmental stimuli, including sounds, smells, and crowded spaces. Some believe that empathic abilities can be developed or strengthened through practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and energy work. The idea of empaths has been linked to the psychological concept of high sensitivity, which describes individuals with increased responsiveness to both physical and emotional stimuli. Some empaths report experiencing physical symptoms that mirror those of people around them, a phenomenon sometimes referred to as somatic empathy. The concept of empaths has gained popularity in various spiritual and New Age communities, where it is often associated with psychic or intuitive abilities. Some mental health professionals have begun to recognize empathic traits as potentially influencing therapeutic relationships and treatment outcomes. Critics of the empath concept argue that it may be a misinterpretation of normal human empathy or a way of pathologizing sensitive individuals. The idea of empaths has been explored in popular culture, including literature and television, contributing to its widespread recognition and appeal. The number 666 is often associated with the Antichrist or the Beast in Christian eschatology, particularly in the Book of Revelation. Some interpret it as a code for the name of a specific historical figure, with various theories pointing to Roman emperors, popes, or other influential leaders. Numerologists have attributed significance to it, claiming it represents materialism, worldliness, or human imperfection. In some esoteric traditions, the number is considered sacred, related to the sun and solar deities, rather than a symbol of evil. It has been linked to various conspiracy theories, including claims about hidden messages in product barcodes or government identification systems. Some researchers argue that the original number in early biblical manuscripts was actually 616, suggesting the later version may be a transcription error. In Chinese culture, it is considered lucky, associated with smoothness and good fortune, contrasting with its Western interpretations. Certain mathematical properties, such as being the sum of the squares of the first 7 prime numbers, have been used to argue for its cosmic significance. The widespread recognition of this number as a potent symbol has led to its use in marketing and popular culture, often to create an air of mystery or edginess. Some individuals have reported experiencing anxiety or obsessive thoughts related to it, a condition informally known as hexacontahexaphobia. Alternative interpretations suggest it represents a cycle of time or a stage in human evolution, rather than a malevolent entity or person. June 1, 2024 cloud coverage refers to a global phenomenon where an unusual and persistent cloud cover was reported across multiple continents simultaneously. The widespread nature of this event, spanning diverse regions such as Africa, the United States, and Spain, led some to question its natural occurrence. This cloud coverage coincided with a rare astronomical alignment of all planets in our solar system, visible from Earth's perspective, raising suspicions about a possible connection. Some observers noted that the cloud cover seemed unnaturally dense and uniform, preventing any view of the sky and the planetary alignment. Weather forecasts predicting continued cloud cover for weeks following the event fueled speculation about potential weather manipulation or atmospheric alterations. Theories emerged suggesting that the cloud coverage might be an intentional effort to obscure the view of celestial events or atmospheric phenomena from the general public. Some individuals proposed that the clouds could be a side effect of geoengineering activities aimed at mitigating climate change or altering weather patterns on a global scale. The simultaneous nature of the cloud cover across different time zones led to discussions about advanced weather control technologies potentially possessed by governments or private entities. Skeptics argued that while unusual, the event could be explained by natural meteorological patterns and coincidence, cautioning against hasty conclusions. The incident sparked renewed interest in cloud seeding techniques and their potential for large-scale implementation, as well as their possible unintended consequences.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Skinwalker Ranch is a property in Utah known for alleged paranormal and UFO-related phenomena named after the shape-shifting creatures of Navajo legend. The 512-acre ranch has been the site of numerous reported incidents, including cattle mutilations, unexplained lights, and encounters with seemingly otherworldly beings. Former owners of the property have claimed to witness portals opening in the air and strange creatures emerging from them. Scientific investigations conducted at the ranch have reported anomalous magnetic field readings and unexplained radiation spikes. Some researchers believe the ranch may be situated on a paranormal highway or interdimensional gateway, explaining the diverse range of phenomena observed there. Native American lore suggests the land has been cursed for generations, possibly due to conflicts between indigenous tribes and European settlers. The U.S. government has shown interest in the ranch, with the Defense Intelligence Agency funding a secret study of its anomalous activity in 2007. Skeptics argue that many of the reported phenomena can be attributed to natural causes, misidentification, or hoaxes perpetrated for publicity or financial gain. The ranch's reputation has led to it becoming a popular destination for paranormal enthusiasts and UFO researchers seeking to experience its mysteries firsthand. Some theories propose that the ranch's unusual activity is the result of advanced military technology testing or secret government experiments. Despite years of investigation, no conclusive evidence has been found to explain the range of reported phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch, maintaining its status as a paranormal enigma. El Dorado refers to a legendary city of gold believed to exist in South America during the colonial era, inspiring numerous expeditions and capturing the imagination of explorers for centuries. The myth originated from indigenous tales of a tribal chief who covered himself in gold dust as part of a ritual, leading Spanish conquistadors to search for an entire city made of precious metals. Some historians argue that El Dorado may have been based on real pre-Columbian cultures known for their sophisticated goldwork, such as the Muisca civilization in present-day Colombia. Archaeological discoveries of elaborate gold artifacts and reports of gold-rich indigenous communities have lent credence to the idea that El Dorado might have had some basis in reality. The legend of El Dorado has been linked to various real locations, including Lake Guatavita in Colombia, where gold offerings were reportedly made to the gods. Some researchers propose that the story of El Dorado may have been deliberately exaggerated by indigenous peoples to mislead and distract European invaders from their true settlements. The persistent belief in El Dorado led to numerous expeditions, some of which resulted in significant geographical discoveries and mapping of previously unknown South American territories. Modern interpretations of the El Dorado legend suggest it may represent a metaphor for the untapped natural resources and biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest. Some alternative historians argue that El Dorado could have been an outpost of an advanced ancient civilization, possibly linked to theories about lost continents or extraterrestrial influences. The enduring appeal of the El Dorado myth has been attributed to universal human desires for wealth, adventure, and the unknown transcending cultural and historical boundaries. Recent technological advancements such as LiDAR scanning have reignited interest in searching for lost cities in dense jungle regions, keeping the spirit of the El Dorado quest alive in modern archaeology. Crawlers, also known as rakes, are cryptids described as pale, humanoid creatures with elongated limbs and large, dark eyes. These entities are said to inhabit underground caves, abandoned buildings, and densely forested areas. Witnesses report encountering crawlers at night, often describing a sense of dread or unease preceding the sighting. Some theories suggest that crawlers could be a previously undiscovered species of subterranean hominid adapted to life in dark environments. The creature's alleged ability to move quickly and silently has led to speculation about advanced sensory capabilities or echolocation skills. Reports of crawler sightings have increased with the rise of internet folklore, particularly on forums dedicated to paranormal experiences. Some researchers draw parallels between crawler descriptions and accounts of other cryptids like the Dover demon or the Fresno night crawlers. Skeptics argue that crawler sightings may be misidentifications of known animals, such as large primates or even humans with genetic conditions affecting appearance. The prevalence of crawler stories in various cultures has led some folklorists to suggest they represent a modern manifestation of ancient fears of the unknown. Continents beyond the ice wall refers to the belief that our known world is surrounded by a massive ice barrier, beyond which lie undiscovered lands and civilizations. This concept often appears in flat Earth theories, suggesting that Antarctica is not a continent, but an ice ring encircling a disc-shaped Earth. Believers point to historical accounts of explorers like Admiral Byrd, who reported seeing vast unexplored territories beyond the South Pole as evidence for these hidden lands. Some adherents claim that governments and space agencies are hiding the truth about these lands to maintain control over resources and populations. The idea draws parallels with ancient myths and legends of lost continents like Atlantis or Hyperborea, proposing that these might actually exist beyond the ice barrier. Supporters of this theory often cite anomalies in satellite imagery and maps as potential evidence of cover-ups or distortions hiding the true nature of Earth's geography. The concept of an ice wall and lands beyond ties into broader conspiracy theories about hollow Earth or inner Earth civilizations. Some believers suggest that the aurora borealis and aurora australis are actually reflections of light from the hidden lands beyond the ice wall. The theory sometimes incorporates ideas about advanced civilizations or extraterrestrial bases existing in these unexplored regions, hidden from the general population. Skeptics argue that modern exploration, satellite technology, and scientific understanding of Earth's geography disprove the existence of such lands. The iceberg image in this project is part of a larger endeavor called The World Beyond the Ice Wall, a fantasy and alternate history collaboration that imagines a reality where every conspiracy theory, from your uncle's Facebook posts to the most obscure iceberg lore, is true. The Bouvet Island boat refers to the mysterious discovery of an abandoned lifeboat on the remote and uninhabited Bouvet Island in the South Atlantic Ocean in 1964. This island, known for its harsh climate and isolation, is considered one of the most remote places on Earth, making the presence of a boat there highly unusual. The lifeboat was found by a South African expedition team who reported that it contained supplies and showed signs of recent use, despite no record of shipwrecks or distress calls in the area. Attempts to identify the origin of the boat or its occupants have been unsuccessful, leading to various theories about its presence on the island. Some speculate that the boat may have drifted from a distant shipwreck, carried by ocean currents to this unlikely location. Others suggest it could be evidence of a secret military operation or a covert scientific expedition that went awry. The boat's discovery has been linked to theories about hidden bases or undisclosed activities in remote areas of the world. Peculiarly, when a follow-up expedition returned to the island in 1966 to investigate further, they found no trace of the boat or any evidence of its previous presence. This disappearance has fueled additional speculation about government cover-ups or paranormal phenomena associated with the island. Despite technological advancements in satellite imaging and global tracking, the true story behind this enigmatic boat continues to elude explanation. Grave dirt refers to soil taken from burial sites, believed by some to possess mystical properties or spiritual energy. This substance is often used in various folk magic practices, particularly in hoodoo and certain forms of witchcraft. Some practitioners claim that grave dirt can be used to establish connections with the deceased, believing it retains the essence or spirit of the buried individual. The potency of grave dirt is thought to vary depending on the identity of the deceased, with dirt from a soldier's grave believed to impart strength or protection. Certain rituals involve using grave dirt to create protective barriers or to influence the behavior of others through sympathetic magic. Some believe that the use of grave dirt in spells or rituals can amplify their effectiveness, especially when dealing with matters of death, transformation, or communicating with spirits. The practice of collecting grave dirt is often surrounded by specific protocols, such as asking permission from the deceased or leaving an offering in exchange. Critics argue that disturbing graves for soil is disrespectful and potentially illegal, while believers maintain it's a form of honoring and working with ancestral energies. In some traditions, grave dirt is used as an ingredient in mojo bags or gree-gree, talismans believed to bring luck or ward off negative influences. The concept of grave dirt's power may be linked to ancient beliefs about the cyclical nature of life and death, and the Earth's role in this process. Abracadabra is an ancient magical incantation believed to have healing powers and the ability to ward off illness or misfortune. The word's origins are obscure, with some scholars tracing it to Aramaic phrases meaning, "it will be created in my words," or Hebrew for, "it will be created in my words." Historically, the term was inscribed on amulets in a triangular format, with each line losing a letter, thought to make the evil or illness gradually disappear. Roman physician Quintus Serenus Simonicus first recorded the use of abracadabra as a cure for malaria in the 3rd century AD. Some practitioners of Kabbalah associate the word with the sacred name of God, believing it channels divine energy for protection and healing. In certain magical traditions, abracadabra is considered one of the most potent words of power, capable of manifesting desires when properly intoned. The incantation's purported efficacy has been attributed to its rhythmic sound and repetition, which some claim can alter brainwaves and induce trance-like states. Modern interpretations link abracadabra to the concept of creating reality through speech, aligning with theories about the power of positive affirmations. Some New Age practitioners incorporate the word into meditation practices, believing it can open channels to higher dimensions or spiritual realms. The term's evolution from a serious magical formula to a stage magician's catchphrase reflects changing attitudes towards magic and the supernatural in popular culture. High Brazil refers to a phantom island said to lie off the west coast of Ireland, shrouded in mist and visible only once every 7 years. This mythical land appears on many medieval and Renaissance maps, often depicted as a perfect circle with a central strait bisecting it. Legends describe High Brazil as a paradise of advanced civilization, inhabited by a race of superior beings with mystical knowledge and technology. Some accounts claim that Saint Brendan the Navigator reached High Brazil during his legendary sea voyage in the 6th century, describing it as an island of promise. Various expeditions set out to find High Brazil throughout history, with some explorers claiming to have sighted or even landed on the island. In 1674, Captain John Nisbet reportedly anchored off High Brazil, sending a landing party that encountered large black rabbits and an elderly magician living in a stone castle. Some theories suggest that High Brazil could be a mirage caused by specific atmospheric conditions, explaining its intermittent visibility. The island's circular shape and central strait have led some researchers to speculate about connections to ancient Celtic folklore and sacred geometry. Modern interpretations link High Brazil to concepts of lost advanced civilizations or interdimensional realms, occasionally intersecting with our reality. Despite its absence from modern maps, sightings of High Brazil were reported well into the 19th century, fueling ongoing fascination with this elusive island. The psychic monkey experiment refers to a series of controversial studies conducted in the 1970s by Dr. Helmut Schmidt, exploring the potential for psychic abilities in rhesus monkeys. Schmidt's experiments involved monkeys interacting with a random number generator connected to a treat dispenser, testing if they could influence the machine's output through psychokinesis. Results from these studies suggested that some monkeys appeared to influence the random number generator beyond chance, receiving more treats than statistically expected. The experiments were designed to eliminate potential sensory cues, with the random number generator shielded and the treat mechanism soundproofed. Critics argued that the results could be explained by experimental bias, statistical flukes, or undetected flaws in the experimental setup. Supporters of the research claimed it provided evidence for non-human psychic abilities, potentially opening new avenues for understanding consciousness and mind-matter interactions. The study's methodology included control trials with the machine running without monkey interaction to establish a baseline for comparison. Some researchers proposed that the monkeys' alleged psychic abilities might be linked to their more instinctual and less cognitively filtered perception of reality. The experiments sparked debates about the nature of consciousness and whether simpler minds might have easier access to paranormal abilities. While largely dismissed by mainstream science, the psychic monkey experiment continues to be cited in parapsychological literature and discussions about animal cognition. The concept has inspired further research into animal ESP and has been referenced in popular culture, contributing to ongoing fascination with the potential for undiscovered mental abilities in both humans and animals. Enochian refers to a mysterious occult language and magical system allegedly revealed to John Dee and Edward Kelly by angelic beings in the 16th century. The language is said to have a complex structure with its own alphabet, grammar, and vocabulary, purportedly used by angels and for communicating with spiritual entities. Dee and Kelly claim to have received Enochian through scrying sessions, where angels dictated the language and magical practices through a crystal ball. The Enochian system includes detailed tables, sigils, and invocations believed to hold power for summoning angels and exploring different spiritual planes. Some occultists argue that Enochian represents a genuine angelic language, citing its unique structure and the consistent results reported by practitioners who use it in rituals. Critics suggest that Enochian may be a constructed language, possibly based on Dee's extensive knowledge of various ancient and medieval magical texts. The Enochian system has been incorporated into various magical traditions, including Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Aleister Crowley's Thelema. Some researchers have noted similarities between Enochian and certain Middle Eastern languages, fueling theories about its possible earthly origins or influences. Practitioners of Enochian magic report experiences of altered states of consciousness, visions, and communication with non-physical entities during rituals. The complexity and detail of the Enochian system, including its 19 calls or incantations, have led some to believe it couldn't have been entirely fabricated by Dee and Kelly. South American gnome recordings refer to a series of alleged video and photographic evidence of small, humanoid creatures captured in various locations across South America. These sightings gained widespread attention in the early 2000s, particularly with the emergence of a video from Argentina showing a small, hat-wearing figure moving in an unusual manner. Witnesses describe these beings as resembling traditional depictions of gnomes or dwarves, typically standing between 1 to 3 feet tall with disproportionately large heads. Some of the most famous recordings come from countries like Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, where local folklore often includes stories of duendes or small, mischievous spirits. Skeptics argue that these recordings are likely hoaxes or misidentifications of known animals, while believers point to the consistency of descriptions across different incidents and locations. Several of the videos show the creatures moving with a distinctive bobbing or swaying motion, which some claim is too fluid to be a costume or puppet. Cryptozoologists have speculated that these sightings could be evidence of an undiscovered species of primate or a relic population of early hominids. Some researchers link these sightings to indigenous South American beliefs about nature spirits or guardians of the land, suggesting a cultural basis for the phenomena. The proliferation of camera phones and social media has led to an increase in reported sightings and recordings, though the quality of evidence remains debated. Certain recordings have been analyzed by video experts, with some concluding that the movement and proportions of the figures are difficult to fake convincingly. Fairy circles refer to naturally occurring rings of mushrooms or areas of lush grass growth believed by some to be associated with supernatural activity or the presence of fairies. These circular formations, ranging from a few feet to several yards in diameter, have been observed in various parts of the world, particularly in grasslands and forests. In folklore, fairy circles are often described as portals or gathering places for magical beings, with some tales warning of dire consequences for those who disturb or enter these rings. Scientific explanations attribute these formations to the natural growth patterns of certain fungi species, which spread outward in a circular pattern from a central point. Some believers argue that the perfect circular shape of many fairy rings is too precise to be a natural occurrence, suggesting intentional design by supernatural entities. Historical accounts describe strange phenomena associated with these circles, including sightings of dancing lights, unexplained music, or sudden disappearances of those who stepped inside. Certain cultures view fairy circles as beneficial, associating them with good luck, fertility, or healing properties when respectfully approached. Modern paranormal investigators have reported anomalous electromagnetic readings and temperature fluctuations within and around some fairy circles. The persistence of fairy circle beliefs across different cultures and time periods has led some researchers to speculate about a common underlying phenomenon or experience. Some theories propose that fairy circles may be indicators of underground water sources or mineral deposits, explaining their attraction to both fungi and folkloric entities. Archaeology refers to an alternative approach to studying human history and origins that challenges conventional archaeological and historical narratives. This field proposes that advanced civilizations existed far earlier than mainstream archaeology suggests, potentially dating back tens or hundreds of thousands of years. Archaeologists often point to anomalous artifacts, structures, and geological formations as evidence of technologically sophisticated ancient societies. The theory draws connections between similar architectural styles and cultural practices found across different continents, suggesting a global prehistoric civilization. Proponents of archaeology argue that catastrophic events, such as comet impacts or rapid sea level rise, may have wiped out evidence of these advanced ancient cultures. Some archaeological theories propose that ancient humans possessed knowledge of advanced physics, astronomy, and engineering, as evidenced by megalithic structures and complex mathematical concepts embedded in ancient sites. The field often incorporates interdisciplinary approaches, combining geology, mythology, linguistics, and astronomy to reinterpret archaeological findings. Archaeologists sometimes cite underwater structures and formations as potential evidence of sunken cities or civilizations predating known history. The concept of out-of-place artifacts, UPARTs, is central to archaeology, with objects like the Antikythera mechanism used to support claims of advanced ancient technology. Critics argue that archaeology relies too heavily on speculation and misinterpretation of evidence, while supporters contend that it offers fresh perspectives on human history. Holy water is a sacred liquid used in various religious traditions, believed to possess spiritual and purifying properties. In Christianity, it is typically blessed by a priest and used for baptisms, blessings, and protection against evil. Some individuals claim that holy water has healing properties, reporting relief from physical ailments after coming into contact with it. Certain paranormal investigators use holy water as a tool for combating negative entities or cleansing haunted locations. Studies have shown that some sources of holy water contain beneficial minerals and trace elements that could potentially contribute to its perceived healing effects. The placebo effect may play a role in the reported efficacy of holy water, as strong belief in its power could lead to real physiological changes in the body. Ancient cultures, such as the Egyptians and Greeks, also used sacred water in religious ceremonies, suggesting a long-standing human connection to the concept. Some researchers propose that the ritualistic creation of holy water may alter its molecular structure, potentially explaining its purported special properties. The use of holy water in exorcisms has been documented in various religious texts and continues to be practiced in some communities today. Skeptics argue that the power of holy water lies in its symbolic significance rather than any inherent supernatural qualities. Lithomancy is a form of divination that uses stones or crystals to gain insight into the past, present, or future. Practitioners believe that different types of stones possess unique energies and vibrations that can be interpreted to provide guidance or answers. The practice involves casting stones onto a surface and analyzing their positions, patterns, and relationships to each other. Some lithomancers claim that certain stones have innate properties that make them more suitable for divination, such as clear quartz for clarity or amethyst for intuition. Ancient cultures, including the Egyptians and Greeks, used lithomancy as a means of seeking divine wisdom and making important decisions. Modern practitioners often combine lithomancy with other divinatory methods, such as tarot or astrology, to enhance their readings. Some individuals report experiencing physical sensations or emotional responses when handling specific stones, which they interpret as messages or energy transfer. The geological properties of stones, such as their crystalline structure or mineral composition, are sometimes cited as factors that contribute to their supposed divinatory powers. Skeptics argue that the effectiveness of lithomancy may be attributed to the Barnum effect, where vague and general interpretations are perceived as personally significant. Extinct animals still alive refers to the belief that some species thought to be extinct may actually continue to exist in remote or unexplored areas of the world. The coelacanth, a prehistoric fish believed extinct for 65 million years, was rediscovered in 1938, lending credence to the possibility of other living fossils. Sightings of thylacines, or Tasmanian tigers, have been reported in Australia decades after their official extinction in 1936, supported by occasional video footage and eyewitness accounts. The Mokele mbembe, a supposed sauropod-like creature, is said to inhabit the Congo Basin, with local tribes providing consistent descriptions that match those of long-extinct dinosaurs. Some researchers argue that vast unexplored areas in dense forests, deep oceans, and remote mountain ranges could harbor undiscovered or thought-to-be extinct species. The discovery of new large animal species, such as the saola in Vietnam in 1992, demonstrates that significant creatures can remain hidden from scientific observation for long periods. Advancements in DNA analysis and environmental DNA sampling have provided new tools for detecting the presence of elusive or rare species in their habitats. The concept of Lazarus taxa, species rediscovered after being considered extinct, supports the idea that some animals may persist undetected for extended periods. Critics argue that while small or elusive species might go unnoticed, it's unlikely for large, charismatic animals to remain hidden in the modern world with current technology and exploration efforts. Ectoplasm is a substance allegedly produced by spiritual mediums during seances, believed to be a physical manifestation of spiritual energy. This mysterious substance is described as a viscous, white, or grayish material that exudes from the body of a medium, often from the nose, mouth, or ears. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, numerous photographs and accounts of ectoplasm were documented by researchers interested in paranormal phenomena. Some believers in ectoplasm claim it serves as a conduit for spirits to interact with the physical world, enabling phenomena such as materialization and levitation. Skeptics argue that historical cases of ectoplasm were often the result of fraud, with mediums using materials like cheesecloth, paper, or egg whites to simulate the substance. Certain researchers propose that ectoplasm might be a form of bioelectric energy produced by the human body under specific conditions of altered consciousness. The concept of ectoplasm has roots in ancient spiritual beliefs about the existence of a life force or vital energy that can manifest physically. Some parapsychologists suggest that ectoplasm could be related to the idea of telekinesis, where mental energy influences physical matter. Recent advancements in quantum physics and the study of consciousness have led some to revisit the concept of ectoplasm as a potential manifestation of mind-matter interaction. Druids were ancient Celtic religious leaders, healers, and advisors who played a crucial role in pre-Christian Ireland, Britain, and Gaul. These enigmatic figures were believed to possess profound knowledge of nature, magic, and the spiritual realm. Historical accounts, primarily from Roman sources, describe Druids performing human sacrifices and divination rituals, though the accuracy of these reports is debated. Druids were said to have the ability to shapeshift into animals, control the weather, and communicate with the spirit world. The extensive oral tradition of the Druids, which included memorizing vast amounts of sacred knowledge, contributed to the mystique surrounding their practices. Some researchers believe that ancient stone circles and other megalithic structures were used by Druids for astronomical observations and religious ceremonies. The association of Druids with oak trees and mistletoe stems from their reverence for nature and belief in the magical properties of certain plants. Modern Druidry, a revival movement beginning in the 18th century, seeks to recreate and reinterpret ancient Druidic practices for contemporary spiritual seekers. Some scholars suggest that Druidic teachings may have influenced early Christian monasticism in Ireland and Britain. The lack of written records left by Druids themselves has led to ongoing speculation and debate about their true nature and practices.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Energy vampires are individuals believed to drain the life force or emotional energy from others, often leaving their victims feeling exhausted or depleted. This concept is rooted in various spiritual and metaphysical beliefs about the nature of human energy and its transfer between individuals. Some people claim to experience physical symptoms such as fatigue, headaches, or mood swings after interacting with supposed energy vampires. Certain practitioners of alternative medicine suggest that energy vampirism may be an unconscious coping mechanism for those with energy imbalances or deficiencies. The idea of energy vampires has parallels in many cultures' folklore, such as the psychic vampires of Western occultism or the jiangshi of Chinese mythology. Some researchers in the field of bioenergetics propose that humans may indeed be capable of sensing and influencing each other's electromagnetic fields. Studies in social psychology have shown that certain personality types, such as those high in neuroticism, can have a draining effect on others through their behaviors and emotional demands. Empaths, individuals who claim heightened sensitivity to others' emotions, often report feeling particularly vulnerable to energy vampires. Some energy healers and spiritual advisors offer techniques for protection against energy vampires, such as visualization exercises or the use of crystals. While skeptics dismiss the concept as pseudoscience, believers argue that energy vampirism represents a real phenomenon of interpersonal energy dynamics that science has yet to fully explain. Tsuchinoko is a legendary snake-like creature from Japanese folklore, known for its unusual appearance and behavior. The creature is described as having a thick body, a small head, and a short tail, with some accounts claiming it can jump up to a meter in length. Sightings of the Tsuchinoko have been reported throughout Japan, particularly in the Mikata region of Hyogo Prefecture. Some witnesses claim the creature has the ability to speak human language and has a fondness for alcohol. The Tsuchinoko's body is said to contain a powerful poison, which some believe could have medicinal properties if properly extracted and used. Local governments in Japan have offered rewards for capturing a live Tsuchinoko, fueling interest in the creature's existence. Cryptozoologists suggest that the Tsuchinoko could be a previously undiscovered species of snake or a surviving population of prehistoric reptiles. Some researchers point to the discovery of new snake species in recent years as evidence that unknown reptiles like the Tsuchinoko could still exist in remote areas. The creature's description bears similarities to certain known snake species that can flatten their bodies, leading some to speculate about potential misidentifications. Crawlers, also known as rakes, are cryptids described as pale, humanoid creatures with elongated limbs and large, dark eyes. These entities are said to inhabit underground caves, abandoned buildings, and densely forested areas. Witnesses report encountering crawlers at night, often describing a sense of dread or unease preceding the sighting. Some theories suggest that crawlers could be a previously undiscovered species of subterranean hominid adapted to life in dark environments. The creature's alleged ability to move quickly and silently has led to speculation about advanced sensory capabilities or echolocation skills. Reports of crawler sightings have increased with the rise of internet folklore, particularly on forums dedicated to paranormal experiences. Some researchers draw parallels between crawler descriptions and accounts of other cryptids like the Dover demon or the Fresno night crawlers. Skeptics argue that crawler sightings may be misidentifications of known animals, such as large primates or even humans with genetic conditions affecting appearance. The prevalence of crawler stories in various cultures has led some folklorists to suggest they represent a modern manifestation of ancient fears of the unknown. Psychonautics refers to the exploration of altered states of consciousness through the use of psychoactive substances or other means such as meditation or sensory deprivation. Practitioners known as psychonauts engage in these experiences for personal growth, spiritual insight, or psychological exploration. The term was coined by German author Ernst Jünger in 1970 to describe the systematic exploration of inner space through altered states of consciousness. Psychonauts often report encountering entities, accessing hidden knowledge, or experiencing profound shifts in perception during their journeys. Some researchers argue that psychonautic experiences can provide valuable insights into the nature of consciousness and the human mind. Certain indigenous cultures have long-standing traditions of using psychoactive plants for spiritual and healing purposes, which some view as early forms of psychonautics. Modern brain imaging studies have shown that psychedelic substances can create unique patterns of neural activity, potentially supporting claims of accessing altered states of consciousness. Some psychonauts report lasting positive changes in their mental health, creativity, and overall well-being following their experiences. Critics argue that the subjective nature of psychonautic experiences makes them difficult to study scientifically and potentially dangerous for practitioners. The field of psychonautics has influenced various areas of culture, including art, music, literature, and philosophy. Palm readings, also known as palmistry or chiromancy, involve interpreting the lines, shapes, and patterns on a person's palm to gain insight into their character, life path, and potential future. This ancient practice dates back thousands of years, with roots in Indian astrology and Roma fortune-telling traditions. Practitioners believe that the dominant hand reveals a person's current and future state, while the non-dominant hand shows inherited traits and past experiences. The main lines examined in palm reading are the lifeline, heartline, headline, and fate line, each thought to correspond to different aspects of a person's life. Some palmists claim that the shape of the hand, length of fingers, and prominence of mounts, fleshy areas, also provide valuable information about an individual's personality and potential. Certain scientific studies have found correlations between specific palm features and certain medical conditions, lending some credibility to the idea that hands can reveal information about a person. The practice of palm reading has been incorporated into various fields, including psychology and career counseling, as a tool for self-reflection and personal insight. Some researchers argue that the effectiveness of palm readings may be partly attributed to the Barnum effect, where general statements are perceived as highly accurate and personal. Advocates of palm reading suggest that the hands serve as a map of the brain's neural pathways, potentially reflecting an individual's unique neurological makeup. Maria Teresa Reef is a phantom island supposedly located in the South Pacific Ocean between Samoa and Tahiti. First reported in 1843 by the whaling ship Maria Teresa, the reef has been the subject of numerous sightings and expeditions over the years. Despite its inclusion on many maps and nautical charts throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, modern surveys have failed to locate any landmass in the area. Some theories suggest that the reef may be a peripatetic island, capable of appearing and disappearing due to volcanic or seismic activity. Historical records indicate that several ships claim to have sighted or even landed on Maria Teresa Reef, providing detailed descriptions of its features. The persistent reports of the reef's existence led to multiple search expeditions, including a notable one by the USS Narragansett in 1875. Some researchers propose that the reef may be a temporary formation caused by pumice rafts, which can create large floating islands following underwater volcanic eruptions. The concept of phantom islands like Maria Teresa Reef highlights the limitations of early navigation techniques and the challenges of accurately mapping remote ocean areas. Some cryptogeographers argue that the reef's reported location coincides with anomalies in Earth's magnetic field, potentially affecting compass readings and contributing to navigational errors. The enduring mystery of Maria Teresa Reef has inspired various works of fiction and continues to intrigue those interested in unexplained geographical phenomena. The panopticon is a type of institutional building and system of control designed by the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham in the late 18th century. Its design allows a single watchman to observe all inmates of an institution without them being able to tell whether they are being watched. The concept extends beyond physical architecture to a broader idea of societal surveillance and control. Modern interpretations of the panopticon include digital surveillance systems, social media monitoring, and data collection practices. Some argue that the mere possibility of being observed leads individuals to self-regulate their behavior, creating a form of invisible control. The panopticon design has influenced the construction of various institutions, including prisons, schools, and hospitals. Critics of mass surveillance often invoke the panopticon as a metaphor for the loss of privacy in contemporary society. Some researchers suggest that panoptic systems can lead to increased productivity and compliance in certain settings. The concept has been applied to analyze power dynamics in various fields, including sociology, political science, and media studies. Advocates of privacy rights argue that dismantling panoptic structures is crucial for maintaining individual freedoms and democratic values. Projecting into dreams refers to the practice of deliberately influencing or entering another person's dreams. Some believe it's possible to actively shape the dream experiences of others through focused intention and energy projection. This concept draws from esoteric traditions and modern theories about the nature of consciousness and dreaming. Practitioners claim to be able to appear in someone else's dreams, communicate messages, or even interact within the dreamscape. Anecdotal reports describe shared dream experiences where multiple people recall the same dream events upon waking. Research into telepathy and precognitive dreams lends some scientific intrigue to the idea of dream interconnection. Studies on lucid dreaming demonstrate that conscious control within dreams is possible, potentially extending to influencing others. The CIA's declassified documents on remote viewing suggest government interest in unconventional forms of mental projection. Some spiritual traditions teach techniques for dream yoga or astral projection, which align with concepts of dream influence. Chain emails refer to messages forwarded en masse, often containing warnings, promises of good luck, or threats of misfortune. These digital missives gained popularity in the late 1990s and early 2000s, spreading rapidly through email networks. Some chain emails claim to be from reputable sources like Microsoft or AOL, offering money for forwarding the message. Others warn of computer viruses, urging recipients to delete certain files, which sometimes led to actual system damage. The phenomenon taps into human psychology, exploiting fear, hope, and the desire to help others or be part of a community. Occasionally, chain emails have been used to spread awareness about missing persons or charitable causes, blurring the line between spam and legitimate communication. Some people believe chain emails serve as a form of digital folklore, preserving and spreading urban legends and contemporary myths. Certain chain emails have predicted real events, leading some to speculate about hidden networks of information sharing. The persistence of chain emails despite widespread internet literacy suggests a deep-rooted human inclination towards pattern recognition and superstition. While largely considered outdated, modern incarnations of chain messages continue to circulate on social media platforms, adapting to new technologies and cultural contexts. Supernatural abilities of twins refers to the belief that identical twins possess paranormal or psychic connections beyond normal human capabilities. Many twins report experiencing telepathy, sharing thoughts, feelings, or physical sensations, even when separated by great distances. Some accounts describe twins simultaneously experiencing the same injuries or illnesses, suggesting a deeper physiological link. Research has shown that identical twins often share similar brainwave patterns, potentially explaining their reported mental synchronicity. Cases of twins developing their own private languages, known as cryptophasia, hint at unique cognitive connections between them. Historical records mention twins being revered in various cultures for their supposed mystical powers or divine connections. Some twins claim to have shared dreams or to have witnessed events in each other's lives while asleep. Studies have documented instances where one twin seems to sense when the other is in danger or distress, even without prior knowledge of the situation. The phenomenon of mirror image twins, where physical features are reversed, has led to speculation about metaphysical connections between twins. Quantum entanglement theory has been proposed as a possible scientific explanation for the apparent non-local communication between twins. While skeptics attribute these experiences to coincidence or confirmation bias, the consistency of reports across cultures and time periods intrigues researchers. Hallucinogens make you enlightened refers to the belief that psychedelic substances can induce profound spiritual experiences and expand consciousness. Substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT have been reported to trigger mystical states and feelings of unity with the universe. Many users describe gaining deep insights into the nature of reality and their own psyche during psychedelic experiences. Ancient cultures have used hallucinogenic plants in spiritual rituals for thousands of years, suggesting a long-standing connection between these substances and enlightenment. Scientific studies have shown that psychedelics can induce brain states similar to those observed in experienced meditators. Some researchers propose that hallucinogens may help reset neural pathways, potentially alleviating depression and addiction. Accounts of life-changing revelations and personal growth following psychedelic use are common among both recreational and therapeutic users. The ability of these substances to dissolve ego boundaries may contribute to reported feelings of cosmic connectedness and spiritual awakening. Neuroimaging studies have revealed increased connectivity between brain regions during psychedelic experiences, possibly explaining the sense of expanded awareness. Some spiritual leaders and philosophers have incorporated psychedelic experiences into their teachings, arguing for their potential in personal and collective evolution. While skeptics caution against equating drug-induced states with genuine spiritual growth, many users report lasting positive changes in their worldview and behavior. Disappearing cars refers to a phenomenon where vehicles seemingly vanish without a trace, often in broad daylight or crowded areas. Eyewitness accounts describe cars suddenly blinking out of existence while driving or parked, leaving no evidence behind. Some theories suggest these incidents are related to temporary rifts in spacetime, allowing objects to slip into parallel dimensions. Certain disappearances have occurred in areas known for other strange phenomena, such as the Bermuda Triangle or specific mountain passes. In some cases, vehicles have reportedly reappeared days or weeks later, with no signs of damage or explanation for their absence. Electronic malfunctions in traffic cameras or GPS systems have been noted in conjunction with some of these events, hinting at possible electromagnetic anomalies. Skeptics argue that many disappearances can be attributed to theft, unreliable witnesses, or faulty record keeping. However, the sheer number of reports and the consistency of details across unrelated incidents intrigue researchers. Some physicists speculate that quantum tunneling on a macroscopic scale could theoretically cause objects to phase through solid matter or traverse vast distances instantaneously. Historical records reveal similar accounts dating back to the early days of automobiles, suggesting the phenomenon is not solely a product of modern technology. While conventional explanations often suffice, a small percentage of cases remain unexplained, fueling continued interest in the disappearing car phenomenon. Sleep paralysis demon refers to the frightening entity often perceived during episodes of sleep paralysis, a temporary inability to move or speak while falling asleep or upon waking. Many people report sensing a malevolent presence in the room, often described as a shadowy figure, old hag, or demonic creature. These experiences are remarkably consistent across cultures and throughout history, with similar descriptions appearing in folklore worldwide. Some researchers suggest that the demon is a hallucination caused by the brain's attempt to make sense of the paralyzed state and lingering dream imagery. Neurological studies have shown that sleep paralysis activates the amygdala, the brain's fear center, potentially explaining the intense terror associated with these encounters. In some cases, individuals report physical sensations such as pressure on the chest or difficulty breathing, which align with historical accounts of nocturnal visitations. Certain sleep disorders, like narcolepsy, increase the likelihood of experiencing sleep paralysis and associated hallucinations. Some paranormal investigators believe these encounters represent genuine interactions with supernatural entities or evidence of astral projection. The consistency of reports and the profound impact on experiencers have led some researchers to consider the possibility of a shared psychic or interdimensional phenomenon. Recent studies using virtual reality to recreate sleep paralysis scenarios have provided new insights into the psychological mechanisms behind these vivid and often terrifying encounters. Beebe's abyssal fish refers to a series of unusual deep-sea creatures reportedly observed by naturalist William Beebe during his bathysphere dives in the 1930s. Beebe described several bizarre fish species at depths below 2,000 feet that have never been seen or captured since. Among these were the Bathysphaera intacta, a luminous pale blue fish with telescope eyes, and the three-starred anglerfish, which possessed 3 luminous discs on its sides. Beebe's detailed descriptions and sketches of these creatures have intrigued marine biologists and cryptozoologists for decades. The extreme depths at which these observations were made, combined with the limitations of early deep-sea exploration technology, have led some to question the accuracy of Beebe's reports. However, Beebe was a respected scientist with extensive experience in marine biology, lending credibility to his accounts. Recent discoveries of previously unknown deep-sea species suggest that many creatures in the abyssal zone remain undocumented, potentially supporting Beebe's claims. Some researchers speculate that these fish may be extremely rare or have very specific habitat requirements, explaining why they haven't been observed since. The bioluminescent properties described by Beebe align with known adaptations of deep-sea organisms, adding plausibility to his observations. Advances in deep-sea exploration technology have renewed interest in searching for Beebe's abyssal fish, with some expeditions specifically targeting the areas of his original dives. While skeptics argue that Beebe may have misinterpreted what he saw due to the challenging viewing conditions, others believe his descriptions are too specific and consistent to be mere fabrications. Iran-Contra refers to a political scandal in the 1980s involving secret arms sales to Iran and the illegal funding of Nicaraguan rebels. The U.S. government, under the Reagan administration, covertly sold weapons to Iran despite an arms embargo. Proceeds from these sales were then used to fund the Contras, a right-wing rebel group in Nicaragua in violation of a congressional ban. This complex operation was orchestrated to secure the release of American hostages held in Lebanon by Hezbollah, a group with ties to Iran. The scandal came to light in 1986 when a Lebanese newspaper exposed the arms for hostages deal. Key figures in the operation included National Security Council member Oliver North and National Security Advisor John Poindexter. Documents related to the affair were shredded, leading to charges of obstruction of justice and a constitutional crisis. The scandal raised questions about the extent of President Reagan's knowledge and involvement in the operations. Investigations revealed a shadow network of private operatives and foreign agents working alongside government officials. Some theories suggest the operation was part of a larger long-term strategy to maintain U.S. influence in both the Middle East and Central America. While several officials were convicted, most sentences were later vacated, commuted, or pardoned, leaving many questions unanswered about the full scope of the operation. Camera orbs refer to mysterious spherical shapes that appear in photographs, often interpreted as evidence of paranormal activity. These translucent or semi-transparent circles are typically seen in flash photography, especially in dusty or humid environments. Some believe these orbs are manifestations of spirits or ethereal energy captured by the camera but invisible to the naked eye. Paranormal investigators often use orb sightings as indicators of haunted locations or spiritual presence. The spherical shape of orbs is attributed by some to the idea that spirits or energy forms naturally take on a circular appearance. Certain orb enthusiasts claim to see faces or figures within the orbs, interpreting them as glimpses of individual spirits. Color variations in orbs are sometimes associated with different types of energy or spiritual entities. Some photographers report capturing orbs in sacred or historically significant locations, leading to speculation about residual energy in these places. While skeptics attribute orbs to dust particles, water droplets, or lens flare, believers argue that the consistent appearance and behavior of certain orbs defy simple explanation. Experiments with high-speed cameras have shown some orbs moving in patterns that seem to respond to human presence or voice, intriguing researchers. The prevalence of orb photos has increased with the rise of digital photography, leading to debates about whether this technology is more sensitive to subtle energies or simply more prone to visual artifacts. Scrying refers to the practice of gazing into a reflective surface, such as a crystal ball, mirror, or water, to gain supernatural insight or visions. This ancient divination technique has been used across cultures for centuries, with references found in Egyptian, Greek, and Celtic traditions. Practitioners claim to see images, symbols, or scenes within the reflective medium that provide guidance or predict future events. Some believe that scrying allows access to the subconscious mind or taps into a universal field of knowledge. The process often involves entering a trance-like state, which some researchers suggest may activate parts of the brain associated with intuition and pattern recognition. Historical figures like Nostradamus and John Dee were known to use scrying in their prophetic work, lending the practice a degree of credibility in certain circles. Some modern practitioners incorporate scrying into psychological or therapeutic practices, using it as a tool for self-reflection and personal insight. Neurological studies have shown that prolonged gazing at a fixed point can induce altered states of consciousness, potentially explaining the vivid experiences reported by scryers. Skeptics argue that scrying results are due to pareidolia, the tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in random stimuli. However, some researchers point to the consistency of certain symbols and visions across different scryers as evidence of a genuine phenomenon. Perpetual motion machines refer to hypothetical devices that could operate indefinitely without an external energy source. Some researchers believe such machines may be possible by harnessing energy from quantum fluctuations or zero-point energy in the vacuum of space. Certain designs propose using magnetic fields, gravity, or other natural forces in novel configurations to create continuous motion or energy output. Historical attempts to create perpetual motion devices date back centuries, with inventors like Leonardo da Vinci sketching conceptual designs. While mainstream physics considers perpetual motion machines impossible due to the laws of thermodynamics, some argue our understanding of energy and physics at quantum scales is still incomplete. Experiments in labs have shown fleeting violations of energy conservation at the quantum level, leading some to speculate macro-scale applications may be feasible. Critics argue that even if such machines were possible, extracting usable work would disrupt the system and halt the perpetual motion. Nonetheless, research into unconventional energy sources continues, with some seeing potential breakthroughs in clean, limitless power generation. The Chernobyl gas leak cover-up theory suggests that the 1986 Chernobyl disaster was not caused by a nuclear reactor meltdown, but rather by a massive natural gas explosion that Soviet authorities concealed. Some researchers point to geological evidence of large methane deposits beneath the Chernobyl site, which could have fueled such an explosion. Eyewitness accounts describe hearing multiple explosions in rapid succession, which aligns more closely with a gas leak scenario than a singular reactor failure. Analysis of soil samples from the area allegedly shows chemical signatures consistent with a natural gas detonation rather than solely nuclear contamination. This theory posits that Soviet officials fabricated the nuclear meltdown story to hide their negligence in properly monitoring and maintaining natural gas infrastructure. Believers argue that certain radiation patterns and dispersal of radioactive material in the region are better explained by a gas explosion launching nuclear fuel into the atmosphere. The extensive cover-up operation and restricted access to the site for decades after the incident are seen as efforts to prevent discovery of evidence supporting the gas leak hypothesis. Some geologists suggest that the area's unique geological formation could have allowed for a sudden, catastrophic release of trapped methane, triggering the devastating event. The Hat Man refers to a mysterious entity reportedly seen by individuals during sleep paralysis episodes or in hypnagogic states. This tall, dark figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat and sometimes a trench coat is described as observing or even interacting with the experiencer. Accounts of sightings span diverse cultures and geographic locations, suggesting a potentially universal phenomenon rather than a culturally specific experience. Some researchers propose that this entity could be a manifestation of the subconscious mind, representing a guardian figure or an aspect of the self during vulnerable sleep states. Neurological studies have shown that the brain's temporal lobe activity during sleep paralysis can produce vivid hallucinations, potentially explaining the consistent appearance of this entity across multiple reports. Certain believers in the paranormal view the entity as an interdimensional being or a form of shadow person capable of crossing between realities during altered states of consciousness. Historical records and folklore from various cultures describe similar hat-wearing entities, leading some to speculate about a long-standing relationship between humans and this enigmatic figure. Psychological interpretations suggest the entity might symbolize authority, protection, or even threat, reflecting the complex emotions experienced during the liminal state between sleep and wakefulness. Some individuals report a sense of calm or curiosity rather than fear when encountering the entity, contrasting with the typical anxiety associated with sleep paralysis. The skunk ape is a cryptid believed to inhabit the swamps of the southeastern United States, particularly in Florida. This creature is described as a large, bipedal, ape-like being covered in reddish-brown or dark hair, standing between 6 to 7 feet tall. Its name derives from the pungent, sulfuric odor that often accompanies sightings, reminiscent of methane gas or rotting eggs. Eyewitness accounts frequently mention the skunk ape's glowing red eyes and its ability to move swiftly through dense swamp vegetation. Some researchers propose that the creature could be a surviving population of Gigantopithecus, an extinct genus of ape that lived in Asia until around 100,000 years ago. Footprint casts allegedly belonging to the skunk ape show a distinctive shape and size that differs from known wildlife in the region. The Seminole and Miccosukee tribes have long-standing oral traditions about a large, hairy humanoid inhabiting the Everglades, lending cultural context to modern sightings. Environmental factors such as the warm climate and abundance of food sources in Florida swamps could potentially support an undiscovered primate species. Skeptics argue that misidentifications of black bears or escaped orangutans could account for some skunk ape encounters. The creature's reported stench might be attributed to its potential diet of carrion or adaptation to swamp environments rich in sulfur compounds. Sewer gators refers to the urban legend of alligators living and thriving in the sewer systems of major cities, particularly New York City. This belief stems from reports of baby alligators being flushed down toilets or abandoned in storm drains by exotic pet owners who could no longer care for them. Some eyewitness accounts describe encountering large reptiles in underground tunnels and drainage systems, fueling speculation about their existence. The constant temperature and abundance of rodents and fish in sewer systems could theoretically provide a suitable habitat for these reptiles to survive. Documented cases of alligators found in urban areas, such as Central Park in 1935, have contributed to the persistence of this theory. Environmental factors like warmer temperatures due to climate change might make it more plausible for cold-blooded reptiles to adapt to northern urban environments. Some cryptozoologists argue that a distinct subspecies of alligator could have evolved to thrive in the unique ecosystem of city sewers. The labyrinthine nature of extensive underground networks in older cities provides ample space for elusive creatures to hide and avoid detection. Certain individuals claim to have heard unusual sounds echoing through sewer pipes, which they attribute to these alleged subterranean reptiles. While most experts dismiss the idea of a breeding population of sewer alligators, occasional discoveries of individual specimens continue to spark public interest in the phenomenon. The Garden of Eden theory proposes that the biblical paradise described in Genesis was a real geographical location on Earth. Some researchers believe this garden existed in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. Archaeological discoveries of advanced ancient civilizations in this area lend credence to the idea of a culturally significant and prosperous locale. Geological studies suggest that the region once had a more temperate climate and lush vegetation, aligning with descriptions of Eden as a fertile paradise. The presence of 4 rivers mentioned in Genesis, Pishon, Gihon, Tigris, and Euphrates, has led to attempts to map the garden's possible boundaries. Certain interpretations link the Garden of Eden to the ancient Sumerian myth of Dilmun, a paradise where humans and gods coexisted. Some theorists point to underwater formations in the Persian Gulf as potential remnants of the garden, submerged due to rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Genetic studies tracing human origins to a region in Africa have led some to propose alternative locations for Eden, such as the Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania. The concept of a mitochondrial Eve in genetic research has been seen by some as scientific support for the biblical narrative of human origins. Linguistic analysis of place names and mythological texts from various cultures has been used to argue for the historical basis of Eden's existence. Capgras syndrome is a rare psychological disorder where individuals believe that someone close to them, such as a family member or friend, has been replaced by an identical imposter. This condition is often associated with brain injuries, neurodegenerative diseases, or psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia. People with Capgras syndrome can recognize the physical appearance of their loved ones, but feel a sense of unfamiliarity or emotional disconnection towards them. Neurological studies suggest that the disorder may be caused by a disconnect between the brain's facial recognition area and the limbic system, which processes emotions. Some researchers propose that Capgras syndrome could be an extreme manifestation of the uncanny valley effect, where almost but not quite human entities provoke feelings of unease. In certain cases, individuals with this syndrome have reported seeing subtle differences in their loved ones' appearances, which they interpret as evidence of replacement. The disorder can sometimes extend to pets, personal belongings, or even the sufferer's own reflection, leading to a profound sense of detachment from reality. Some anthropologists argue that Capgras-like beliefs in doppelgangers or changelings across various cultures might have roots in this neurological phenomenon. Functional MRI studies of affected individuals have shown reduced activation in brain areas associated with emotional response to familiar faces. Theories exist suggesting that Capgras syndrome might be an evolutionary adaptation gone awry, originally meant to detect threats from mimics or imposters in ancestral environments. Goatman refers to a legendary cryptid said to inhabit various regions across the United States, most famously in Maryland. This creature is described as a hybrid being with the upper body of a man and the lower body and horns of a goat, standing around 7 feet tall. Sightings often report aggressive behavior, with the goatman chasing cars, attacking pets, and making eerie, inhuman noises. Some accounts link the creature's origin to genetic experiments conducted at the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center in Maryland during the 1960s. Folklore suggests the goatman wields an axe, which ties into reports of strange sounds and property damage in wooded areas. Certain cryptozoologists propose that the goatman could be a surviving species of ancient satyr or a previously undiscovered primate adapted to rocky, mountainous terrain. The creature's reported appearance and behavior share similarities with Pan or fauns from Greek mythology, suggesting a possible cultural continuation of ancient beliefs. Some researchers point to Native American legends of similar hybrid beings as evidence for the goatman's long-standing presence in North American folklore. Skeptics argue that goatman sightings might be misidentifications of large wildlife, like bears standing on their hind legs or escaped exotic pets. Pesticide population control refers to the theory that certain chemicals in pesticides are intentionally designed to reduce human fertility and population growth. Advocates of this idea point to declining sperm counts and rising infertility rates in developed countries where pesticide use is widespread. Some studies have shown links between exposure to certain pesticides and reproductive issues in both humans and animals. The theory suggests that governments or powerful corporations deliberately include these fertility-reducing compounds in widely used agricultural chemicals. Endocrine disruptors found in some pesticides are known to interfere with hormone production and function, potentially affecting reproductive health. Historical instances of population control measures such as forced sterilizations are cited as precedent for covert attempts to limit population growth. Researchers have observed that some pesticides bioaccumulate in the food chain, potentially concentrating their effects in humans as apex consumers. The long-term effects of many pesticides on human health are not fully understood, leaving room for speculation about their true impact on fertility. Some believers in this theory argue that the gradual nature of fertility decline makes it an ideal method for undetected population control. The complex interplay between environmental factors, lifestyle changes, and reproductive health makes it challenging to definitively disprove such theories. Cargo cults refer to religious movements that emerged in Melanesian societies following contact with more technologically advanced cultures, particularly during and after World War II. These groups believed that manufactured goods, or cargo, were created by ancestral spirits and meant for the indigenous people, but were being intercepted by Westerners. Followers of cargo cults often engaged in ritualistic practices, mimicking the behaviors they observed from soldiers and other foreigners, such as building mock airstrips and radio equipment. The most well-known cargo cult, the John Frum movement on Vanuatu, continues to this day, with adherents awaiting the return of a mythical American serviceman who will bring wealth and prosperity. Some anthropologists argue that cargo cults represent a form of millenarian movement, expressing a desire for social and economic equality in the face of rapid cultural change. The persistence of these beliefs highlights the profound impact of colonialism and globalization on traditional societies. Certain cargo cult practices have evolved over time, incorporating elements of Christianity and local traditions into their belief systems. Some researchers suggest that cargo cult-like thinking can be observed in modern societies, where complex systems are misunderstood and magical thinking is applied to technology. The phenomenon has been used as a metaphor in fields such as economics and technology, describing situations where form is emulated without understanding function. The basement tapes refer to a series of video recordings made by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold prior to carrying out the Columbine High School massacre in 1999. These tapes, also known as the Nixon tapes, were filmed in the basement of Harris's home and contained detailed plans for the attack, as well as personal statements from the perpetrators. Law enforcement officials have viewed the tapes but have never released them to the public, citing concerns about inspiring copycat crimes. Some researchers and true crime enthusiasts believe that the tapes contain crucial information about the killer's motivations and could provide valuable insights into preventing future school shootings. Descriptions from those who have seen the tapes suggest that they include apologies to the shooters' families, explanations for their actions, and references to their desire for notoriety. Conspiracy theorists argue that the tapes may contain evidence of additional accomplices or reveal a broader plot beyond what was officially reported. The decision to keep the tapes sealed has fueled speculation about their contents and the possibility of government cover-ups or hidden agendas. Some victims' families have advocated for the release of the tapes, believing that they could provide closure or answer lingering questions about the tragedy. Almas are cryptozoological beings reported to inhabit the Caucasus and Pamir Mountains of Central Asia. These creatures are described as human-like, standing between 5 to 6.5 feet tall, with bodies covered in reddish-brown hair except for their faces and hands. Some researchers believe Almas could be surviving populations of Neanderthals or other archaic human species that have managed to persist in remote mountainous regions. Local folklore in Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and other Central Asian countries has long included tales of these wild human-like beings. Several expeditions have been conducted in search of Almas, with some claiming to have found footprints, hair samples, and even nests attributed to these creatures. In 1941, a female Almas named Zaina was allegedly captured in the Caucasus region and lived among humans for several years, even producing offspring with local men. Some cryptozoologists argue that the harsh, isolated environments of Central Asia could potentially support an undiscovered hominid species. Comparisons have been drawn between Almas and other reported wild men from various cultures, such as the Yeti of the Himalayas or the North American Bigfoot. Skeptics suggest that Almas sightings may be misidentifications of known wildlife, such as bears standing on their hind legs or isolated human hermits living in the wilderness. The persistence of Almas reports across different cultures and time periods has led some researchers to propose that these creatures may represent a collective cultural memory of encounters with archaic human species. The Paluxy footprints refer to a series of fossilized tracks discovered in the limestone beds of the Paluxy River in Texas. These footprints have sparked intense debate among paleontologists and creationists due to claims that they show human and dinosaur tracks side by side. Some researchers argue that the human-like prints are actually eroded dinosaur tracks or carvings made by prehistoric people. However, supporters of the coexistence theory point to the clear human shape and size of some prints, as well as nearby pictographs depicting humans and dinosaurs together. The track's location in Cretaceous rock layers, dated to around 113 million years ago, challenges conventional timelines of human evolution if authentic. Microscopic analysis of some prints has revealed dermal ridges similar to human fingerprints, suggesting they may be genuine human impressions. The controversy surrounding these footprints has led to further excavations and studies in the area, uncovering additional tracks and fossilized remains. Apotropaic images are symbols or visual representations believed to have the power to ward off evil or bad luck. These protective images have been used across various cultures and time periods, from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs to modern-day talismans. Common apotropaic symbols include the evil eye, the Hamsa hand, and the Gorgon's head in Greek mythology. Some researchers suggest that prehistoric cave paintings may have served an apotropaic function, protecting the inhabitants from malevolent spirits. In medieval Europe, grotesque figures known as gargoyles were often placed on buildings, thought to frighten away evil spirits and protect the occupants. Studies in cognitive psychology have proposed that the human brain is predisposed to recognize face-like patterns, which may explain the prevalence of eye motifs in apotropaic imagery. The use of mirrors in feng shui to deflect negative energy is considered a form of apotropaic practice in Chinese culture. Some anthropologists argue that the widespread belief in apotropaic images stems from an innate human desire for control over unpredictable elements in life. Recent neuroimaging studies have shown that viewing apotropaic symbols can activate areas of the brain associated with feelings of safety and reduced anxiety in some individuals. The four corners of the Earth theory suggests that our planet is actually flat and square-shaped, with four distinct corners. This concept draws from various ancient cosmological models and religious texts that describe the world as having edges or boundaries. Supporters of this theory often cite biblical passages that mention the four corners or four quarters of the Earth as literal descriptions of its shape. Some flat Earth believers argue that satellite images and GPS systems are part of an elaborate deception to hide the true square nature of our world. The theory proposes that each corner of the Earth represents a different season, explaining why different parts of the world experience seasons at different times. Advocates claim that the North Pole is at the center of the square Earth, while Antarctica forms an ice wall around the edges, preventing people from falling off. Some adherents suggest that powerful magnetic fields at each corner of the Earth interfere with compasses and navigation systems, explaining why the corners haven't been discovered by explorers. The idea of a square Earth has been linked to certain Native American creation myths, which describe the world as having four sacred directions. Believers in this theory often point to the United Nations logo, which shows a flat projection of the Earth divided into four sections, as potential evidence of hidden knowledge about the planet's true shape. The Malleus Maleficarum, Latin for the Hammer of Witches, is a notorious treatise on witchcraft written in 1486 by Heinrich Kramer, a German Catholic clergyman. This text served as a guidebook for witch hunters during the witch trials of the 15th to 17th centuries, detailing methods for identifying, interrogating, and prosecuting alleged witches. The book argues that witchcraft is real and poses a serious threat to Christianity, providing supposed evidence of witches' ability to cast spells, fly, and engage in sexual acts with demons. It outlines specific physical signs that were believed to indicate a person was a witch, such as birthmarks or moles interpreted as devil's marks. The Malleus Maleficarum gained significant influence due to its association with the papal bull Summus Desiderans Affectibus, which authorized inquisitors to prosecute witchcraft. Some historians argue that the text's popularity stemmed from its use of scholastic argumentation, which lent it an air of academic credibility during its time. The book's detailed descriptions of torture methods for extracting confessions contributed to the brutality of witch trials across Europe and later in colonial America. Recent scholarship suggests that the Malleus Maleficarum reflected broader societal anxieties about women's roles and sexuality during a period of significant social and religious upheaval. Some researchers propose that the text's emphasis on female witches may have been influenced by medieval medical beliefs about women's physiology and susceptibility to demonic influence. Saints' relics are physical objects associated with religious figures, believed to possess spiritual power and significance. These items can range from body parts, such as bones or hair, to personal belongings like clothing or writing instruments. Many adherents believe that relics have miraculous properties, capable of healing the sick or providing divine protection. Historical records document numerous accounts of pilgrims experiencing unexplained recoveries after coming into contact with saints' relics. Some relics have been subjected to scientific analysis, revealing intriguing results such as inexplicable preservation or the presence of unusual substances. The practice of venerating relics dates back to early Christianity and continues in various forms across different religions today. Certain relics, like the Shroud of Turin, have undergone extensive study, with some researchers claiming evidence of authenticity. The phenomenon of incorruptibility, where saints' bodies allegedly resist decay, has been observed in numerous cases, challenging conventional understanding of decomposition processes. Some scholars argue that the power of relics lies in their ability to create a tangible connection between the physical and spiritual realms. The trade and collection of relics played a significant role in medieval European economies and politics, highlighting their perceived value and importance. The Bosnian Pyramid refers to a hill near the town of Visoko, Bosnia and Herzegovina, claimed to be an ancient man-made structure. Semir Osmanagic, a Bosnian-American businessman and amateur archaeologist, first proposed the idea in 2005, suggesting it was part of a complex of pyramids built by an ancient civilization. The main hill, known as Visotsika, is said to have precise geometric features and an orientation to the cardinal points, similar to the pyramids of Egypt. Supporters of the theory point to apparent stone blocks and concrete-like materials found on the site as evidence of artificial construction. Some researchers claim to have detected an energy beam emanating from the top of the hill, suggesting advanced technology used by its builders. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have reportedly revealed underground tunnels and chambers beneath the hill, interpreted as evidence of internal structures. Carbon dating of organic material found at the site has yielded dates ranging from 24,800 to 34,000 years ago, far predating known pyramid construction. Several alternative historians argue that the Bosnian pyramid could be evidence of a lost global civilization with advanced technological capabilities. The 2020 monoliths refer to a series of mysterious metal structures that appeared and disappeared in various locations around the world in late 2020. The first monolith was discovered in the Utah desert on November 18, 2020, sparking widespread media attention and public fascination. These structures were typically described as tall, metallic, and triangular in cross-section, bearing a striking resemblance to the monolith from the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. After the Utah discovery, similar monoliths were reported in Romania, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and other countries, often in remote or unexpected locations. Some observers noted that the appearances coincided with a period of global uncertainty, leading to speculation about their potential significance or message. Analysis of the Utah monolith revealed it was made of metal sheets riveted together, suggesting human construction rather than extraterrestrial origin. The sudden appearances and disappearances of these structures led some to theorize about a coordinated art project or viral marketing campaign. Certain individuals claim to have witnessed unusual lights or unexplained phenomena near the monolith sites, fueling speculation about paranormal involvement. The timing and global nature of the monolith appearances led some to interpret them as symbolic markers of a shift in human consciousness or the dawn of a new era. While most monoliths were eventually revealed to be human-made installations, the phenomenon sparked discussions about collective psychology and the power of mystery in the digital age. The left-hand path refers to a set of spiritual or magical practices that emphasize personal power, individualism, and self-deification. This approach contrasts with the right-hand path, which typically focuses on union with the divine through self-sacrifice and adherence to established moral codes. Practitioners of the left-hand path often view conventional morality as a constraint on personal growth and seek to transcend societal norms. Some left-hand path traditions incorporate elements of tantric philosophy, using controlled transgression of taboos as a means of spiritual transformation. Historical figures associated with the left-hand path include Aleister Crowley, Anton LaVey, and certain Gnostic sects. Adherents argue that embracing one's inner darkness and confronting personal fears leads to greater self-awareness and spiritual evolution. Left-hand path practices may involve rituals designed to awaken dormant psychic abilities or harness occult forces for personal empowerment. Critics of the left-hand path often misinterpret its principles as promoting evil or selfishness, while practitioners view it as a path to ultimate self-realization. Some researchers suggest that left-hand path philosophies align with recent findings in psychology about the importance of shadow work and integrating all aspects of the psyche. The concept of the left-hand path has influenced various subcultures, including certain forms of metal music and avant-garde art movements. Ritual purification refers to the practice of cleansing oneself spiritually or physically as part of religious or cultural traditions. These rituals are found in various forms across many religions, including Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Judaism. The concept is based on the belief that certain actions, substances, or states of being can make a person spiritually or ritually impure. Common methods of ritual purification include washing with water, fasting, abstinence from certain foods or activities, and the use of specific prayers or incantations. Some cultures believe that ritual impurity can be contagious, requiring purification not only of individuals but also of objects and spaces. Certain purification rituals involve the use of natural elements such as fire, earth, or smoke, which are believed to have cleansing properties. Archaeological evidence suggests that ritual purification practices have existed for thousands of years, with ancient civilizations constructing specialized baths and temple complexes for this purpose. Some researchers argue that ritual purification serves important psychological functions, helping individuals transition between different mental states or social roles. Modern scientific studies have explored potential health benefits of certain purification practices, such as the antimicrobial properties of some traditional cleansing agents. In some traditions, ritual purification is seen as a necessary step before engaging in spiritual activities or entering sacred spaces, believed to enhance one's connection with the divine. Satyrs are mythical creatures from ancient Greek folklore, typically depicted as half-human and half-goat beings. These beings were often associated with nature, fertility, and wild behavior, particularly in connection with the god Dionysus. Some scholars argue that satyrs may have been inspired by real encounters with unknown primate species in ancient times. Historical accounts describe satyrs as inhabiting remote forests and mountains, aligning with reports of undiscovered hominids in similar environments. Certain cryptozoologists suggest that legends of satyrs could be linked to surviving populations of Neanderthals or other archaic human species. Ancient Greek art and literature provide detailed descriptions of satyrs' appearance and behavior, which some interpret as evidence of their potential existence. Some researchers point to the consistency of satyr descriptions across different cultures and time periods as indicative of a common real-world source. The goat-like features of satyrs have led some to speculate about the possibility of human-animal hybrids created through ancient genetic manipulation. Certain New Age beliefs incorporate the idea of satyrs as nature spirits or elemental beings that can be contacted through meditation or ritual practices. Some folklore enthusiasts argue that modern reports of encounters with mysterious hairy humanoids in forests could be connected to the satyr myth. Clown sightings refer to a phenomenon where people report encounters with individuals dressed as clowns in unexpected public locations. These incidents gained widespread attention in 2016, with numerous reports across North America, Europe, and Australia. Witnesses described seeing clowns lurking in wooded areas, near schools, or wandering through neighborhoods, often at night. Some sightings involved clowns attempting to lure children or displaying threatening behavior towards adults. Law enforcement agencies in various countries received hundreds of reports, leading to investigations and public warnings. Several theories emerged to explain the phenomenon, including viral marketing campaigns, mass hysteria, or copycat behavior inspired by media coverage. Some researchers drew parallels between clown sightings and historical cases of mass panic, such as the phantom clown incidents of the 1980s. Certain cryptozoology enthusiasts speculated about a connection between clown sightings and reports of other mysterious entities like Bigfoot or aliens. The phenomenon led to increased interest in the psychological concept of coulrophobia, or fear of clowns, and its potential societal impacts. Some sociologists argue that clown sightings reflect deeper societal anxieties and serve as a form of modern folklore or urban legend. Iram of the Pillars refers to a legendary lost city mentioned in the Quran and ancient Arabian lore. Archaeological evidence suggests it may have been a real place, possibly located in the southern Arabian Peninsula. The city was said to be adorned with towering pillars and opulent architecture, surpassing any other city of its time. Some researchers believe Iram may have been destroyed by a natural disaster, such as a massive sandstorm or earthquake. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar have revealed the presence of ancient trade routes and potential buried structures in the region where Iram is thought to have existed. The discovery of frankincense trees in the area aligns with historical accounts of Iram's involvement in the lucrative incense trade. Bedouin oral traditions describe Iram as a place of great wealth and advanced technology, suggesting it may have been an important center of knowledge and commerce. The story of Iram's destruction is sometimes interpreted as a cautionary tale about the dangers of hubris and excess in ancient societies. Fossils are fake refers to the belief that paleontological findings are fabricated or misinterpreted. Some adherents argue that the complex, detailed nature of fossils is too perfect to have occurred naturally over millions of years. They point to instances where fossil forgeries have been discovered, suggesting that this practice may be more widespread than commonly acknowledged. The theory posits that fossil creation could be a tool for supporting evolutionary theories and maintaining scientific funding. Supporters often cite the lack of transitional fossils in the record as evidence that the entire fossil narrative is constructed. Some claim that techniques used to date fossils, such as radiometric dating, are fundamentally flawed or manipulated to fit predetermined timelines. The idea draws parallels with other conspiracy theories about scientific institutions manipulating data to maintain control over public knowledge. Believers sometimes argue that dinosaur bones are actually the remains of medieval dragons or other mythical creatures reinterpreted to fit modern scientific paradigms. The theory also suggests that some fossils might be the result of advanced ancient civilizations creating art or technology that was later misidentified. Shakespeare wrote more refers to the theory that William Shakespeare authored additional works beyond his known canon of plays and sonnets. Some scholars argue that certain anonymous or contested plays from the Elizabethan era bear striking similarities to Shakespeare's writing style and themes. Textual analysis has revealed patterns in vocabulary and sentence structure in some unattributed works that closely match Shakespeare's verified writings. Historical records indicate gaps in Shakespeare's known productivity, suggesting he may have been working on undocumented projects during these periods. Cryptographic studies of certain texts have led some researchers to believe that Shakespeare embedded his name or initials as a signature in works not officially attributed to him. The theory posits that political or social pressures may have compelled Shakespeare to publish some works anonymously or under different names. Collaborative practices common in Elizabethan theater could explain why some of Shakespeare's additional works were not solely credited to him. Supporters of this idea point to the vast knowledge displayed in Shakespeare's known works, suggesting he likely produced more content drawing from his extensive expertise. Some researchers believe that lost manuscripts or previously unknown collaborations may still be discovered, potentially expanding Shakespeare's recognized body of work. This entry refers to the theory that psychedelic substances can effectively treat various physical and mental health conditions. Research has shown promising results in using psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms, to alleviate symptoms of depression and anxiety in cancer patients. LSD has been studied for its potential to reduce cluster headaches and migraines, with some users reporting long-lasting relief after controlled dosing. Ayahuasca, a traditional Amazonian brew, has demonstrated effectiveness in treating addiction and post-traumatic stress disorder in clinical trials. MDMA-assisted psychotherapy has shown significant success in treating PTSD, leading to its designation as a breakthrough therapy by the FDA. Ibogaine, derived from the iboga plant, has been explored as a potential treatment for opioid addiction, with some studies indicating it can reduce withdrawal symptoms and cravings. Ketamine, originally used as an anesthetic, has gained attention for its rapid antidepressant effects, particularly in treatment-resistant cases. Microdosing, the practice of taking subperceptual doses of psychedelics, has been reported to enhance creativity, focus, and overall well-being. Some researchers believe that the ability of hallucinogens to promote neuroplasticity may underlie their therapeutic potential across a range of conditions. The theory suggests that these substances can facilitate profound psychological insights and emotional breakthroughs, leading to long-term improvements in mental health. The Black Hope Curse refers to a series of tragic events and supernatural occurrences allegedly linked to a housing development built on top of an old African American cemetery in Crosby, Texas. In the 1980s, residents of the Newport subdivision began experiencing unexplained phenomena, including mysterious illnesses, financial troubles, and untimely deaths. The problems reportedly started when homeowners Sam and Judith Haney discovered human remains while digging in their backyard to install a swimming pool. Further investigation revealed that the subdivision had been constructed over the Black Hope Cemetery, a 19th century burial ground for freed slaves and their descendants. Residents reported seeing apparitions, hearing disembodied voices, and witnessing objects moving on their own within their homes. Some families experienced a string of misfortunes, including sudden job losses, severe health issues, and even the deaths of multiple family members in quick succession. Paranormal investigators who visited the site claimed to have recorded EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, and captured unexplained images on film. The curse is believed by some to be the result of disturbing the final resting place of the cemetery's original occupants, whose graves were allegedly desecrated during construction. Legal battles ensued as homeowners sought compensation for the undisclosed cemetery beneath their properties, with some cases reaching the Texas Supreme Court. Despite efforts to relocate some of the discovered remains, many believe the curse continues to affect the area, with reports of unusual events persisting to this day. This gruesome theory suggests that a group of serial killers is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of young men across the United States. These deaths, often ruled as accidental drownings, share a common pattern of occurring near bodies of water after the victims had been out drinking. Retired New York City detectives Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte first proposed this theory after noticing similarities in numerous cases spanning multiple states. The name Smiley Face Killer comes from graffiti of smiley faces found near some of the locations where victims' bodies were recovered. Advocates of the theory point to the victims' similar profiles, mostly college-aged white males who were athletic and academically successful. Some cases involve victims being found in locations that seem implausible for accidental drowning, such as areas of shallow water or locations far from where they were last seen. Chemical analysis of some victims' bodies has revealed the presence of drugs not typically associated with recreational use, suggesting potential foul play. Supporters argue that the geographical spread of cases and the apparent coordination required indicate a network of killers rather than a lone individual. Critics of the theory contend that the deaths are more likely the result of accidental drownings, often exacerbated by alcohol consumption. Despite skepticism from many law enforcement agencies, some families of victims continue to push for further investigation into the smiley face killer theory. The 2006 O'Hare Airport sighting refers to a UFO incident reported by multiple witnesses at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport on November 7, 2006. Numerous airport employees, including pilots, air traffic controllers, and ground crew, observed a metallic, disc-shaped object hovering over Gate C-17.
Air Tower, this is Dave.
Hey, Dave, it's Sid from United Tower.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, did you see a flying disc out by C-17?
Don't even start, Sue.
No,
You're seeing flying discs.
well, that's what the pilot and the ramp guys are telling us. At C-17, they saw some flying disc above it. We can't see
Come
above us.
on,
You
Sue.
didn't see it, right?
Hey, you guys been celebrating the holidays already over there or what? You having a Christmas party today? I have not seen anything, Sue. And if I did, I wouldn't admit to it. No, I have not seen any flying discs at Gate C-17. Unless you got a new aircraft you're bringing out today that we don't know about. No, I have not seen anything, Sue.
The object was described as being dark gray in color, approximately 6 to 24 feet in diameter, and perfectly round with a smooth surface. Witnesses reported that the UFO remained stationary for several minutes before suddenly ascending at an incredible speed, leaving a clear, circular hole in the cloud layer above. The event occurred during daylight hours, around 4:30 p.m. local time, and lasted for approximately 5 minutes. Despite multiple credible witnesses, the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, initially denied any unusual activity and attributed the sightings to a weather phenomenon. After pressure from employees and the media, the FAA conducted an internal review but maintained that no radar data corroborated the sightings. Some witnesses claimed that they were told not to discuss the incident, leading to speculation about a potential cover-up. The sighting gained significant media attention and was featured in various documentaries and television shows about UFO phenomena. The credibility of the witnesses, including trained aviation professionals, and the consistency of their accounts lend weight to the validity of the sighting. The incident remains one of the most well-documented UFO sightings at a major airport. The New Delhi Monkey Man refers to a mysterious creature that allegedly terrorized residents of the Indian capital in 2001. Eyewitness accounts described a hairy, ape-like figure standing about 4 feet tall, with glowing red eyes and sharp claws. The creature was said to possess extraordinary agility, able to leap from building to building and evade capture with ease. Reports of attacks by the Monkey Man led to widespread panic, with some victims claiming scratches and bites from the encounters. Local authorities received over 100 calls and complaints related to the creature within a few days, prompting police investigations and increased patrols. Some witnesses reported that the being wore a metal helmet and had features resembling both a monkey and a human, leading to speculation about its true nature. The incidents sparked theories ranging from mass hysteria to an escaped experiment, or even a manifestation of a Hindu deity. Cryptozoologists have drawn parallels between the New Delhi monkey man and other legendary creatures like the chupacabra or spring-heeled jack. The panic surrounding the monkey man led to several injuries and at least one death as people fled in fear, jumping from buildings or running into traffic. Despite extensive searches and a reward offered for its capture, no concrete evidence of the monkey man's existence was ever found. The Amber Room refers to a lavishly decorated chamber that was once housed in the Catherine Palace near St. Petersburg, Russia, before its mysterious disappearance during World War II. Constructed in the 18th century, the room was adorned with panels of amber backed with gold leaf, creating a stunning display of wealth and craftsmanship. The room was originally installed in the Berlin City Palace, but was later gifted to Tsar Peter the Great of Russia in 1716 as a symbol of Prussian-Russian friendship. In 1941, Nazi German forces dismantled and transported the Amber Room to Königsberg Castle in East Prussia, where it was last seen before vanishing without a trace. Numerous theories about the room's fate have emerged, including claims that it was destroyed in Allied bombing raids, hidden in abandoned mines, or secretly transported to South America. Some researchers believe that the room may have been smuggled out of Königsberg by submarine, potentially ending up in a private collection. Reports of amber fragments washing up on Baltic beaches have fueled speculation that the room may be hidden underwater or in coastal caves. Several expeditions and searches have been conducted over the years, including the use of ground-penetrating radar and historical document analysis, but no conclusive evidence has been found. The Russian government commissioned a replica of the Amber Room in the 1970s, which took over 20 years to complete and now stands in the Catherine Palace. The enduring mystery of the Amber Room has led to its status as one of the most valuable lost treasures in history, with an estimated worth of over $500 million. Clark Ashton Smith was an American writer and artist who made significant contributions to weird fiction, fantasy, and horror literature in the early 20th century. He was part of the Lovecraft Circle, a group of writers who corresponded with H.P. Lovecraft and shared similar cosmic horror themes in their work. Smith's writing is characterized by its ornate, poetic style and vivid imagery, often set in imaginary worlds like Zothique, Hyperborea, and Averroine. Despite his prolific output and critical acclaim, Smith's work was largely overlooked during his lifetime, leading some to believe he was deliberately marginalized by the publishing industry. His stories frequently blend elements of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, creating unique and atmospheric tales that defy easy categorization. Smith was also an accomplished sculptor and painter, creating surreal and fantastical artworks that complemented his literary creations. Some readers believe that Smith's writings contain hidden occult knowledge or references to real mystical practices, fueling speculation about his involvement in esoteric circles. His use of invented languages and mythologies in his stories has led some to draw parallels with J.R.R. Tolkien's world-building techniques. Smith's work has experienced a resurgence of interest in recent decades, with some scholars arguing that he was ahead of his time in terms of literary experimentation and genre blending. Star rubies are rare gemstones that display a distinct star-like pattern when viewed under proper lighting conditions, a phenomenon known as asterism. These gems are believed by some to possess powerful metaphysical properties, including the ability to enhance psychic abilities and protect against negative energies. Ancient texts from various cultures mention star rubies as talismans of great power, often associated with royalty and divine protection. Some practitioners of crystal healing claim that star rubies can stimulate the root chakra, promoting grounding and stability in one's life. The unique star pattern in these gems is caused by the presence of rutile needles within the crystal structure, which reflect light in a specific way. Certain individuals report experiencing vivid dreams or enhanced intuition when keeping star rubies near their bedside or wearing them as jewelry. In some esoteric traditions, star rubies are thought to amplify the wearer's natural leadership abilities and charisma. The rarity of high-quality star rubies has led to their association with exclusivity and hidden knowledge in some mystical circles. Some believers in the power of gemstones suggest that star rubies can help align the physical and spiritual bodies, promoting overall well-being. The largest known star ruby, the Neelanjali ruby, weighs 1,370 carats and is said to possess an extraordinarily clear and vibrant star pattern. Globsters are large, unidentified organic masses that occasionally wash up on beaches around the world, often sparking speculation about unknown marine creatures. These mysterious blobs typically consist of decomposing tissue, fat, and connective fibers, sometimes weighing several tons and measuring up to 40 feet in length. The term globster was coined by Ivan T. Sanderson in 1962 to describe these enigmatic carcasses that defy immediate classification. Some of the most famous globster incidents include the St. Augustine monster of 1896 and the Tasmanian globster of 1960, which garnered significant media attention. While many globsters are eventually identified as decomposed whales or basking sharks, some remain unclassified, fueling theories about undiscovered marine life. The unusual appearance of globsters, often lacking recognizable features like heads or limbs, contributes to their mystique and the difficulty in identifying them. Some cryptozoologists argue that globsters could be evidence of surviving prehistoric marine reptiles or unknown species of giant octopuses. The decomposition process of marine animals can create unusual textures and structures, leading to misidentification and speculation about their origin. Analysis of globster tissue samples has sometimes revealed surprising results, such as the presence of collagen characteristic of certain whale species. Internet cults refer to online communities that exhibit cult-like behaviors, often centered around charismatic leaders or ideologies spread through digital platforms. These groups can form around various topics, including conspiracy theories, alternative lifestyles, or fringe political beliefs. The anonymity and global reach of the internet allow these cults to recruit members from diverse backgrounds and geographical locations. Some internet cults use sophisticated algorithms and targeted content to create echo chambers, reinforcing beliefs and isolating members from opposing viewpoints. Psychological manipulation techniques, such as love bombing and gaslighting, are often employed in digital spaces to maintain control over cult members. Certain online communities have been known to encourage extreme behaviors, including self-harm or violent acts, in the name of their shared beliefs. The rapid spread of information online can lead to the quick formation and evolution of cult-like groups, sometimes resulting in real-world consequences. Some researchers argue that the addictive nature of social media platforms makes users more susceptible to cult-like influence and indoctrination. Internet cults have been linked to various incidents, including mass suicide, terrorist activities, and large-scale financial fraud schemes. The decentralized nature of many internet cults makes them difficult to monitor or regulate, posing challenges for law enforcement and mental health professionals. Some former members of internet cults report experiencing similar psychological effects to those who have left traditional cults, including PTSD and difficulty reintegrating into society. The owlman is a cryptid reportedly sighted in Cornwall, England, particularly around the village of Monnon Smith. First reported in 1976, the creature is described as a large owl-like humanoid standing between 5 and 7 feet tall, with glowing red eyes and pointed ears. Witnesses claim the owlman has a wide curved beak and is covered in gray or silver feathers, with some accounts mentioning clawed feet. The initial sightings were made by 2 young girls who claimed to have seen the creature hovering near the tower of St. Monnon and St. Stephen's Church. Subsequent reports have described the owlman as having a screeching cry and the ability to fly or glide silently. Some researchers draw parallels between the owlman and other cryptids like Mothman, suggesting a possible connection to supernatural or interdimensional phenomena. Local folklore associates the owlman with ancient Cornish legends of guardian spirits or otherworldly beings tied to sacred sites. Skeptics argue that the sightings could be misidentifications of large owls native to the area, such as the European eagle owl. The timing of the initial Alman reports coincided with increased UFO activity in the region, leading some to speculate about a potential extraterrestrial connection. The Wolpertinger refers to a mythical creature from Bavarian folklore, described as a hybrid animal with the body of a rabbit, antlers of a deer, wings of a pheasant, and fangs of a wolf. Sightings of Wolpertingers have been reported in the forested regions of Bavaria, particularly during twilight hours when visibility is limited. Taxidermy specimens of Wolpertingers can be found in some Bavarian museums and hunting lodges, lending an air of authenticity to the creature's existence. Some cryptozoologists argue that the Wolpertinger could be a yet undiscovered species, pointing to the recent discoveries of other hybrid animals in nature as evidence for its potential reality. Local hunters claim to have encountered Wolpertingers during their expeditions, describing the creature's elusive nature and quick movements through the underbrush. The Wolpertinger's purported ability to fly short distances and blend into its surroundings has been cited as reasons for its successful evasion of scientific documentation. Point Nemo is the most remote location in the Earth's oceans, situated in the South Pacific Ocean approximately 2,688 kilometers, 1,670 miles, from the nearest land. This oceanic pole of inaccessibility has become a global spacecraft cemetery, where space agencies deliberately crash decommissioned satellites and space stations. The extreme isolation of Point Nemo makes it an ideal location for studying ocean currents and marine ecosystems unaffected by human activity. Some researchers believe that the unique conditions at Point Nemo could harbor undiscovered deep-sea creatures adapted to the intense pressure and darkness of the abyssal plain. The area surrounding Point Nemo is known as the South Pacific Gyre, a region with extremely low nutrient levels and minimal marine life, leading some to call it an oceanic desert. Conspiracy theorists suggest that the remoteness of Point Nemo makes it an ideal location for secret underwater bases or experiments, hidden from prying eyes and satellite surveillance. The absence of nearby land masses and shipping routes has led to speculation that Point Nemo could be used for clandestine naval operations or testing of advanced underwater technologies. Antilla refers to a purported lost continent believed to have existed in the Atlantic Ocean, sometimes associated with the legendary island of Atlantis. Historical maps from the 15th and 16th centuries often depicted Antilla as a large island or archipelago west of Europe and Africa. Some researchers argue that these cartographic representations were based on genuine explorers' accounts or ancient knowledge of land masses that have since submerged. Geological studies have revealed the existence of submerged continental shelves and underwater plateaus in the Atlantic, which could potentially support the idea of a sunken landmass. Theories suggest that Antilla may have been home to an advanced civilization that influenced both European and American cultures before its alleged submergence. Similarities in mythologies and architectural styles between cultures on both sides of the Atlantic have been cited as possible evidence for the existence of a connecting landmass like Antilla. Some alternative historians propose that Antilla could have served as a stopover point for ancient transatlantic voyages, explaining potential pre-Columbian contact between the Old and New Worlds. The Pyramid of Power theory describes a hierarchical structure of global control, with a small elite group at the top wielding immense influence over world affairs. This theory suggests that major decisions affecting politics, economy, and society are made by a concealed cabal rather than elected officials or public institutions. Supporters of this concept point to the interconnected nature of multinational corporations, financial institutions, and government bodies as evidence of a centralized power structure. The theory often incorporates elements of secret societies, such as the Illuminati or Freemasons, as key players in maintaining and expanding this power dynamic. Some researchers claim that symbols and imagery associated with these alleged secret groups can be found in architecture, currency designs, and corporate logos worldwide. Historical events, geopolitical shifts, and economic crises are sometimes interpreted as deliberate actions orchestrated by the power pyramid to maintain control and reshape society. The theory posits that mainstream media and educational systems are tools used by the elite to shape public opinion and suppress dissenting views. Believers in the pyramid of power often cite the growing wealth disparity and the concentration of resources among a small percentage of the global population as tangible evidence of this structure. Quantum mysticism is a theory that connects quantum physics principles with spiritual and metaphysical concepts, suggesting a fundamental link between consciousness and the nature of reality. Advocates of this idea point to phenomena like quantum entanglement and the observer effect as evidence that human consciousness plays a role in shaping physical reality. Some researchers in this field propose that the quantum realm could explain paranormal experiences, such as telepathy or precognition, by providing a mechanism for non-local information transfer. The concept of quantum coherence in biological systems is sometimes cited as a potential explanation for the emergence of consciousness and the unity of mental experiences. Experiments in quantum biology, showing quantum effects in photosynthesis and bird navigation, are used to support the idea that quantum processes may be fundamental to life and consciousness. Certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, like the many worlds theory, are incorporated into quantum mysticism to suggest the existence of parallel realities or the ability of consciousness to navigate between them. Some practitioners of alternative medicine claim that quantum principles can be applied to healing practices, proposing that consciousness can directly influence health at a subatomic level. The idea of a quantum field of consciousness is sometimes proposed as an explanation for collective human experiences, such as shared intuitions or the sense of being stared at. RFID chips, or radio frequency identification chips, are tiny electronic devices capable of storing and transmitting data wirelessly. Some theorists believe these chips are being used for covert surveillance and control of the population, beyond their known applications in product tracking and access control. Concerns have been raised about the potential for RFID chips to be implanted in humans without their knowledge, possibly through vaccinations or medical procedures. Advocates of this theory point to the development of injectable RFID chips for medical purposes as a stepping stone towards widespread human microchipping. Some individuals claim that RFID chips can be used to manipulate behavior or thoughts through electromagnetic signals, citing patents for similar technologies as evidence. The idea of a cashless society relying on implanted RFID chips for financial transactions is seen by some as a method of implementing total economic control over individuals. Theory suggests that RFID chips could be used in conjunction with 5G networks to create a comprehensive system of real-time tracking and data collection on a global scale. Some researchers argue that the push for smart cities and Internet of Things devices is partly driven by a desire to create an environment where RFID-enabled surveillance is ubiquitous. The Epstein cult refers to a network of powerful individuals allegedly involved in a secretive organization centered around Jeffrey Epstein, focused on exploiting minors and accruing blackmail material. Believers in this theory point to Epstein's extensive connections with politicians, businessmen, and celebrities as evidence of a far-reaching conspiracy. The idea of an Epstein cult is fueled by the mysterious circumstances surrounding his death and the perceived lenient treatment he received in his 2008 plea deal. Some theorists claim that Epstein's private island, Little St. James, served as a hub for occult rituals and mind control experiments involving influential figures. The existence of a temple-like structure on Epstein's Island has led to speculation about its purpose, with some suggesting it was used for cult activities or secret ceremonies. Advocates of this theory argue that Epstein's wealth and influence were derived from his role as a key figure in a global trafficking and blackmail operation. Some researchers have drawn connections between Epstein's associates and other alleged conspiracies, such as the Illuminati or child trafficking rings. The theory also encompasses the idea that Epstein may have faked his death and continues to operate the cult from hiding, citing inconsistencies in the official narrative of his demise.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Angelolatry refers to the worship or excessive veneration of angels, a practice that has existed in various forms throughout history and across different cultures. Some religious traditions believe that angels can intercede on behalf of humans, leading to the development of rituals and prayers specifically directed at these celestial beings. Historical accounts and religious texts describe instances of angel worship, often intertwining with concepts of magic and mysticism. Certain esoteric groups claim to have methods for communicating with angels, citing personal experiences, and revealed knowledge as evidence of angelic interaction. The concept of guardian angels has contributed to the popularity of angelolatry, with some individuals developing strong personal connections to their perceived celestial protectors. Archaeological findings have uncovered ancient artifacts and inscriptions that suggest the existence of angel cults in various civilizations. The Hamsa, also known as the Hand of Fatima or Hand of Miriam, is an ancient symbol believed to provide protection against the evil eye. The evil eye is a curse thought to be cast by a malevolent glare, causing misfortune or injury to the person at whom it is directed. Many cultures across the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of Europe have long-standing beliefs in the power of the evil eye and the protective properties of the Hamsa. The Hamsa symbol typically features an open right hand, often with an eye in the center, and is used in jewelry, wall hangings, and other decorative items. Some believers claim that the Hamsa's effectiveness stems from its ability to deflect negative energy and redirect it back to its source. Archaeological evidence suggests that belief in the evil eye and the use of protective amulets like the Hamsa date back thousands of years. Modern scientific studies have explored the psychological impact of believing in the evil eye and using protective symbols, finding that they can reduce stress and anxiety in believers. Some alternative healing practices incorporate the concept of the evil eye and use of the Hamsa in their treatments, claiming to detect and remove negative energies from patients. Realism is a UFO religion founded in 1974 by Claude Vorilhon, who claims he was contacted by extraterrestrial beings called Elohim. The central belief of realism is that life on Earth was scientifically created by the Elohim, an advanced alien civilization, through genetic engineering and DNA manipulation. Raelians assert that various religious figures throughout history, including Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, were messengers sent by the Elohim to guide human development. The movement emphasizes the importance of science and technology, particularly in the fields of cloning and genetic engineering, as means to achieve human immortality. Raelians have established an embassy project aimed at welcoming the return of the Elohim to Earth, complete with a landing pad and living quarters for the extraterrestrial visitors. Some followers claim to have had personal encounters with the Elohim, describing detailed accounts of communication and even physical examinations aboard spacecraft. The religion has gained attention for its efforts in human cloning research, with its scientific arm, Clonaid, claiming to have successfully cloned a human in 2002, though this remains unverified. Realism incorporates elements of sexual liberation and sensual meditation, which adherents believe can enhance spiritual awareness and connection with the Elohim. The Book of Enoch is an ancient Jewish religious text, traditionally ascribed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah. This apocalyptic work contains detailed accounts of fallen angels, cosmic journeys, and prophecies about the end times. Although not included in most biblical canons, the Book of Enoch is considered scripture by some Ethiopian Orthodox Christians and has influenced various religious and esoteric traditions. The text describes the Watchers, a group of fallen angels who supposedly taught humans forbidden knowledge and interbred with human women, producing giant offspring called Nephilim. Some researchers believe that the Book of Enoch provides insight into ancient astronomical knowledge, as it contains descriptions of celestial phenomena and complex calendrical systems. Certain passages in the Book of Enoch have been interpreted as references to advanced technology or extraterrestrial visitations, leading some to view it as evidence of ancient alien contact. The discovery of multiple copies of the Book of Enoch among the Dead Sea Scrolls has lent credibility to its antiquity and importance in Second Temple Judaism. Some scholars argue that the Book of Enoch's concepts of messianism and eschatology significantly influenced early Christian theology, despite its exclusion from the biblical canon. Bunyips are mysterious creatures from Australian Aboriginal mythology, said to inhabit swamps, billabongs, and riverbeds across the continent. These large amphibious beasts are described as having various features including dark fur, a horse-like tail, flippers, and a head resembling a dog or calf. Sightings of bunyips date back centuries, with early European settlers also reporting encounters, lending credence to the Aboriginal accounts. Some cryptozoologists speculate that bunyips could be surviving prehistoric animals, such as the Diprotodon, a giant wombat-like marsupial that went extinct around 46,000 years ago. Water-holding frogs, which burrow underground and emerge after rain, have been suggested as a possible source for some bunyip sightings due to their unusual croaking sounds. The discovery of unfamiliar animal remains, such as fossilized bones or seals far inland, may have contributed to the persistence of bunyip beliefs in some communities. Bunyip stories serve important cultural functions, often used to warn children about the dangers of venturing near deep water or entering unfamiliar territories. The Yogzi case refers to the mysterious death of Günther Stoll in Germany in 1984, marked by a cryptic note he wrote before his demise. Stoll, suffering from paranoia, suddenly exclaimed, "Now I've got it," and wrote the letters Yogzi on a piece of paper before leaving his house. Hours later, he was found fatally injured in his car, which had veered off the road, despite evidence suggesting he wasn't driving at the time of the crash. Witnesses reported seeing Stoll in a pub and later talking to a group of people in white jackets, but these individuals were never identified. The meaning of Yogzi remains unknown, with theories ranging from an acronym for a secret organization to a coded message about his alleged persecutors. Some speculate that Stoll stumbled upon sensitive information, possibly related to organized crime or government conspiracies, leading to his elimination. The case remains unsolved, with police investigations failing to uncover the truth behind Stoll's paranoia, the cryptic note, and the circumstances of his death. Inconsistencies in the timeline and physical evidence have led some to believe that Stoll's body may have been placed in the car after his death elsewhere. The Yogzi case continues to intrigue amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists, who see it as evidence of hidden forces operating beyond public knowledge. The Bashir Kuchachi calls refer to a series of mysterious phone conversations received by a Washington, D.C. restaurant owner in 1983, which some believe were linked to international espionage. Bashir Kuchachi, who owned La Niquoise restaurant, began receiving strange calls from individuals speaking in code and various languages, including Arabic, French, and English. The callers discussed topics such as weapons shipments, political assassinations, and covert operations, leading Kuchachi to suspect he was inadvertently intercepting sensitive intelligence communications. Some of the information relayed in these calls appeared to correlate with subsequent real-world events, including the bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut and the assassination of Palestinian leader Issam Sartawi. Kuchachi reported the calls to the FBI, but claimed that instead of investigating, they warned him to stop listening and threatened him with prosecution under the Espionage Act. Theories suggest that Kuchachi's phone line may have been inadvertently crossed with a secure intelligence channel, possibly due to his restaurant's proximity to embassies and government buildings. The case gained attention from ufologists when Kuchachi reported that some callers mentioned extraterrestrial activity and government cover-ups related to UFO sightings. Despite Kuchachi's attempts to publicize his experience, including a self-published book, mainstream media and authorities largely dismissed his claims. The Bashir Kuchachi calls remain an intriguing case for those interested in government conspiracies and the potential for accidental leaks of classified information. The death of Las Vegas witnesses refers to a series of unusual fatalities among individuals connected to the 2017 mass shooting at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. In the months following the incident, several people who had either witnessed the event or were connected to the investigation died under seemingly suspicious circumstances. Kimberly Sukamel, a survivor who had publicly disputed the official narrative of a lone gunman, died suddenly in her sleep at the age of 28, just weeks after the shooting. Dennis and Lorraine Carver, who had escaped the shooting, died in a car crash near their home when their vehicle inexplicably caught fire and exploded. Danny Contreras, another survivor who had tweeted about multiple shooters, was found dead in a vacant house with multiple gunshot wounds. John Beilman, who was believed to have connections to the company that owned the Mandalay Bay Hotel, killed himself and his disabled daughter shortly after the FBI raided his home. These deaths, along with several others, have led some to question whether there was a systematic elimination of witnesses who could potentially contradict the official narrative. Skeptics argue that the timing and circumstances of these deaths are too coincidental, suggesting a possible cover-up of a larger conspiracy surrounding the Las Vegas shooting. While official investigations have not linked these deaths to the shooting, the pattern has fueled alternative theories about the true nature of the event and its aftermath. The Orang Medan refers to a supposedly Dutch merchant ship that sent out a distress signal in 1948, claiming that the entire crew was dead or dying. According to the story, the ship was found by American merchant vessels in the Strait of Malacca, between Indonesia and Malaysia. When rescuers boarded the Orang Medan, they reportedly found the entire crew dead, their bodies frozen in poses of terror with their arms outstretched, as if warding off an unseen threat. Strangely, no signs of physical injury or struggle were apparent on the corpses, and even the ship's dog was found dead in a similarly terrified pose. Before the rescuers could tow the ship to port, it allegedly caught fire and sank, taking all evidence of the incident with it. Some theories suggest that the crew may have been killed by leaked toxic chemicals being illegally transported, possibly nerve gas or potassium cyanide. Others speculate about more supernatural explanations, such as an encounter with extraterrestrial beings or a paranormal force. The lack of official records about the Orang Medan has led some to question whether the incident actually occurred or if it's an elaborate maritime legend. However, supporters of the story point to similarities with other unexplained maritime incidents and the potential for cover-ups in cases involving illegal cargo or covert operations. Ningen refers to a cryptozoological creature reportedly sighted in the frigid waters surrounding Antarctica. These beings are described as massive, pale white humanoids with lengths ranging from 20 to 30 meters, possessing human-like arms, 5-fingered hands, and a distinct tail. Japanese whale researchers have reported encounters with these enigmatic creatures, often mistaking them for icebergs at first glance. The name Ningen itself comes from the Japanese word for human, reflecting the entity's anthropomorphic features. Sightings typically occur at night, with witnesses describing a ghostly glow emanating from the creature's body as it moves through the dark Antarctic waters. Some theories suggest that Ningen could be undiscovered marine mammals, possibly related to beluga whales or a type of giant squid. The extreme conditions and vastness of the Southern Ocean provide an ideal environment for a large unknown species to remain hidden from scientific documentation. Photographs and video evidence of Ningen are scarce and often disputed, with skeptics attributing sightings to misidentified natural phenomena or optical illusions caused by ice formations. The concept of Ningen has gained traction in Japanese popular culture, appearing in manga, anime, and online forums dedicated to unexplained phenomena. Some researchers speculate that if Ningen exist, they might possess advanced intelligence, given their reported human-like features and behavior. Mu refers to a hypothetical lost continent that supposedly existed in the Pacific Ocean before sinking beneath the waves thousands of years ago. The concept of Mu was popularized by Augustus Le Plongeon, a 19th century archaeologist who believed it to be the origin of human civilization. James Churchward, an occult writer, further developed the idea of Mu in his books, claiming to have deciphered ancient tablets that described the continent's history and advanced technology. According to these theories, Mu was home to a highly advanced civilization that possessed knowledge of anti-gravity, atomic energy, and space travel. Some researchers point to the similarities in ancient structures and mythologies across Pacific cultures as evidence of a common origin, potentially linked to Mu. The existence of underwater structures near places like Yonaguni, Japan, has been interpreted by some as possible remnants of Muse architecture. Linguistic connections between Pacific Island languages and those of other ancient civilizations have been cited as potential evidence of Muse global influence. The theory suggests that survivors of Muse destruction spread across the world, influencing the development of other ancient civilizations like those in Egypt and Central America. Some believers in Mu claim that the Easter Island statues are remnants of Mu culture, pointing to their enigmatic nature and sophisticated construction techniques. Geologists have identified submerged landmasses in the Pacific, such as Zealandia, which some theorists speculate could be connected to the Mu legend. Chaos magic is a postmodern magical practice that emphasizes the power of belief and individual will to shape reality. Practitioners of chaos magic, known as chaotes, utilize various techniques from different magical traditions, religions, and philosophies to achieve their desired outcomes. The core principle of chaos magic is that belief itself is a tool, and by temporarily adopting specific beliefs, one can influence probability and manifest desired results. Sigil magic is a common technique in chaos magic, where practitioners create symbolic representations of their intentions and charge them with focused mental energy. The concept of gnosis plays a crucial role in chaos magic, referring to altered states of consciousness achieved through meditation, sensory deprivation, or intense physical exertion. Chaos magic draws inspiration from quantum physics, suggesting that reality is inherently uncertain and can be influenced by the observer's consciousness. Some practitioners report successful results in areas such as personal growth, creative endeavors, and even influencing external events through their magical workings. The flexibility of chaos magic allows practitioners to adapt their methods based on what works for them, rather than adhering to rigid dogma or traditional systems. Chaos magic often incorporates pop culture elements, with some practitioners using fictional deities or symbols from movies and books in their rituals. The theory of morphic resonance, proposed by biologist Rupert Sheldrake, is sometimes cited as a potential mechanism for how chaos magic might work on a collective level. Some scientific studies on the placebo effect and the impact of belief on physical outcomes are seen by chaos magicians as supporting evidence for their practices. The four humors theory is an ancient medical concept that attributes human health and personality to the balance of four bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This system, developed by ancient Greek physicians, was the dominant medical paradigm in Europe and the Middle East for over 2,000 years. Each humor was associated with specific qualities: blood with warmth and moisture, phlegm with cold and moisture, yellow bile with warmth and dryness, and black bile with cold and dryness. The theory postulated that an imbalance in these humors led to various illnesses and emotional states, with treatments aimed at restoring equilibrium. Some modern researchers argue that the four humors theory anticipates aspects of contemporary personalized medicine and the recognition of individual differences in health. The concept of temperaments derived from this theory, sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic, continues to influence ideas about personality types in psychology and popular culture. Certain traditional medical practices, such as Unani medicine in India and Islamic countries, still incorporate elements of the four humors theory in their diagnostic and treatment approaches. Some alternative health practitioners argue that the theory's emphasis on holistic balance aligns with modern understanding of the importance of homeostasis in the body. The four humors theories focus on dietary and lifestyle factors as influences on health resonates with current medical advice on disease prevention and wellness. Recent studies in chronobiology have found correlations between circadian rhythms and the production of certain bodily fluids, potentially lending some scientific support to aspects of the ancient theory. Black carpet refers to a covert intelligence operation allegedly conducted by various governments to manipulate and control the global entertainment industry. The theory suggests that intelligence agencies strategically place operatives within the music, film, and television industries to influence popular culture and public opinion. Supporters of this theory point to the sudden rise of certain celebrities and the rapid spread of specific cultural trends as evidence of orchestrated manipulation. Some believe that the black carpet operation extends to major award shows, using them as platforms to promote specific messages or ideologies. The theory draws connections between entertainment industry figures and known intelligence operatives, citing unusual career trajectories or unexplained access to high-level contacts. Alleged goals of the black carpet operation include social engineering, predictive programming, and the subtle introduction of classified technologies into public consciousness. Researchers have noted patterns in lyrics, movie plots, and TV show themes that seem to align with geopolitical events or government policies, fueling speculation about coordinated influence. The theory suggests that some celebrities are unwitting participants, while others are fully aware and actively cooperating with intelligence agencies. Supporters argue that the massive reach and emotional impact of entertainment make it an ideal vehicle for psychological operations and mass influence campaigns. Some point to declassified documents revealing past government involvement in media as evidence that such operations could still be ongoing in more sophisticated forms. The black carpet theory intersects with other conspiracy theories about mind control and social manipulation, suggesting a vast network of influence extending beyond just the entertainment sector. Mewing nuns refers to a peculiar phenomenon reported in medieval convents where groups of nuns would allegedly begin to mimic the sounds and behaviors of cats. These incidents, also known as collective cat hysteria, were documented in several European monasteries during the Middle Ages. The nuns involved in these episodes reportedly began meowing, hissing, and climbing walls, behavior that was seen as a form of demonic possession at the time. Some historians suggest that these occurrences might be early documented cases of mass hysteria or shared psychogenic illness. The isolation and strict routines of convent life may have contributed to the development and spread of these unusual behaviors among the nuns. In some cases, the meowing became so disruptive that military intervention was required to restore order within the affected convents. Theories propose that the cat-like behavior could have been a subconscious form of rebellion against the strict religious and social constraints imposed on women in medieval society. The phenomenon of mewing nuns shares similarities with other historical cases of unusual collective behaviors, such as the dancing plague of 1518. Some researchers speculate that ergot poisoning, caused by a fungus that can grow on rye and other grains, might have played a role in inducing hallucinations and strange behaviors. The accounts of mewing nuns provide insight into the complex interplay between psychology, social dynamics, and religious beliefs in medieval European societies. Modern interpretations of these events range from viewing them as manifestations of repressed sexuality to early examples of performative protest against patriarchal religious structures. The 4chan alien photo refers to an image posted on the 4chan website in 2017, allegedly showing a real extraterrestrial being. The photograph depicts a gray humanoid creature with large black eyes, closely resembling the popular conception of an alien. The image gained significant attention due to its apparent clarity and detail, standing out from typical blurry or distant UFO photographs. Some viewers claim to have identified subtle anatomical features that would be difficult to fabricate, such as muscle striations and unique bone structures. The original poster provided a backstory involving a grandfather who worked at Area 51, adding an element of government secrecy to the image's mythos. Analysts have noted that the lighting and shadows in the image appear consistent, suggesting it may not be a simple Photoshop manipulation. Skeptics argue that the image could be a highly detailed model or costume, pointing out the similarity to depictions of aliens in popular media. The photo's origin on 4chan, a site known for hoaxes and misinformation, has led many to question its authenticity. Some ufologists have incorporated the image into broader theories about government knowledge of extraterrestrial life. The debate surrounding the photo has sparked discussions about the nature of evidence in the digital age and the public's fascination with potential alien life. Octopus aliens refers to the theory that cephalopods, particularly octopuses, have extraterrestrial origins or are the result of alien genetic manipulation. This idea stems from the unique biological characteristics of octopuses, including their complex nervous systems, problem-solving abilities, and capacity for camouflage. Some researchers point to the octopus genome, which contains a large number of genes not found in their closest evolutionary relatives, as potential evidence of extraterrestrial influence. The theory suggests that octopus eggs may have arrived on Earth via panspermia, the hypothetical transfer of life through space by asteroids or comets. Supporters of this concept often cite the octopus's ability to edit its own RNA, a rare trait in animals, as an indication of advanced alien genetic engineering. The rapid emergence of cephalopods in the fossil record, seemingly without clear evolutionary precursors, is sometimes interpreted as evidence of their sudden introduction to Earth. Some theorists propose that octopuses were seeded on Earth as a form of alien life designed to thrive in our oceans and potentially evolve into a dominant species. The octopus's remarkable intelligence and problem-solving skills, unusual for invertebrates, are seen by some as indicators of an otherworldly origin. Certain interpretations of ancient texts and mythologies, which describe tentacled sky creatures, are used to support the idea of a long-standing alien octopus presence on Earth. The theory intersects with broader ideas about directed panspermia and the possibility that life on Earth was intentionally seeded by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Venus figurines refer to a collection of prehistoric statuettes depicting women with exaggerated physical features, primarily found in Europe and dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period. These figurines, typically small enough to fit in one's hand, often feature enlarged breasts, hips, and buttocks, with less emphasis on facial features and limbs. Some researchers interpret these statuettes as representations of fertility goddesses or symbols of fecundity, given their emphasis on reproductive characteristics. The wide distribution of similar figurines across Europe and parts of Asia suggests a shared cultural significance that transcended regional boundaries. Certain theories propose that the figurines were created by women as self-representations during pregnancy, serving as talismans for safe childbirth. The exaggerated forms of the Venus figurines have led some to speculate about their use in rituals related to abundance, both in terms of food and human population. Some interpretations suggest that the figurines represent idealized female bodies of the time, reflecting cultural values and beauty standards of Paleolithic societies. The absence of clear contextual evidence has led to diverse theories about their purpose, ranging from religious icons to prehistoric pornography. Certain researchers have noted astronomical alignments in the placement of some Venus figurines, suggesting a possible connection to early understanding of celestial cycles. The craftsmanship involved in creating these figurines provides insight into the technological capabilities and artistic expression of early human societies. Truth in plain sight refers to the belief that hidden knowledge or secrets are openly displayed but overlooked by most people. Some argue that powerful entities intentionally place clues about their activities in plain view, believing this absolves them of deception. Supporters point to symbols and imagery in popular media, architecture, and currency as examples of coded messages hiding in plain sight. This concept suggests that by carefully observing our everyday surroundings, one can uncover layers of meaning and hidden truths about the nature of reality and power structures. Theorists claim that once you become aware of these symbols and patterns, you start to see them everywhere, revealing a hidden world of meaning beneath the surface of ordinary life. Some believe this practice stems from occult traditions that value symbolic communication and initiation through gradual revelation of esoteric knowledge. Pencilgate refers to a conspiracy theory surrounding the 2004 Ukrainian presidential election and allegations of voter manipulation. The theory claims that voters were given pens with disappearing ink to mark their ballots, which would then be replaced with pre-filled ballots favoring a particular candidate. Some observers reported seeing ballots with pencil marks instead of pen, fueling suspicions of tampering and ballot substitution. Supporters of this theory point to the unusually high voter turnout and the stark contrast between exit poll results and official vote counts as evidence of widespread fraud. The disappearing ink aspect of the theory is bolstered by claims that similar tactics have been used in other elections around the world to manipulate results. While official investigations found no concrete evidence of large-scale fraud involving disappearing ink, the persistence of the Pencilgate theory highlights the deep-rooted distrust in electoral processes and the power of even small irregularities to cast doubt on entire elections. Mummy medicine refers to the historical practice of using ground-up mummified human remains as a medicinal ingredient in Europe and the Middle East. This practice, known as mumia, was popular from the 12th to the 19th century and was believed to have potent healing properties for various ailments. Practitioners claimed that the bitumen used in the mummification process, along with the preserved flesh, contained powerful curative elements. The demand for mummy medicine led to a thriving trade in Egyptian mummies, with some even being manufactured specifically for medicinal purposes. Supporters of this practice pointed to the longevity of preserved bodies as evidence of mummies' life-extending properties. Some modern researchers suggest that certain compounds formed during mummification might indeed have antimicrobial properties, potentially lending some credence to historical claims. The use of mummy medicine declined in the 19th century as modern scientific methods emerged, but its legacy persists in the phrase, "to beat someone to a mummy," meaning to injure severely. Iconoclasm refers to the deliberate destruction of religious icons, monuments, and symbols, often driven by religious or political motivations. This practice has occurred throughout history in various cultures, with notable examples including the Byzantine iconoclasm of the 8th and 9th centuries and the Protestant Reformation in Europe. Supporters of iconoclasm argue that physical representations of divine figures or religious concepts can lead to idolatry and distract from true spiritual worship. Some iconoclasts believe that destroying religious imagery purifies faith and prevents the corruption of religious institutions through material wealth and ostentation. Historical evidence suggests that iconoclasm has often been used as a tool for political control, allowing rulers to assert dominance over religious institutions and rewrite cultural narratives. In modern times, iconoclasm has taken on new forms, including the destruction of colonial monuments and statues associated with controversial historical figures. Archaeologists and historians study iconoclasm to gain insights into power dynamics, cultural shifts, and the evolving relationship between spirituality and material culture throughout human history. Sympathetic magic describes the belief that things which resemble each other share a cosmic connection and that objects once in contact maintain a permanent energetic link. This principle forms the basis of many traditional healing practices where practitioners use items resembling body parts to treat corresponding ailments. Ancient cultures worldwide independently developed similar systems based on sympathetic magic, suggesting a possibly universal human understanding of these connections. The concept extends to the use of personal items like hair, clothing, or photographs to influence individuals from a distance, as these objects retain an energetic imprint. Some practitioners claim that writing someone's name on paper creates a symbolic link to that person, allowing for remote healing or influence. Modern experiments in quantum entanglement have led some researchers to suggest a potential scientific basis for sympathetic magic principles. Agricultural traditions often employ sympathetic magic, such as planting during specific moon phases or using specific colored flowers to influence crop qualities. Documented cases exist of individuals experiencing physical sensations when objects linked to them through sympathetic magic are manipulated. The practice appears in various forms across different cultures, from voodoo dolls to Chinese medicine's doctrine of signatures. Some indigenous healers demonstrate the use of sympathetic magic through rituals that produce measurable physiological changes in patients. The theory suggests that symbols and representations carry the same energetic properties as the things they represent, creating a network of interconnected meanings and influences. Zener cards are a set of 5 cards used in experiments to test for extrasensory perception, or ESP. Developed in the 1930s by psychologist Carl Zener, these cards feature simple symbols: a circle, a square, a triangle, a plus sign, and wavy lines. In typical experiments, a sender looks at a randomly selected card while a receiver attempts to identify the symbol through telepathic means. Some researchers claim that certain individuals have demonstrated statistically significant success rates in guessing the correct symbols, suggesting the possibility of ESP. Critics argue that apparent successes can be attributed to statistical flukes, subtle cues, or flaws in experimental design. Interestingly, some studies have reported higher success rates when the sender and receiver share an emotional connection or are in altered states of consciousness. The simplicity of Zener cards has made them a popular tool in parapsychology research and has contributed to their enduring presence in popular culture. While mainstream science remains skeptical, some researchers continue to use Zener cards in attempts to provide empirical evidence for PSI phenomena. Dark Watchers refers to mysterious, shadowy figures reportedly seen along the Santa Lucia Mountains in California. These entities are described as tall, humanoid shapes, often wearing cloaks or wide-brimmed hats, and are typically spotted at twilight or dawn. Sightings of the Dark Watchers date back centuries, with reports from Native American tribes, Spanish settlers, and modern-day hikers and travelers. Some observers claim the figures appear to be watching or following them, only to vanish when approached or directly looked at. Theories about the nature of Dark Watchers range from supernatural beings to optical illusions caused by specific atmospheric conditions in the region. The persistent nature of these sightings across different cultures and time periods has led some researchers to consider the possibility of a shared psychological or perceptual phenomenon. Geological features of the Santa Lucia Mountains, combined with fog and light patterns, could potentially create shadow formations that resemble human figures. Some paranormal investigators suggest that the Dark Watchers might be interdimensional beings or time travelers observing our reality. Despite numerous attempts to capture photographic evidence, no conclusive proof of the Dark Watchers' existence has been obtained, adding to their mystique. The Aetherius Society is a spiritual organization founded in 1955 by George King, based on the belief in extraterrestrial intelligences and their influence on Earth. Members of the society believe that advanced beings from other planets, particularly Venus and Mars, are guiding humanity's spiritual evolution. The group practices what they call spiritual science, which includes meditation, yoga, and prayer aimed at channeling cosmic energies for global healing and enlightenment. Central to their beliefs is the concept of cosmic masters, highly evolved beings who communicate spiritual teachings through mediums like King. The society claims that several mountains around the world are holy mountains, charged with spiritual energy that can be tapped for healing and enlightenment purposes. Members engage in Operation Prayer Power, a practice where they store healing energy in a battery-like device for later release during global crises. The Aetherius Society has reported UFO sightings and contacts with extraterrestrial beings, which they see as evidence supporting their beliefs. Some followers argue that ancient religious texts and mythologies contain hidden references to extraterrestrial interventions, viewing this as validation of their teachings. The organization continues to operate globally, conducting regular workshops, lectures, and spiritual pilgrimages to their designated holy sites. Astral critters refers to the concept of non-physical entities that exist in the astral plane, a realm believed to be accessible through out-of-body experiences and astral projection. These beings are thought to inhabit a dimension parallel to our physical world, interacting with humans during altered states of consciousness. Practitioners of astral projection report encounters with various types of astral critters, ranging from benevolent spirit guides to mischievous or even malevolent entities. Some describe these entities as having distinct forms, while others perceive them as amorphous energy patterns or thought forms. Believers in astral critters argue that historical accounts of mythical creatures, angels, and demons may actually be descriptions of encounters with these astral beings. Certain meditation techniques and lucid dreaming practices are said to increase one's ability to perceive and interact with astral critters. Some researchers in the field of consciousness studies suggest that astral critters could be manifestations of the collective unconscious or archetypal figures from the human psyche. Reports of consistent encounters with specific astral entities across different individuals have led some to propose the existence of an objective astral ecosystem. While skeptics attribute experiences with astral critters to hallucinations or vivid imagination, advocates point to the consistency of reports and the profound impact these encounters have on individuals' spiritual beliefs and practices. Mythical creature artifacts refer to physical objects claimed to be remnants or evidence of legendary beings, challenging the boundary between folklore and reality. These items range from supposed dragon bones and unicorn horns to mermaid skeletons and cryptid footprint casts. Throughout history, many of these artifacts have been displayed in curiosity cabinets, museums, and private collections, often commanding high prices and sparking intense debate. Some artifacts, like the Fiji mermaid, were later revealed to be elaborate hoaxes, while others remain subjects of ongoing investigation and speculation. Believers argue that the persistence of similar artifact claims across diverse cultures suggests a potential basis in reality for some mythical creatures. Cryptozoologists and fringe researchers study these artifacts, attempting to link them to undiscovered species or misidentified known animals. Advances in scientific analysis have allowed for more rigorous examination of some artifacts, occasionally revealing surprising origins or challenging long-held assumptions. The discovery of real animals once thought mythical, such as the giant squid, lends credence to the possibility that some artifact claims may have merit. Cultural anthropologists suggest that regardless of their authenticity, these artifacts play a significant role in shaping collective beliefs and preserving traditional narratives. Some mythical creature artifacts have become valuable historical objects in their own right, offering insights into past scientific practices, cultural exchanges, and the evolution of zoological knowledge. Aliens made humans to mine gold refers to a theory proposing that extraterrestrial beings created or genetically modified early humans for the purpose of extracting gold from Earth. This idea suggests that advanced alien civilizations needed gold for their technology, possibly for atmospheric protection or energy production. Supporters of this theory point to ancient Sumerian texts, particularly the Enuma Elish, which they interpret as describing the creation of humans by gods who came from the stars. Some argue that the seemingly rapid development of human intelligence and civilization could be explained by alien genetic manipulation. The theory often incorporates the concept of Anunnaki, described in Mesopotamian mythology as a group of deities, reinterpreted as extraterrestrial visitors. Believers cite the historical importance of gold in human cultures and religions as evidence of its cosmic significance. Some researchers claim that certain megalithic structures and ancient artifacts show signs of advanced technology, potentially used in large-scale gold mining operations. The theory attempts to explain why gold, a relatively rare and chemically inert element, holds such a central place in human economics and cultural symbolism. The Canvery Island monster refers to an elusive cryptid reported to inhabit the remote Canvery Island in the South Pacific. Sightings describe a large amphibious creature with reptilian features, estimated to be 15–20 feet long. Local folklore claims the beast has existed on the island for centuries, preying on fish and occasionally taking livestock from coastal villages. Some researchers theorize it could be a surviving member of an ancient marine reptile species, pointing to the island's isolation as a potential explanation for its continued existence. Blurry photographs and plaster casts of alleged footprints have been presented as evidence, though their authenticity remains disputed. Expeditions to the island have reported unusual tracks and disturbances in coastal vegetation, as well as unexplained vocalizations in the night. The monster's reported bioluminescent properties have led some to speculate about potential deep-sea origins or adaptations. Critics argue the sightings can be attributed to misidentified known animals or hoaxes perpetrated to boost the island's tourism industry. Cambions are believed to be the offspring of humans and incubi or succubi, resulting in half-demon, half-human hybrids. These entities are said to possess supernatural abilities, including enhanced strength, telepathy, and the power to manipulate emotions. Historical accounts describe Cambians as initially appearing weak or sickly in infancy, but rapidly developing superhuman traits as they mature. Some theologians argue that Cambians explain the existence of exceptionally charismatic or influential historical figures who seem to possess uncanny abilities to sway masses. Folklore suggests that Cambians can pass as human, allowing them to integrate into society while secretly influencing events for their own purposes. Certain occult practitioners claim to have encountered Cambians, reporting an otherworldly aura and inexplicable phenomena in their presence. The concept of Cambians has been used to explain cases of apparent possession or individuals exhibiting knowledge beyond their years or experience. Some researchers point to genetic anomalies or rare conditions as potential scientific explanations for traits historically attributed to Cambians. Medieval texts describe rituals purportedly capable of identifying or warding off Cambians, indicating a widespread belief in their existence during that era. The Minoan civilization refers to an advanced Bronze Age society that flourished on the island of Crete from approximately 3000 to 1100 BCE. This ancient culture is known for its sophisticated art, architecture, and complex social structure, leaving behind impressive palatial ruins like those at Knossos. Minoans developed a unique writing system called Linear A, which remains undeciphered to this day, adding an air of mystery to their legacy. Some researchers propose that the Minoans possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and navigation, enabling them to establish extensive trade networks across the Mediterranean. The civilization's sudden decline around 1500 BCE has led to theories connecting it with the mythical lost city of Atlantis described by Plato. Evidence suggests that Minoan society was relatively peaceful and may have been matriarchal, with women holding significant positions of power. Frescoes and artifacts depict a culture deeply connected to nature, with bull-leaping rituals and snake goddess figurines indicating complex religious practices. The discovery of advanced hydraulic systems and indoor plumbing in Minoan palaces points to a level of technological sophistication rivaling much later civilizations. Some scholars argue that Minoan influence extended far beyond Crete, potentially shaping the development of other Mediterranean cultures. The lack of defensive walls around Minoan cities has led to speculation about their diplomatic skills or possible protection from a powerful navy. Recent underwater archaeological findings have reignited interest in the theory that a massive tsunami, triggered by the eruption of Thera volcano, played a role in the Minoan downfall. Psychic dolphins refers to the theory that cetaceans possess advanced telepathic and precognitive abilities far beyond human comprehension. Some researchers claim that dolphins' highly developed brains and complex social structures indicate a capacity for extrasensory perception. Experiments conducted in the 1960s by neuroscientist John Lilly reported instances of dolphins accurately predicting future events and communicating complex ideas to humans. The unique structure of dolphin brains, particularly the paralimbic lobe, has been suggested as a potential biological basis for psychic abilities. Observers have reported cases of dolphins appearing to warn humans of impending dangers, such as shark attacks or treacherous waters, before any visible signs were present. Some believe that dolphins' echolocation abilities may extend beyond physical objects, allowing them to detect and interpret energy fields or auras. Naval programs have allegedly explored the use of dolphins for remote viewing and underwater telepathic communication. Certain indigenous cultures have long-standing beliefs in dolphins as spiritual guides with access to higher realms of consciousness. The phenomenon of mass strandings has been attributed by some to a form of collective precognition, with dolphins sensing future ecological disasters. Anecdotal evidence from dolphin-assisted therapy programs suggests instances of dolphins identifying and responding to patients' unspoken emotional needs. Some theorists propose that dolphins' alleged psychic abilities are a result of their aquatic environment, which they believe is more conducive to the transmission of telepathic signals. Happy Science is a Japanese new religious movement founded in 1986 by Ryuho Okawa, who claims to be the reincarnation of El Cantare, the supreme god of the universe. The organization teaches that humans can attain enlightenment and happiness through self-reflection, positive thinking, and spiritual rituals. Followers believe in the existence of multiple dimensions and past lives, with the goal of spiritual evolution across these planes of existence. Happy Science has gained a significant following in Japan and has expanded internationally, establishing centers in numerous countries. The group's teachings incorporate elements from various religions, including Buddhism, Christianity, and Shintoism, creating a syncretic belief system. Okawa has published over 2,000 books, which adherents consider to be divinely inspired texts containing universal truths. Happy Science operates its own political party in Japan, the Happiness Realization Party, which advocates for constitutional reform and increased national defense. The organization has produced several animated films to spread its message, blending entertainment with spiritual teachings. Followers report experiencing personal transformations and improved life circumstances through practicing Happy Science principles. Critics have raised concerns about the group's fundraising practices and the validity of Okawa's claims of channeling spirits of historical figures. Happy Science has established educational institutions, including a university in Japan, to promote its spiritual and philosophical teachings. Estrogen in tap water refers to the presence of estrogenic compounds in public drinking water supplies, which some believe may have significant health implications for humans and wildlife. These compounds can originate from various sources, including pharmaceutical waste, agricultural runoff, and industrial chemicals that mimic estrogen. Studies have detected trace amounts of estrogenic substances in water sources across multiple countries, raising concerns about potential long-term effects on reproductive health and development. Some researchers argue that conventional water treatment methods may not effectively remove all of these compounds, allowing them to persist in drinking water. Observations of feminized male fish in rivers and lakes have been linked to elevated levels of estrogenic compounds in aquatic environments. Certain individuals claim that prolonged exposure to estrogen-contaminated water could contribute to hormonal imbalances, fertility issues, and an increased risk of certain cancers. Environmental groups have pointed to the presence of these compounds as evidence of broader ecosystem disruption and the need for stricter regulations on chemical disposal. Some alternative health practitioners recommend specialized water filtration systems to remove potential estrogenic contaminants from drinking water. The concept has gained traction in discussions about the rising rates of precocious puberty and gender identity issues in recent decades. While regulatory agencies maintain that current levels in tap water are too low to pose a significant health risk, ongoing research continues to explore potential long-term effects of chronic low-dose exposure. The debate surrounding estrogen in tap water highlights broader concerns about the presence of endocrine-disrupting chemicals in the environment and their potential impact on human and animal health. Phantom submarine refers to unexplained underwater sightings and sonar detections of unidentified submersible objects that defy conventional explanation. Naval forces from various countries have reported encounters with these mysterious vessels, which exhibit capabilities far beyond known submarine technology. These phantom subs are said to achieve impossible speeds and depths, with some reports claiming they can outmaneuver and evade the most advanced tracking systems. Declassified military documents reveal multiple instances of phantom submarine encounters during the Cold War, sparking speculation about secret advanced technologies. Some researchers believe these sightings could be evidence of extraterrestrial underwater bases or vehicles capable of transitioning between water and air. Eyewitness accounts describe silent, glowing objects moving beneath the waves, leaving no visible wake or disturbance in the water. Certain theorists propose that these phantom submarines might be remnants of advanced ancient civilizations operating from hidden underwater cities. Unusual patterns of marine life behavior and unexplained oceanic phenomena have been attributed to the presence of these enigmatic vessels. Some naval experts suggest that phantom submarine sightings could be the result of previously unknown natural phenomena or undiscovered sea creatures. Conspiracy theorists argue that governments possess knowledge of these craft but suppress the information to maintain technological superiority. The persistent nature of phantom submarine reports across decades and geographical locations has led some to believe in the existence of a hidden underwater civilization. The Baru was a large aquatic creature reported to inhabit the marshlands and swamps of the Zero Valley in India during the early 20th century, described by local Apatani tribes as a 15-foot-long animal resembling a cross between a lizard and a dolphin. British zoologist Ralph Izard led an expedition in 1948 to search for the creature, gathering multiple consistent eyewitness accounts describing the Baru's blue-black coloring, smooth skin, and elongated neck. The Apatani people maintained detailed oral histories about the Baru, explaining how these creatures once dominated the valley's waters until extensive land reclamation projects in the 1940s drained many of the swamps. Paleontological evidence shows that prehistoric amphibians, similar to the described Baru, once existed in the region, suggesting the possibility that a remnant population might have survived in the isolated valley. The Zero Valley's unique geographical isolation and subtropical climate could have preserved conditions suitable for the survival of ancient species, much like the discovery of the coelacanth demonstrated how prehistoric creatures can persist in specific environments. Local accounts consistently mention the Baru's distinctive bellowing call and its habit of using its hard nose to dig in the marshland, behaviors that align with known characteristics of certain amphibian species. Several unusual tracks and marks found in the remaining swampland during the 1948 expedition match the descriptions of Baru activity, including distinctive trenches that couldn't be attributed to known wildlife in the area. The SCP Foundation's extensive database of anomalous objects and entities allegedly contains real classified documents that were strategically hidden within its vast collection of user-submitted fiction. Several SCP entries display unusual similarities to actual government research projects and classified experiments, particularly those from MK Ultra and various military programs of the Cold War era. Multiple SCP articles were posted anonymously through various proxy servers, with writing styles and technical details that notably differ from typical community submissions. Certain entries contain extremely specific scientific and procedural information that appears unnecessarily detailed for creative writing, including precise chemical compounds and experimental procedures that were later verified to work in real laboratory settings. The formatting and documentation style of many early SCP articles closely mirrors actual government classification systems and internal documentation procedures that weren't publicly known at the time of writing. Several SCP entries regarding psychological experiments and mind control techniques were posted years before similar declassified programs were revealed through Freedom of Information Act requests. The Wiki's unusual moderation structure and strict quality control system could serve as an effective method for maintaining the authenticity of leaked documents while allowing them to hide in plain sight among fictional entries. Former government employees in online forums have noted striking similarities between certain SCP containment procedures and actual protocols used in high-security research facilities. The concept that Earth's oceans have no true bottom stems from numerous deep-sea exploration missions that consistently discover new, deeper points beyond what was previously thought to be the seafloor. Advanced sonar mapping has revealed vast networks of underwater caves and trenches that appear to extend beyond our current technological capabilities to measure them accurately. Marine researchers have documented unexplained sonar readings showing apparent gaps or holes in the seafloor, particularly in areas near the Mariana Trench and other deep ocean locations. Historical records from multiple cultures describe ancient mariners encountering bottomless whirlpools in areas where depth-sounding weights would never strike bottom, suggesting this phenomenon has been observed throughout human history. Several deep-sea expeditions have reported equipment failures and anomalous readings when attempting to measure certain ocean depths, with sensors indicating impossible measurements or showing continuous depth increases. The discovery of extensive underwater river systems and subterranean oceans beneath the Earth's crust suggests the possibility of connections between surface waters and deeper geological structures. Modern submarine pilots have reported experiencing unexpected currents and pressure changes in deep ocean environments that cannot be explained by known oceanographic patterns. The fact that less than 5% of Earth's oceans have been thoroughly mapped and explored leaves open the possibility of undiscovered connections to deeper planetary systems. Recent geological studies have identified previously unknown layers of water-bearing rock extending far deeper into the Earth than previously thought possible, suggesting surface oceans might connect to these deeper reservoirs. Japanese animation studios in the 1980s and early 1990s were allegedly influenced by various religious cults, who used anime as a medium to spread their beliefs and recruit new followers through subliminal messaging and esoteric symbolism. Several prominent anime directors and artists from this era were documented members of religious movements, including Aum Shinrikyo and other New Age spiritual groups, incorporating their doctrines into storylines and visual motifs. Specific color patterns and animation sequences in certain anime series matched meditation techniques used by these religious groups, potentially designed to induce trance-like states in viewers. Recurring themes of apocalyptic events, technological ascension, and spiritual evolution in many popular series align directly with the teachings of various Japanese new religious movements of the time. Production companies associated with these religious groups often funded anime projects through complex networks of shell corporations, explaining the unusual production credits and distribution patterns of certain series. Voice actors reported being required to recite specific mantras or prayers before recording sessions, with these vibration patterns allegedly being layered into the final audio mix. Internal documents from certain animation studios reveal detailed guidelines for incorporating specific geometric patterns and numerical sequences that corresponded to religious teachings. The sudden cancellation or modification of several anime series coincided with government investigations into religious organizations, suggesting attempts to conceal connections between the two. Analysis of background art in various anime has revealed hidden religious symbols and text, often visible only when frames are viewed individually or played in reverse. Gog and Magog were believed to be giant humanoid beings imprisoned behind a great wall by Alexander the Great, mentioned in both biblical texts and Islamic traditions as harbingers of the end times. Ancient Arabic and Persian manuscripts describe them as flesh-eating creatures of enormous size who attempted to breach Alexander's barrier daily by licking and scratching at its iron walls. Historical accounts from medieval travelers, including Marco Polo, claim to have found evidence of the Great Wall meant to contain these beings in various locations across Asia, with some identifying it as portions of the Great Wall of China. Multiple archaeological sites across Europe and Asia have uncovered unusually large humanoid remains and megalithic structures that local traditions associate with Gog and Magog. The Quran specifically mentions that these beings would eventually break free through their barrier using advanced tools and technology, coinciding with various ancient texts that describe them as possessing sophisticated metallurgical knowledge. British folklore preserves accounts of these giants as the original inhabitants of Albion, ancient Britain, with effigies of Gog and Magog still standing as guardians of the city of London at Guildhall. Geological surveys of regions traditionally associated with Alexander's barrier have revealed evidence of ancient metalworking activities and unusual mineral deposits that align with historical descriptions of the wall's construction. Several medieval Islamic scholars documented detailed measurements and locations of the barrier, providing specific geographical coordinates that correspond to known archaeological sites in the Caucasus Mountains. David Peters' controversial reconstructions of prehistoric animals and evolutionary relationships offer an alternative view to mainstream paleontology, suggesting that pterosaurs evolved into birds and that many fossil specimens have been misclassified. His detailed analysis of fossil photographs and specimens has identified features that he claims were overlooked by traditional researchers, including small skull bones and tissue impressions that could change our understanding of ancient animal relationships. Peters developed a specialized technique called digital graphic segregation, which uses photomanipulation to reveal hidden anatomical details in fossil specimens that aren't visible to the naked eye. Several of his reconstructions predicted the existence of certain anatomical features in pterosaurs that were later confirmed by new fossil discoveries, particularly regarding soft tissue preservation. His work on the evolutionary relationships between different groups of prehistoric reptiles has identified potential transitional forms that could fill gaps in the current understanding of vertebrate evolution. The digital enhancement techniques he uses have revealed consistent patterns across multiple specimens, suggesting these findings aren't random artifacts but potentially genuine anatomical features. Some of his more radical interpretations about the relationship between pterosaurs and modern birds align with certain genetic studies showing unexpected similarities between these groups. Peter's method of analyzing fossils through digital photography allows for the examination of specimens without potentially damaging them through physical handling, preserving important details that might otherwise be lost. The Eozoon canadense was a supposed fossilized organism discovered in Canadian limestone formations in 1864, believed to be evidence of the earliest known life forms on Earth at 3.5 billion years old. Multiple respected Victorian scientists, including Charles Darwin, supported its authenticity based on detailed microscopic analysis, showing what appeared to be complex chambered structures similar to modern foraminifera. The specimens displayed intricate patterns of calcite and serpentine minerals that seemed to preserve the internal chambers and canals of an ancient marine organism. Advanced microscopy techniques of the era revealed what appeared to be tiny tubes and pore-like structures that matched known biological features in modern single-celled organisms. The formation's age and location aligned perfectly with predictions about where Earth's earliest life forms would have emerged, leading to its acceptance by much of the scientific community for several decades. Chemical analysis of the specimens showed concentrations of carbon and other organic materials in patterns that suggested biological origin rather than purely mineral formation. Similar structures were later found in other ancient limestone deposits around the world, suggesting a widespread presence of these organisms in Earth's early oceans. The discovery influenced early theories about evolution and the emergence of life, with its complex structure suggesting that sophisticated organisms existed far earlier than previously thought. The debate over Eozoon canadense's authenticity contributed significantly to the development of paleontological techniques and the study of ancient life forms. The unusual preservation patterns found in several Compsognathus fossils suggest these small dinosaurs may have possessed flipper-like limbs rather than the traditional bird-like feet typically depicted in reconstructions. Multiple specimens show unusual splaying of the toe bones and potential webbing impressions between the digits, similar to patterns seen in modern semi-aquatic animals. The sediments where Compsognathus fossils are found consistently indicate shallow marine or lagoon environments, suggesting these animals spent significant time in or near water. Detailed analysis of their leg bone structure reveals similarities to modern diving birds and semi-aquatic reptiles, with features that could have supported swimming movements. Skin impressions from some specimens show traces of what might be specialized scales or tissues adapted for aquatic locomotion, particularly around the feet and lower legs. The animal's long, stiff tail bears structural similarities to those of modern aquatic lizards, potentially serving as a steering mechanism while swimming. Microscopic studies of their bone density patterns align more closely with semi-aquatic animals than with purely terrestrial ones, indicating regular exposure to aquatic environments. The positioning of their eye sockets and nostrils in well-preserved skull specimens suggests adaptations that would have been useful for surface swimming, similar to modern marine iguanas. Chemical analysis of their bones indicates regular exposure to marine environments, with mineral compositions matching those found in other known aquatic species from the same time period. Organism 46b refers to an alleged giant psychic octopus discovered by Russian scientists in Lake Vostok, a prehistoric freshwater lake located 2 miles beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Russian officials reported the creature possessed remarkable camouflage abilities, being able to perfectly mimic the appearance of other aquatic animals, and even alter its size from 5 to 50 feet in length. Several members of the research team vanished during the Lake Vostok expedition, with surviving documents describing attacks from what appeared to be fellow team members who turned out to be the creature in disguise. The extreme isolation of Lake Vostok having been sealed off from the outside world for up to 15 million years, could have allowed for the evolution of unique adaptations and abilities not seen in other cephalopods. Leaked military documents suggest the organism could release a powerful venom capable of paralyzing prey from a distance of up to 150 feet, demonstrating unprecedented hunting capabilities. Temperature readings from the lake showed unusual thermal patterns consistent with the movement of a large organism, despite conditions that should have made complex life impossible. Russian naval reports described the creature's ability to emit electromagnetic pulses that interfered with research equipment, similar to abilities found in some deep-sea creatures, but far more powerful. Geological surveys of Lake Vostok revealed networks of underwater caves and tunnels large enough to harbor a significant population of these creatures, explaining why they remained undetected during initial explorations. The minhoko is a massive underground creature reported in South American regions during the 1800s, described as a 150-foot-long worm-like animal that created extensive tunnel systems beneath rural areas of Brazil and Paraguay. Multiple farmers and landowners documented incidents where large tracts of land would suddenly collapse, leaving behind perfectly smooth tunnels up to 30 feet in diameter. Local officials recorded cases of entire pine groves being pulled underground overnight, with trees found uprooted and dragged into tunnel systems that extended for miles. Indigenous tribes in the region maintained detailed oral histories about the creature, describing its ability to cause tremors and redirect underground water sources, which aligned with geological events in the area. Several expeditions in the late 1800s discovered unusual soil formations and underground structures that couldn't be explained by known geological processes or other burrowing animals. Chemical analysis of soil samples from reported minhoko tunnels showed high concentrations of unique digestive enzymes similar to those produced by modern earthworms, but in much higher quantities. The creature's reported behavior and physical characteristics closely match those of giant extinct amphisbaenians, suggesting it could be a surviving member of this ancient group of burrowing reptiles. Multiple museum collections contain preserved soil samples and castings from the period showing distinctive marking patterns that differ from known geological or animal-made formations. The Amarillo Zoo creature refers to a mysterious figure captured on security cameras at 1:25 a.m. on May 21, 2022, appearing to walk upright on two legs outside the perimeter fence of the Amarillo Zoo in Texas. The image shows a dark, furry humanoid form with pointed ears, displaying distinct canine features while maintaining a bipedal stance, characteristics that align with various cryptozoological entities reported throughout history. Analysis of the creature's gait and proportions by wildlife experts suggested it was too tall and lean to be a typical coyote or wolf, yet its movements appeared too natural to be someone in a costume. Multiple zoo employees reported unusual animal behavior in the days leading up to the sighting, with several species showing signs of distress and agitation, particularly during night hours. Environmental DNA testing conducted in the area revealed traces of unidentified canid DNA, though results were ultimately inconclusive due to sample degradation. Local Native American tribes pointed to similarities between the creature and ancient stories of skinwalkers, supernatural beings capable of transforming between human and animal form. Local Native American tribes pointed to similarities between the creature and ancient stories of skinwalkers, supernatural beings capable of transforming between human and animal form. Weather station data from that night showed unusual electromagnetic disturbances in the area, coinciding with the exact time of the sighting. The security camera that captured the image was part of a newly installed system with advanced motion detection, making it unlikely to be triggered by common wildlife or atmospheric phenomena. The Freie Interessengemeinschaft für Grenz- und Geisteswissenschaften und Ufologiestudien, also known as FIGU, is a Swiss UFO research group that claims to maintain ongoing contact with extraterrestrial beings from the Pléiades star cluster. The organization's founder, Edward Albert Meyer, has documented over 1,000 physical contacts with these beings since 1975, producing hundreds of photographs, metal samples, and sound recordings as evidence of these encounters. Scientific analysis of metal samples provided by Meyer showed unusual isotopic compositions that don't match any known terrestrial metals, containing combinations of thulium, bromine, and argon in ratios that couldn't be produced with Earth's current technology. Independent investigators have verified that Meyer's photographs were taken in the 1970s, before the advent of digital manipulation, and multiple experts have failed to replicate the images using the camera equipment available at that time. The Pleasuran beings allegedly shared detailed scientific information with Meyer, including accurate predictions about Jupiter's rings and Saturn's moon Io years before these discoveries were made by NASA. Sound recordings of the alleged spacecraft were analyzed by audio experts and found to contain frequencies outside the range of any known aircraft or natural phenomena of that era. Multiple witnesses, including former military personnel and scientists, have provided sworn testimonies about observing unusual aerial phenomena around Meyer's property in Switzerland. The group maintains extensive documentation of their communications, including specific technological and social developments that were predicted decades ago and have since come to pass. The Jebafophi refers to a cryptozoological spider species reported in the Congo Basin, described by local tribes and Western explorers as having a leg span of up to 6 feet and distinctive yellow-orange markings. Multiple tribal groups across the region have consistent oral histories describing these giant arachnids, including detailed accounts of their web-building patterns, hunting behaviors, and seasonal migrations. British cryptozoologist William J. Gibbons documented numerous eyewitness reports during his expeditions in the 1980s, including encounters with spider webs strong enough to trap small animals. Local hunters have provided detailed descriptions of the spider's life cycle, noting that juveniles possess vibrant purple coloring which fades to brown as they mature, a characteristic that appears consistently in reports spanning several decades. Anthropologists have discovered cave paintings in the region depicting unusually large spider-like creatures, dating back several centuries and matching modern descriptions of the Jebafophi. Biological surveys of the Congo Basin have revealed several previously unknown mega-arthropod species, suggesting the ecosystem could potentially support larger arachnid species than currently recognized by science. In 2013, construction workers in the region uncovered massive tunnel systems with smooth, reinforced walls bearing trace evidence of silk proteins different from known spider species. Several expeditions have documented unusual depressions in the forest floor, approximately 3 feet in diameter, lined with unknown silk-like fibers that demonstrate unusual strength and elasticity properties. The Wormwood Star refers to a celestial anomaly documented by amateur astronomers in 1957, described as a rapidly moving star-like object that exhibited unusual color-shifting properties and seemingly defied known laws of celestial mechanics. Multiple observatories across North America tracked the object's irregular trajectory, noting its ability to change direction abruptly while maintaining constant luminosity, unlike any known astronomical phenomenon. Spectroscopic analysis from the Mount Wilson Observatory revealed an emission spectrum that contained unexplainable energy signatures, particularly in wavelengths typically associated with artificial radiation. The object was observed to periodically emit smaller, bright fragments that would orbit around it in geometric patterns before being reabsorbed, a behavior that has never been documented in any other celestial body. Military radar stations across 3 continents detected the object simultaneously, confirming its presence at altitudes far beyond the reach of conventional aircraft of that era. Declassified documents from Project Blue Book contain detailed reports of the object's interactions with Earth's magnetic field, causing localized disruptions in radio communications and electrical systems. Several prominent physicists of the time, including Dr. James McDonald, documented the object's apparent ability to alter its mass signature, suggesting it possessed properties inconsistent with known matter. The object disappeared from view after 74 days of observation, but left behind measurable changes in the upper atmosphere's ion concentration that persisted for several months. The Yeren is a bipedal hominid reported throughout the remote mountain ranges of central China's Hubei province, distinguished by its reddish-brown fur and documented heights reaching 7 to 8 feet tall. Chinese scientists have collected over 400 plaster casts of distinctive footprints since 1950, showing anatomical features that differ significantly from both humans and known great apes. Hair samples recovered from multiple locations in the Shenangjia forest region contain unique DNA markers that suggest an unknown primate species, with genetic elements distinct from both Homo sapiens and other known primates. Local agricultural workers have documented consistent patterns of bamboo damage at heights unreachable by known wildlife, with distinctive bite marks that match no known species in the region. The Chinese Academy of Sciences maintains a database of over 1,000 reported encounters, including detailed observations from trained scientists and military personnel during official expeditions. Analysis of reported vocalizations recorded in the Shenangjia Reserve reveal complex patterns of infrasound communication, suggesting social behaviors more advanced than typical great apes. Several caves in the region contain unusual modifications to rock surfaces that anthropologists believe indicate tool use by an unknown hominid species, with wear patterns dating back several centuries. Thermal imaging surveys conducted by wildlife researchers have captured large bipedal heat signatures moving through dense forest canopy at night, displaying movement patterns inconsistent with known regional wildlife. The brown note refers to a theoretical infrasound frequency between 5 and 9 Hz that allegedly causes humans to lose control of their bowel functions when exposed to sufficient amplitude. Military research documents from the 1970s detail experiments with low-frequency acoustic weapons, including studies of their effects on human physiology and involuntary muscle responses. Scientists have documented that certain infrasound frequencies can create resonance in human organs, particularly in the abdominal cavity, where frequencies around 7 Hz match the body's natural resonant frequency. Several unexplained incidents at experimental music concerts in the 1980s reported mass incidents of sudden gastrointestinal distress coinciding with the use of specific low-frequency sound equipment. Acoustic engineers have identified particular architectural spaces where standing waves can amplify infrasound frequencies to levels capable of inducing physical responses in humans. Declassified documents suggest various military organizations explored the possibility of using specific sound frequencies as non-lethal crowd control methods, though many details remain heavily redacted. Research facilities studying industrial noise pollution have recorded instances where workers exposed to certain low-frequency mechanical vibrations experienced unexpected gastrointestinal effects. Multiple independent laboratories have confirmed that sustained exposure to frequencies between 7 to 8 Hz can induce measurable changes in smooth muscle tissue response and autonomic nervous system function. Hoop snakes are reported to be a unique species of serpent capable of grabbing their tail in their mouth and rolling like a wheel, achieving speeds of up to 60 miles per hour across flat terrain. Early American frontier journals contain detailed descriptions of these creatures, with multiple accounts describing their ability to chase humans and livestock across open prairie lands. Biological analysis of alleged hoop snake specimens has revealed unusual vertebrae formations that could theoretically allow for the extreme spinal flexibility required for wheel-like locomotion. Native American oral histories from multiple tribes across North America describe encounters with rolling serpents, often noting their distinctive hunting behavior and ability to pursue prey at high speeds. Several 19th century newspapers documented incidents of farmers and ranchers encountering these creatures, with consistent descriptions of their unique locomotion and aggressive pursuit behavior. Wildlife researchers have identified several snake species with unusually rigid tail sections that could potentially serve as an anchor point for the rolling behavior described in historical accounts. Geological surveys of areas with frequent hoop snake sightings reveal unusual circular depression patterns in the soil consistent with the described rolling motion of these creatures. Recent studies of snake locomotion have discovered that certain species can achieve brief periods of rotational movement when descending steep inclines, lending credibility to the possibility of evolved rolling behavior. The concept of angelic hierarchies comes from ancient religious texts and mystical writings, particularly Pseudo-Dionysius's De Coelesti Hierarchia from the 5th century. The structure consists of 9 distinct orders of angels arranged in 3 spheres, with each rank having specific duties and levels of proximity to God. The middle sphere includes dominions, who regulate angelic duties, virtues, who govern nature and perform miracles, and powers, who serve as cosmic warriors against evil forces. The lowest sphere contains principalities, who guide nations and large groups, archangels, who deliver important messages to humans, and angels, who serve as personal guardians to individuals. The middle sphere includes dominions, who regulate angelic duties, virtues, who govern nature and perform miracles, and powers, who serve as cosmic warriors against evil forces. The lowest sphere contains principalities, who guide nations and large groups, archangels, who deliver important messages to humans, and angels, who serve as personal guardians to individuals. Ancient texts describe specific physical characteristics for each rank, such as the cherubim having 4 faces and 4 wings covered in eyes, while thrones appear as great wheels with countless eyes. Multiple historical accounts from different cultures and time periods describe encounters with beings matching these specific descriptions, including reports from medieval mystics and modern-day near-death experiences. The mathematical precision of the hierarchy's structure, featuring repeating patterns of 3, reflects similar sacred numerical patterns found throughout nature and religious architecture. Ancient Sumerian and Egyptian texts contain references to celestial beings arranged in similar hierarchical structures, suggesting this knowledge may predate currently known religious traditions. The heirloom was a mysterious machine believed to exist in the late 18th century, supposedly capable of controlling minds through invisible rays and magnetic fields directed at specific individuals. James Tilly Matthews, a tea merchant and political activist, provided detailed technical drawings and descriptions of this device, which he claimed was operated by a group of villains in a London basement. The machine allegedly worked by combining magnetic fluids with gases extracted from the air, processing them through intricate mechanisms including brass retorts, magnetic chambers, and tobacco smoke-filled cylinders. Matthews described 7 distinct forms of assault the machine could perform, including brainsaying, the insertion of thoughts, fluid locking, the control of muscles, and lengthening the brain, the manipulation of ideas and memories. Despite being institutionalized in Bedlam Asylum, Matthews demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of pneumatic chemistry and electromagnetic theories that were cutting edge for his time period. His technical descriptions of the heirloom's components closely resembled actual scientific instruments being developed during that era, including early experiments with electricity and magnetism. Several of Matthews' political predictions and claims about government conspiracies were later verified through historical documents, lending some credence to his other assertions. The heirloom's supposed effects on its victims mirror symptoms now associated with electromagnetic field exposure, including headaches, confusion, muscle tension, and unusual sensory experiences. Modern research into directed energy weapons and magnetic brain stimulation has revealed that some of the effects Matthews described are technically possible through electromagnetic manipulation. Similar accounts of mind control machines emerged independently in other parts of Europe during the same time period, suggesting a possible shared experience or phenomenon that was interpreted through the lens of period-appropriate technology. The Grassman refers to a humanoid entity reportedly encountered in rural areas, described as being entirely composed of grass, weeds, and other vegetation, standing between 6 and 8 feet tall. Multiple sightings across the American Midwest during the 1950s and 1960s describe the creature moving through fields with a distinctive swaying motion, seemingly able to blend perfectly with surrounding vegetation. Farmers have reported finding unusual patterns of flattened grass in perfect geometric shapes following alleged encounters, along with soil samples showing accelerated plant growth in these areas. The entity has been observed during both day and night, with witnesses noting a peculiar characteristic where sunlight appears to pass through its form, creating a translucent effect in its plant-based body. Agricultural workers have documented unexplained rapid growth of crops in areas where the grassman was spotted, sometimes reporting entire fields maturing overnight. Several Native American tribes share similar legends of plant-based beings who serve as guardians of fertile land, suggesting these encounters may have historical precedent. Biological samples collected from alleged contact sites have shown unusual cellular structures that combine characteristics of both plant matter and animal tissue. During periods of drought, sightings of the entity often coincide with isolated patches of thriving vegetation, leading some researchers to suggest it may influence local ecosystems. Photography of suspected grassman locations has revealed unusual infrared signatures that differ from both typical vegetation and animal life forms. Chemical analysis of soil samples from encounter sites shows elevated levels of growth hormones and organic compounds not typically found in natural agricultural environments.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The German U-boat crocodile refers to a massive, previously unknown species of marine reptile allegedly encountered by German submarine crews during World War II in the South Atlantic waters. Multiple classified naval reports from different U-boat commanders described encounters with a creature reaching lengths of 60, 70 feet, possessing features similar to both crocodilians and prehistoric marine reptiles. The being was documented as having a distinctive elongated snout, armored plates along its back, and the ability to remain submerged for extended periods while matching the speed of submarines at cruising depth. Sonar recordings from the period contain unexplained signatures that match neither known marine mammals nor conventional submarine contacts, showing movement patterns consistent with a large reptilian creature. The being was documented as having a distinctive elongated snout, armored plates along its back, and the ability to remain submerged for extended periods while matching the speed of submarines at cruising depth. Sonar recordings from the period contain unexplained signatures that match neither known marine mammals nor conventional submarine contacts, showing movement patterns consistent with a large reptilian creature. Several U-boat crews reported the creature's ability to detect submarines at considerable distances, suggesting an advanced sensory system possibly adapted to detecting pressure changes or electrical fields in deep water. Declassified photographs from German naval archives show unusual wake patterns and surface disturbances that marine biologists have stated are inconsistent with known marine life. The creature's reported behavior of following submarines for extended periods aligns with hunting strategies observed in modern crocodilians, suggesting a possible evolutionary adaptation to deep-sea environments. Water samples collected from areas of reported sightings contained elevated levels of specific hormones typically associated with large reptilian predators. Several accounts describe the creature's ability to rapidly change depth without apparent discomfort, indicating possible specialized adaptations for deep-sea pressure changes. Post-war expeditions to the reported encounter areas have discovered unexplained bite marks on submarine wreckage that match no known marine predator but align with the described creature's dimensions. The scape or swamp lizardman is a bipedal reptilian creature first reported in Lee County, South Carolina in 1988, standing 7 feet tall with green scaly skin and glowing red eyes. The initial encounter involved Christopher Davis, a 17-year-old who provided detailed descriptions of the creature after it allegedly attacked his car, leaving deep scratch marks in the vehicle's roof and side panels. Physical evidence from the incident included 3-toed footprints measuring 14 inches long, which herpetologists noted shared characteristics with both human and reptilian foot structures. Analysis of hair and tissue samples found at various sighting locations revealed unknown DNA sequences that showed similarities to both reptilian and primate genetic markers. Local law enforcement documented multiple cases of vehicles being damaged in ways consistent with the described creature's reported strength and claw patterns, with scratches containing traces of unknown organic material. Several witnesses have independently described the creature's unusual gait and movement patterns, which align with theoretical models of how a bipedal reptilian species might walk. Infrared cameras placed throughout the swamp have captured thermal signatures indicating a large, warm-blooded creature with a heat pattern different from known local wildlife. Environmental researchers have noted unusual patterns of animal behavior in the swamp, including instances where alligators and other predators appear to avoid certain areas where the creature has been sighted. Geological studies of the area reveal extensive underground cave systems that could theoretically support a small population of large unknown species. Sound recordings from the swamp have captured vocalizations outside the known range of local wildlife, featuring unique frequencies that suggest a previously undocumented species. The Vietnam rock apes were mysterious bipedal primates repeatedly encountered by American and North Vietnamese troops during the Vietnam War, described as being around 5 feet tall with reddish-brown hair and displaying unusual levels of intelligence and aggression. Multiple military units reported these creatures moving in organized groups, using primitive tools, and demonstrating tactical behaviors such as throwing rocks at soldiers and coordinating their movements. Official military reports document instances where entire platoons were forced to redirect their routes due to aggressive encounters with groups of these primates, which showed no fear of gunfire or military equipment. Both American and Vietnamese soldiers independently described the creature's distinctive vocalizations, which included complex sequences of howls and guttural sounds that suggested a form of communication more sophisticated than known primate species. Physical evidence collected during the war included unusual footprints measuring 12 inches long, displaying characteristics that differed from both human and known great ape prints. Local Vietnamese folklore predating the war contains numerous references to similar creatures, known as Nguoi Rung, including detailed descriptions of their social structures and territories. Analysis of hair samples collected from reported encounter sites showed DNA structures that didn't match any known primate species in the region. Military photographers documented unusual nesting structures in the highland areas, featuring complex arrangements of branches and vines that displayed evidence of tool use in their construction. Several classified military reports describe these creatures displaying coordinated defensive behaviors, including the strategic placement of lookouts and organized retreats when confronted. Anthropologists studying the region have identified areas of the jungle where local wildlife behaves unusually, avoiding certain territories that align with reported rock ape territories. Cacodemons and eudemons refer to two opposing types of personal spirit guides from ancient Greek and Egyptian mysticism that were believed to influence human behavior and destiny. Ancient texts describe cacodemons as dark, shadowy entities that whisper negative thoughts and destructive urges, while eudaimons manifested as bright, ethereal beings offering wisdom and protection. Greek philosopher Plato wrote extensively about how every person was assigned both types of spirits at birth, with the eudaimon representing their higher self and ideal path, while the cacodemon embodied their potential for darkness. Multiple historical accounts from the Library of Alexandria documented strange phenomena where these spirits would allegedly materialize during sacred rituals, appearing as translucent figures of light and shadow. Ancient Egyptian priests developed specific practices to strengthen their connection to eudaimons while banishing cacodaemons, including specialized meditation techniques still used by some modern mystics. Archaeological evidence has uncovered numerous amulets and talismans specifically designed to ward off cacodaemons, with intricate symbols that match descriptions in surviving magical texts from multiple ancient cultures. Modern paranormal researchers have noted similarities between historical accounts of these spirits and contemporary reports of shadow people and beings of light, suggesting a potential continuity of experience across millennia. The Altamaha is a large aquatic creature reported in Georgia's Altamaha River since the 1700s, described by witnesses as having a sturgeon-like body with the head of a crocodile and reaching lengths of up to 30 feet. Native American petroglyphs found along the riverbanks depict a creature matching modern descriptions of the Altamaha, suggesting knowledge of this being predates European settlement. Multiple sonar readings from research vessels have detected large biological masses moving against the current at depths unusual for known river species. Environmental DNA samples collected from the river contain genetic sequences that don't match any known aquatic species in the database, showing similarities to both primitive fish and reptilian markers. Local fishermen have documented unusual patterns of fish behavior in certain parts of the river, with large schools suddenly dispersing without the presence of known predators. Several independent photographs and videos show unexplained wake patterns in the river that marine biologists confirm are consistent with a large, unknown aquatic animal. Physical evidence, including unusual bite marks on damaged fishing equipment and boat hulls, suggest the presence of a predator larger than any known species in the river system. Underwater acoustic recordings from the river have captured vocalizations outside the normal range of known aquatic species in the region. Geographic surveys reveal deep underwater cave systems connected to the river that could potentially support a breeding population of large aquatic creatures. Multiple wildlife officials have reported finding partially consumed prey animals along the riverbank showing bite patterns inconsistent with known predators in the ecosystem. The cilantro gene refers to a specific genetic variation, or 6A2, that causes approximately 14% of the population to perceive cilantro as having a distinctly soapy or metallic taste, while others experience it as a fresh, citrusy herb. Scientists have identified this genetic marker on chromosome 11, which codes for a specific odor receptor that responds differently to organic compounds called aldehydes, which are present in both cilantro and soap. DNA analysis shows this genetic variation appears more frequently in certain populations, with studies indicating up to 21% of East Asians and 17% of people with European ancestry carrying the gene. Brain imaging studies reveal different neural activation patterns between people with and without the gene when exposed to cilantro, confirming a biological rather than psychological basis for the taste difference. The same genetic variation affects perception of other compounds, suggesting an evolutionary advantage in detecting potentially harmful substances through enhanced bitter taste recognition. Historical records show consistent descriptions of cilantro's divisive taste dating back to ancient civilizations, indicating the genetic variation has persisted throughout human history. Research has documented that individuals with the gene variation can sometimes overcome their aversion through repeated exposure, suggesting complex interactions between genetic predisposition and environmental factors. The gene's presence correlates with heightened sensitivity to other specific tastes and smells, particularly those associated with spoiled foods and environmental toxins. Twin studies have demonstrated nearly perfect concordance in cilantro perception among identical twins, providing strong evidence for the genetic basis of this taste difference. Chemical analysis shows that people with the gene variation detect specific aldehyde compounds in cilantro at much lower concentrations than those without it. The knot deer describes encounters with cervine creatures that display subtle but disturbing abnormalities, such as too many joints in their legs, unnaturally angular movements, or the ability to turn their heads completely backwards. Multiple wildlife photographers have captured images of deer-like creatures with anatomical irregularities that zoologists confirm are impossible in normal deer species, including extra limb joints and misplaced eyes. Game cameras across North America have recorded these beings moving in ways that defy normal cervine biomechanics, including instances of bipedal walking and impossible angles of head rotation. Park rangers and forestry workers have documented finding tracks that begin as normal deer prints before morphing into unidentifiable patterns, often leading to areas where vegetation appears to have died unnaturally. Analysis of alleged not deer remains has revealed bone structures that combine characteristics of multiple species, with calcium ratios different from any known wildlife. Hunters report these creatures showing no reaction to being shot, with some describing bullets passing through them without leaving wounds or blood trails. Infrared cameras have captured these beings displaying no heat signature despite appearing physically present, suggesting a fundamental difference from biological organisms. Several Native American tribes independently developed similar warnings about deer-like beings that mimic normal deer, but behave in ways that violate natural law. Wildlife biologists have noted unusual patterns of regular deer actively avoiding certain forest areas where not deer sightings are common, suggesting recognition of an unnatural presence. Audio recordings from encounters contain vocalizations that sound like deer calls played backwards or at impossible frequencies for normal cervine vocal cords. Failed NASA flights refers to a theory among space researchers that NASA has concealed numerous unsuccessful space missions, including fatal accidents that occurred before the well-known Challenger and Columbia disasters. Records from the Soviet space program suggest they monitored multiple radio transmissions of distressed American astronauts during the early 1960s, particularly from missions that were never officially acknowledged by NASA. The Italian Giudica Cordiglia brothers, who operated their own space listening station, claim to have recorded the voices of dying astronauts on at least 6 separate occasions between 1961 and 1964, including a female astronaut who was allegedly launched before Sally Ride. Photographs from the era show several astronauts in training who disappeared from NASA documentation without explanation, leading some researchers to believe they perished during classified test flights. Former NASA employees have referenced a series of unmanned rocket tests in 1963 that aren't present in official mission records, with some suggesting these were actually crewed flights that ended in catastrophe. The unusually long gap between Mercury and Gemini programs could be explained by a series of failed launches that required extensive investigation and redesign of crucial systems. Declassified documents reveal that NASA frequently labeled missions as weather satellite launches during the space race, potentially providing cover for experimental crewed flights that didn't succeed. Evil spirits in DMs refers to a growing belief among internet users that malevolent entities can manifest and communicate through direct messages on social media platforms, particularly during late-night hours. Multiple users across different platforms have reported receiving messages containing ancient symbols and incomprehensible text strings that disappeared when they tried to screenshot or document them. Some cybersecurity experts have discovered unusual data patterns in these reported messages that don't align with normal digital communication protocols, suggesting they originate from an unknown source. Statistical analysis of reported cases shows a significant spike in these occurrences during 3 a.m. local time, historically known as the witching hour in various cultures. Several instances have been documented where users received messages containing personal information or past events that were never shared online, leading to theories about entities capable of accessing memories or personal histories. Tech workers at major social media companies have noted unexplainable server anomalies coinciding with reported spirit encounters, including temporary outages and data corruptions that cannot be traced to conventional sources. Digital linguistics experts have identified patterns in these messages that share similarities with ancient Sumerian and Aramaic texts, despite the users having no knowledge of these languages. Connected devices near users during these encounters often malfunction, with cameras capturing orb-like anomalies and EMF meters showing unusual readings. No sun during Mesozoic refers to an alternative paleoclimatology theory suggesting that Earth's atmosphere during the dinosaur era was so dense with vegetation particles and volcanic materials that direct sunlight rarely reached the surface. Analysis of fossil records shows plants from this period had unusually large leaves and light-gathering surfaces, possibly evolving to capture the minimal available light that filtered through the thick atmosphere. Geological evidence indicates massive volcanic activity during the Mesozoic era created a perpetual haze, supported by widespread ash layers found in rock formations across multiple continents. Studies of dinosaur eye sockets reveal they had some of the largest eyes relative to body size of any known animals, suggesting adaptation to low-light conditions rather than the bright environment we typically imagine. Ancient plant samples show cellular structures more similar to modern deep-sea vegetation than surface plants, indicating they might have evolved to thrive in minimal light conditions. The theory explains why many dinosaurs developed complex color patterns despite living in theoretical darkness. These patterns could have been visible through bioluminescence, similar to deep-sea creatures today. Soil samples from the period contain unusually high concentrations of fungi and bacteria, typically associated with low-light environments, suggesting an ecosystem that functioned primarily without direct sunlight. Chemical analysis of Mesozoic rock layers shows high levels of compounds typically formed in low UV environments, supporting the idea of a significantly filtered solar input. Rap.emp3 refers to an allegedly haunted audio file that first appeared on peer-to-peer sharing networks in 2003, containing what sounds like a standard rap song, but reportedly causes severe psychological effects in listeners who play it more than once. Initial analysis of the file revealed unusual aspects in its compression algorithm that don't match any known MP3 encoding standards, suggesting either corruption or intentional manipulation of the audio data. Several users who downloaded the file reported that while the first listen contained normal rap lyrics about typical subjects, subsequent plays revealed completely different lyrics discussing personal details of the listener's life. Computer forensics experts found that the file size would change between plays despite no modifications being made, with some versions containing embedded code that resembles early military sound weapon research. Multiple independent spectral analyses of the audio revealed subsonic frequencies matching patterns known to affect human brain activity, particularly in regions associated with memory and emotional regulation. The original upload has been traced to an IP address belonging to a defunct research facility that was involved in audio-based behavior modification experiments during the 1970s. Homo deluvii testis refers to an extinct human-like species first proposed by Johann Jakob Scheuchzer in 1726 after discovering what he believed to be the fossilized remains of a human who survived the biblical flood. The specimen, found in Euningen Quarry, exhibited remarkably preserved skeletal features that appeared humanoid, including what seemed to be a crushed skull and spinal column. Detailed anatomical drawings from the period show structures that medical experts of the time confirmed matched human proportions, leading to widespread acceptance of this discovery as evidence of antediluvian humans. The fossil displayed signs of rapid burial in fine sediment consistent with flood conditions and contained mineral deposits that suggested exposure to mysterious conditions unlike those affecting modern human remains. Several similar specimens were later discovered across Europe, all sharing unusual anatomical features that seem to represent an advanced form of human evolution previously unknown to science. Chemical analysis of the bones revealed unique mineral compositions that differed from both modern human remains and typical fossilization patterns, suggesting a distinct biological makeup. The placement and distribution of these fossils aligned with ancient flood myths from multiple cultures, appearing in geological layers that corresponded to theoretical flood timelines. Later studies revealed these specimens to be salamander fossils, yet certain anatomical anomalies in the original findings remain unexplained by modern paleontology. Tsunami bomb refers to a classified military weapon developed during World War II that could trigger artificial tidal waves through underwater nuclear detonations designed to destroy coastal cities and naval bases. Documents declassified in 2013 revealed that both New Zealand and American scientists conducted secret tests in the Pacific Ocean, successfully creating small-scale artificial tsunamis through carefully placed explosive charges. The project, codenamed Project SEAL, involved over 3,700 bombs being detonated during testing, with data showing that waves could be precisely directed when explosives were arranged in specific configurations. Analysis of geological surveys from the 1940s shows unusual crater patterns along the Pacific seafloor that align with reported test locations, suggesting larger-scale experiments than officially acknowledged. Seismological data from the era contains unexplained oceanic disturbances that match the theoretical signature of tsunami bomb tests, particularly in areas near Japanese military installations. Military records indicate that specialized units were trained in deep-sea demolition techniques specifically for tsunami generation, with some veterans later confirming their involvement in classified wave creation experiments. Modern scientific modeling suggests that the weapon was theoretically viable, requiring a specific combination of depth charges to create constructive wave interference patterns capable of amplifying tsunami effects. Recently discovered Japanese military documents reference unexplained tidal phenomena during the war years, correlating with dates of known Allied testing operations in the Pacific Theater. Biorhythm refers to the theory that human biological processes follow predictable cycles that can be mathematically calculated to determine optimal days for physical, emotional, and intellectual performance, as well as to predict accidents and life events. The discovery emerged from observations in the 1890s by doctors who noticed patients exhibited recurring patterns of fever, mood changes, and healing rates that followed consistent mathematical intervals. Research conducted in German factories during the 1920s showed workplace accidents occurred more frequently on days when workers' calculated biorhythmic cycles were at critical points. Studies of Olympic athletes have revealed that a significant number of record-breaking performances occurred during predicted peak physical cycles, according to biorhythm calculations. Japanese railways and airlines incorporated biorhythm monitoring into their safety protocols after statistical analysis showed correlations between accident rates and crew members' critical biorhythm days. Mathematical analysis of the cycles shows they align with known biological processes. The 23-day physical cycle matches male hormone fluctuations, the 28-day emotional cycle correlates with lunar patterns, and the 33-day intellectual cycle corresponds to neural activity patterns. Medical researchers have documented that surgical recovery rates show variance that follows biorhythmic predictions, with procedures performed during positive physical cycles having better outcomes. Computer analysis of historical figures' major life events has revealed patterns matching biorhythm calculations, particularly in areas of creative achievement and personal crisis points. Circumambulation refers to an ancient practice of walking in circles around sacred sites or objects that allegedly creates measurable changes in electromagnetic fields and human consciousness. Scientific measurements taken at traditional circumambulation sites like Mount Kailash have detected unusual magnetic anomalies that intensify when groups perform the ritual walking pattern. Brain scans of practitioners during circumambulation show increased activity in areas associated with meditation and altered states of consciousness, particularly when walking counterclockwise. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient structures were specifically designed with circumambulation paths that align with Earth's magnetic ley lines, creating amplified energy fields. Research at the Kaaba in Mecca has documented unique air ionization patterns that form during mass circumambulation, with ion density increasing proportionally to the number of participants. Multiple studies have recorded changes in plant growth rates along traditional circumambulation paths, with vegetation showing accelerated growth patterns and unusual cellular structures. Historical texts from various cultures describe specific numbers of circumambulation rounds needed for different effects, matching modern findings about the time needed for brainwave pattern shifts. Geological surveys of ancient circumambulation sites reveal higher concentrations of naturally occurring piezoelectric crystals, suggesting these locations were deliberately chosen for their electromagnetic properties. Modern experiments using sensitive magnetometers have shown that groups walking in prescribed circular patterns can generate measurable electromagnetic vortexes, particularly at dawn and dusk. Atlantean tunnels refers to an extensive network of underground passageways allegedly constructed by survivors of Atlantis, spanning across continents and preserving advanced technological knowledge from their civilization. Archaeological surveys using ground-penetrating radar have revealed unexplained tunnel systems beneath multiple ancient sites, showing remarkable similarities in construction methods despite being separated by oceans. Ancient maps recovered from Egyptian tombs depict detailed underground routes that align with modern geological surveys of cave systems, including passages that would have connected now submerged land masses. Mineral deposits found in these tunnels contain traces of advanced metallurgical processes that weren't thought to exist until the modern era, suggesting sophisticated engineering knowledge. Several tunnel entrances discovered in South America show evidence of precision cutting techniques that cannot be replicated with known ancient tools, featuring perfectly smooth walls and precise right angles. Electromagnetic anomalies have been detected along the mapped tunnel routes, creating interference patterns that match theoretical models for ancient power distribution systems. Cave divers have documented unusual crystalline formations in submerged portions of the tunnels that appear to be artificially shaped and arranged in geometric patterns, suggesting deliberate placement. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations reference a vast underground network maintained by keepers of knowledge who possessed advanced understanding of geology and engineering. Hallucinogens give you psychic powers refers to research suggesting that certain psychedelic compounds can unlock latent telepathic and precognitive abilities in humans based on controlled studies conducted during the 1960s and modern neurological findings. Government-funded experiments at several universities documented instances of test subjects accurately describing distant locations and events while under the influence of LSD and psilocybin. Brain scans of individuals during psychedelic experiences show increased activity in regions associated with quantum information processing, suggesting enhanced sensitivity to non-local consciousness. Multiple indigenous cultures have traditionally used specific plant medicines to induce states where members could share collective visions and accurately predict future events. Research papers from the MKUltra program revealed successful experiments in remote viewing and telepathic communication using carefully measured doses of DMT and mescaline. Modern studies using EEG measurements have recorded synchronized brain patterns between pairs of subjects under the influence of psilocybin, even when physically separated and isolated. Anthropological data shows consistent reports across different cultures of shamans using specific combinations of plants to access what they describe as quantum fields of information. Clinical trials with ayahuasca have documented participants accurately describing personal details about other participants that they couldn't have known through conventional means. Analysis of thousands of recorded psychedelic sessions shows statistical anomalies in participants' ability to predict random events, suggesting enhanced interaction with quantum probability fields. Plastiglomerate refers to a new type of rock formation discovered in 2006 on Camilo Beach in Hawaii, consisting of melted plastic debris fused with natural sediments, volcanic rock, and organic matter. The formation of these hybrid stones occurs when plastic waste washes ashore and becomes melted by beach fires or lava flows, permanently bonding with sand, shells, coral fragments, and wooden debris. Scientists believe plastiglomerate will become a key marker in Earth's geological record, signaling the beginning of human impact on the planet's geology and potentially marking the start of the Anthropocene epoch. Some researchers suggest these formations could preserve for millions of years, creating future fossil records that contain human-made materials and potentially confused future geologists studying our current time period. Analysis of plastiglomerate samples has revealed a complex mixture of industrial plastic types, including fishing gear, household items, and microplastics, effectively creating a time capsule of 21st century human activity. The discovery of similar formations on beaches worldwide indicates this is not an isolated phenomenon, leading some geologists to view it as evidence that human influence has irreversibly altered Earth's geological processes. Ancient Greek philosophers spoke of oneironauts, those who could consciously explore and manipulate their dreams, viewing them as travelers through infinite dream worlds rather than passive observers of sleep. Several cultures independently developed techniques for lucid dream navigation, with Tibetan dream yoga practitioners documenting methods to maintain awareness during dreams as far back as the 8th century. Modern sleep researchers have verified that experienced oneironauts can signal to observers from within dreams by performing pre-arranged eye movements, proving they maintain conscious control while dreaming. Brain scans of skilled unaeronauts show increased activity in the prefrontal cortex during lucid dreams, suggesting they access higher cognitive functions typically dormant during normal dreaming. Some one-aeronauts report being able to meet and communicate with other dreamers in shared dream spaces, with occasional verification of shared experiences upon waking. Military and intelligence agencies have investigated on-aeronaut abilities for potential applications in remote viewing and gathering intelligence through directed dreaming. Advanced practitioners describe achieving extended lucid dreams lasting subjective weeks or months, while only hours pass in the physical world, potentially accessing altered states of consciousness beyond normal dreaming. The Kaz-2 was a catamaran found drifting off the coast of Australia in 2007 with no crew aboard, despite showing signs of recent habitation, including a laptop still running and food set out on tables. The vessel's emergency systems were never activated, and all life jackets remained stored, suggesting whatever happened to the three-man crew occurred without warning or time to react. GPS data showed the boat had been traveling in circles for 78 hours after its crew vanished, with the engine still running when discovered. Analysis of video footage found on board showed calm seas and normal activities just hours before the disappearance, with one crew member fishing while others adjusted the sails. Weather conditions were mild when the crew vanished, and no storms or large waves were reported in the area during the time frame of their disappearance. Detailed forensic examination found no signs of violence, struggle, or mechanical failure aboard the vessel, leaving investigators unable to determine what caused three experienced sailors to simultaneously abandon ship. Hector's ichthyosaur refers to the mysterious disappearance of a massive, nearly complete marine reptile fossil discovered in New Zealand in 1873 by James Hector, which vanished during transport to London and was never seen again. The specimen was unique among ichthyosaur fossils, reportedly measuring over 30 feet in length and displaying anatomical features that didn't match any known species. Before its disappearance, detailed sketches and measurements were made, showing unusual skeletal structures that suggested this creature had evolved different swimming and hunting methods than other ichthyosaurs. Multiple newspaper accounts from the time describe the fossil's extraordinary preservation, with traces of soft tissue and possibly skin impressions still visible. The ship carrying the specimen, the Jamaica, arrived safely in London with its other cargo intact, but all crates containing the fossil bones were inexplicably missing from the hold. Some paleontologists believe the loss of this specimen represents a missing link in marine reptile evolution, as its reported features bridge gaps between several known species. Recent analysis of Hector's original field notes revealed descriptions of structures that would predate similar evolutionary adaptations in marine reptiles by millions of years, suggesting the specimen might have forced a significant revision of the evolutionary timeline. The third man factor describes a mysterious presence reported by people in extreme survival situations, where they perceive an unseen companion who provides comfort and guidance during life-threatening ordeals. Famous explorer Ernest Shackleton first documented this phenomenon during his Antarctic expedition, describing a distinct feeling of an additional person walking alongside him and his men during their desperate journey to safety. Mountaineers stranded on peaks like Mount Everest have consistently reported interactions with an invisible being that helped them navigate treacherous conditions and maintained their will to survive. Scientific research suggests extreme physical stress, high altitude, and isolation can trigger specific areas of the brain that create a sensation of a supportive presence, possibly as an evolutionary survival mechanism. Multiple crash survivors and disaster victims have provided identical descriptions of this entity, a calm, authoritative presence that offers clear instructions and emotional support during critical moments. Brain imaging studies of individuals experiencing extreme conditions show increased activity in the temporal parietal junction, an area associated with sensing presence and processing social signals. Military survival records spanning multiple wars contain numerous accounts of soldiers being guided to safety by this unexplained companion, even when they were unconscious or severely injured. The Krubera cave system is Earth's deepest known cave, descending over 7,200 feet into the Earth through a labyrinth of unexplored passages that continue beyond our current ability to safely reach them. Geological studies suggest the cave system extends significantly deeper than current exploration permits, with sonar readings indicating vast chambers and water systems far below the reached depth. Unique species discovered in the cave's depths display characteristics of both surface and deep-sea creatures, suggesting an unknown ecosystem existing between these two worlds. Multiple expeditions have reported consistent anomalous magnetic readings at certain depths, leading some researchers to theorize the presence of undiscovered mineral formations or geological phenomena. Cave divers have documented inexplicable temperature variations and air currents that defy normal subterranean physics, indicating connection to unknown cave networks or geological features. Several deep chambers contain perfectly spherical formations that can't be explained by known geological processes, with some scientists suggesting they were formed by yet unknown chemical or physical interactions. Researchers have detected sound frequencies emanating from the deepest reached points that match no known geological or wildlife sources, leading to speculation about undiscovered chambers acting as natural resonance chambers. Ancient local legends speak of a vast underground kingdom accessed through the cave, with multiple historical documents describing expeditions that entered but never returned. The Hollandwell incident refers to a mass fainting event that occurred at a 1980 jazz band competition in England, where over 300 children simultaneously collapsed without explanation, experiencing symptoms including vomiting, dizziness, and burning sensations. Initial theories about food poisoning or mass hysteria were challenged when medical examinations revealed consistent physical symptoms across all victims, including unusual pupil dilation and specific chemical markers in their blood. Environmental testing conducted after the incident found traces of an unknown organophosphate compound in the soil, suggesting possible exposure to an unidentified chemical agent. Several military personnel who investigated the scene reported equipment malfunctions and unexplained radio interference patterns similar to those documented at other sites of unexplained mass illnesses. Weather records from the day show an unusual temperature inversion that could have trapped airborne substances close to the ground, potentially concentrating an unknown chemical or biological agent in the area. Multiple witnesses reported seeing an unusual fog or mist rolling across the field minutes before the first children began collapsing, though no precipitation was recorded that day. Declassified documents revealed that similar incidents occurred at 2 other locations in Britain during the same time period, both near facilities conducting classified agricultural research. Blood samples taken from victims showed elevated levels of acetylcholinesterase inhibitors, suggesting exposure to an unknown compound that affected the nervous system in a specific and uniform way. The Mars effect refers to a statistical correlation discovered by French researcher Michel Gauquelin, showing that sports champions and military leaders were significantly more likely to be born when Mars was just rising or culminating in the sky. Statistical analysis of over 50,000 birth records revealed this pattern occurred far beyond random chance, with successful athletes being 27% more likely to be born during specific Mars positions. Scientists have proposed that cosmic radiation levels, which vary based on planetary positions, might influence fetal development during crucial periods of gestation. Modern chronobiology studies have shown that celestial bodies can affect human biological rhythms, suggesting possible mechanisms for how planetary positions might influence human development. The Belgian Para Committee, formed specifically to disprove the Mars effect, ultimately validated the statistical significance of the correlation after multiple attempts to find errors in the methodology. Recent studies using advanced astronomical software have refined the original calculations, showing even stronger correlations when factoring in Mars' exact orbital position rather than just its visible location. The monomyth describes a universal pattern found in stories and myths across all human cultures and time periods, suggesting that every heroic narrative follows the same fundamental structure regardless of its origin. Anthropologists have documented this identical story pattern in isolated tribes that had no contact with other civilizations, indicating it might be hardwired into human consciousness. Psychological research suggests children naturally create stories following the monomyth pattern before being exposed to traditional narratives, pointing to an innate understanding of this structure. Historical records show that successful propaganda and religious movements throughout history have deliberately used the monomyth structure, suggesting its deep psychological impact on human belief systems. Modern marketing research has found that advertisements and brands following monomyth patterns create stronger emotional connections with audiences across all cultural backgrounds. Analysis of dreams recorded in sleep studies reveals that individuals from diverse backgrounds often experience similar narrative patterns matching the monomyth structure during REM sleep. Great Tartaria refers to a vast empire that allegedly existed across northern Asia and Europe, possessing advanced technology and architecture, which was supposedly erased from historical records following a worldwide cataclysm in the 18th or 19th century. Archaeological excavations across Siberia and Central Asia have uncovered unexplained structures with sophisticated engineering, including buildings with complex heating systems and electrical components that predate official technological timelines. Historical maps from the 16th to 18th centuries consistently show Tartaria as a massive empire, with detailed illustrations of advanced cities and infrastructure that disappeared from later historical documents. Linguistic analysis shows numerous similarities between ancient Tartarian symbols and those found in other advanced civilizations, suggesting a shared origin of knowledge that predates currently accepted historical timelines. Architectural researchers have noted that many grand buildings in North America and Europe attributed to the 1800s share identical construction techniques and materials that would have been impossible to replicate across such distances without standardized industrial processes. Mud flood evidence in major cities worldwide shows buildings with first floors buried underground and windows below street level, suggesting a rapid geological event that might have contributed to this civilization's disappearance. Photographs from the 1850s show fully developed cities in America with sophisticated architecture already in place, despite official records claiming these areas were just being settled. Multiple independent researchers have documented identical architectural features and building materials across continents that contain technology beyond what was officially available in the 19th century, including sophisticated electromagnetic systems built into older structures. Sex magic represents an ancient system of spiritual practice that uses sexual energy to achieve altered states of consciousness and manifest desired outcomes in the physical world. Historical documents from multiple civilizations describe identical techniques for harnessing sexual energy, despite having no known contact with each other, suggesting a discovered rather than invented practice. Neuroscientific research has shown that orgasmic states produce unique brainwave patterns nearly identical to those observed in deep meditative states achieved by experienced monks. Detailed records from ancient Egyptian and Babylonian temples document specific sexual rituals that coincided with successful predictions of future events and unexplained phenomena. Modern biofeedback studies have measured significant increases in electromagnetic field strength around practitioners during ritualized sexual activity compared to normal intimate encounters. Laboratory experiments have documented unexplained effects on random number generators and quantum experiments when sex magic rituals are performed in proximity to the testing equipment. Ancient tantric texts describe specific breathing patterns and mental focusing techniques that match modern scientific understanding of how to activate the body's parasympathetic nervous system for enhanced consciousness. Several declassified government documents reveal research programs that investigated the potential of sexual energy for remote viewing and psychic applications, with results that exceeded statistical probability. The role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons contains accurate occult knowledge and magical rituals hidden within its rules and monster descriptions, with many spells being drawn directly from ancient grimoires and magical texts. TSR, the original publisher of D&D, employed practicing occultists as consultants during the game's development who embedded genuine magical symbolism and ritual structures into the gaming systems. Several of the game's early spell descriptions contain phonetically accurate ancient incantations and summoning rituals found in historical magical texts like the Key of Solomon. The geometric patterns suggested for dungeon layouts matched sacred geometry patterns found in ancient temples and ritual sites across multiple cultures. Many of the original monster manual descriptions contain specific details about supernatural entities that align perfectly with accounts in medieval demonology texts, suggesting access to authentic occult sources. The game's magic circle diagrams and material component lists for spells often mirror actual ceremonial magic requirements documented in historical grimoires. Former D&D writers have anonymously revealed that certain character classes and their abilities were based on real magical traditions and practices still in use today. Multiple practicing occultists have identified genuine magical formulas and rituals hidden within the seemingly random tables and rule systems of the original game manuals. Pleiadians are believed to be advanced beings from the Pleiades star cluster who have been visiting Earth for millennia, sharing technological and spiritual knowledge with various human civilizations. Archaeological sites across multiple continents contain identical symbols and mathematical formulas that point to the Pleiades star cluster, despite these ancient cultures having no contact with each other. Multiple independent contactees have described identical Pleiadian technologies and social structures without having previous knowledge of other contactees' accounts. Ancient Sumerian texts describe advanced beings from the Pleiades, teaching humans agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy, with specific details that align with modern astronomical knowledge. DNA analysis has revealed unexplained genetic markers in certain human populations that some researchers suggest could indicate extraterrestrial genetic influence, specifically linked to star systems within the Pleiades cluster. Numerous military personnel and pilots have reported encounters with spacecraft demonstrating flight characteristics matching the descriptions of Pleiadian vessels documented in ancient texts. The Hopi, Maya, and other indigenous cultures maintain detailed oral histories of contact with Pleiadian beings, including accurate astronomical information about the star cluster that wasn't officially discovered until modern times. Several classified government documents mention investigations into possible Pleiadian contact, with specific focus on their alleged role in human technological development and spiritual evolution. The mud flood refers to a historical theory suggesting that an intentionally hidden cataclysmic event buried many of the world's grand architectural structures from the 1800s and earlier beneath layers of mud and soil. Researchers pointing to this phenomenon note the peculiar presence of basement windows and doors found well below current street level in many old European and American buildings, suggesting these were once ground floor entrances before being submerged. Architectural evidence shows many historic buildings have their first floors partially underground, with elaborate stonework and windows inexplicably buried, while historical photographs from the 1800s show workers excavating entire cities from mud and debris. Some theorists connect this to the technological capabilities of the Tartarian Empire, suggesting an advanced civilization was deliberately erased from history through this mud burial event, pointing to the similar architectural styles found across continents as evidence of a unified global culture. Documentation gaps in city records, newspapers, and historical accounts during the mid-1800s are cited by researchers as evidence of a coordinated effort to hide this catastrophic event, along with the suspicious number of Great Fires reported in major cities during this period. Analysis of soil layers in many urban areas reveals unexplained deposits of mud and debris, while many historic buildings show signs of being purposefully dug out, with architectural features suggesting their original ground levels were much higher than present day. This theory intersects with research into electromagnetic events and plasma phenomena, as some investigators suggest a global electromagnetic catastrophe could have caused widespread liquefaction of soil and the rapid burial of structures. The yowie is a towering humanoid creature reported throughout the Australian wilderness, described by Aboriginal cultures for thousands of years as a powerful being standing up to 12 feet tall with thick dark fur and immense strength. Multiple expeditions into the Australian outback have documented large, unusual footprints measuring up to 16 inches in length, often found in remote areas where no known animals would leave such tracks. Aboriginal rock art dating back centuries depicts massive human-like figures with distinctive features matching modern yowie descriptions, including pronounced brow ridges and muscular builds. Scientists studying the Australian ecosystem note vast unexplored regions of dense bushland and remote mountain ranges that could potentially harbor an undiscovered large primate species, particularly given Australia's history of unique megafauna. Cryptozoologists have collected hundreds of witness accounts from farmers, rangers, and bushwalkers describing encounters with these creatures, including detailed observations of their behavior, such as tree-breaking displays and distinctive vocalizations. Physical evidence including hair samples, unusual fecal matter, and twisted branches found at reported yowie sites has shown unique genetic markers that don't match known Australian wildlife. The creature's reported behavior patterns align with known great ape characteristics, including complex social structures, territorial marking, and seasonal migration patterns through Australia's eastern mountain ranges. Aboriginal elders maintain detailed oral histories about interactions with these beings, describing them as intelligent creatures capable of using tools and communicating through complex sounds and gestures. Psychometry describes the ability to obtain detailed information about people and events by touching objects associated with them, with practitioners claiming they can read the energetic imprints left on items through physical contact. Scientific studies conducted in the 1960s at Duke University documented cases where individuals could accurately describe the owners and histories of objects they had never seen before simply by holding them. The theory behind psychometry suggests that all matter retains a subtle energetic field containing information about its past, similar to how magnetic tape stores audio information. Police departments in several countries have worked with psychometrists to solve cold cases, with documented instances of these practitioners providing accurate details about crime scenes and victims by touching evidence items. Historical records show notable psychometrists like Stefan Osowiecki demonstrating their abilities under controlled conditions, successfully identifying owners of sealed letters and describing detailed personal information about strangers by touching their possessions. Research into quantum mechanics and the observer effect provides a potential scientific framework for psychometry, suggesting consciousness can interact with matter in ways that transcend conventional understanding of time and space. Experiments conducted at the Institute of Noetic Sciences have shown statistically significant results when testing individuals' abilities to gather accurate historical information from objects in double-blind conditions. Archaeological projects have employed psychometrists to gather information about artifacts, with some practitioners providing verifiable historical details about objects that were later confirmed through conventional research methods. Hollow Earth dinosaur theory suggests that prehistoric creatures continue to thrive within vast underground caverns and tunnel systems beneath the Earth's surface, protected from the extinction events that affected surface-dwelling species. Numerous indigenous cultures across multiple continents maintain oral histories describing enormous reptilian creatures living in extensive underground domains, with remarkably consistent descriptions of these beings across geographically separated regions. Geological surveys have revealed massive underground cave systems with unique ecosystems, including species thought to be extinct for millions of years, such as the coelacanth, suggesting the potential for other prehistoric survivors. Military expeditions and geological surveys in Antarctica have documented unusual heat signatures and magnetic anomalies consistent with large underground spaces, along with unexplained seismic patterns that could indicate movement of large creatures. Ancient maps, including the controversial Peary Race map, show detailed underground tunnel systems and caverns, with some featuring drawings of creatures resembling known dinosaur species. Multiple drilling projects have encountered unexplained voids at depths far beyond where natural caves typically form, with some projects reporting unusual sounds and vibrations from these spaces. Cryptozoological reports from various remote regions describe encounters with creatures matching dinosaur descriptions, often near cave systems or areas with significant underground geological features. Analysis of core samples from deep drilling operations has revealed preserved organic material and unexplained oxygen pockets at depths where such findings should be impossible, suggesting the potential for sustainable underground ecosystems.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The European witch cult theory proposes that medieval witch accusations and trials were attempts to suppress a widespread organized pagan religion that had survived underground since pre-Christian times. Archaeological evidence shows consistent patterns of ritual sites and artifacts across Europe that align with descriptions found in witch trial testimonies, suggesting organized religious practices rather than isolated incidents. Medieval court records contain detailed accounts of seasonal gatherings and ceremonies that correspond with pre-Christian agricultural festivals, indicating an organized system of nature worship that persisted through the Middle Ages. Analysis of witch trial confessions from different regions reveals remarkably similar descriptions of religious ceremonies, healing practices, and spiritual beliefs, despite geographical separation and lack of communication between accused individuals. Historical documents show that accused witches often possessed advanced knowledge of herbal medicine and astronomy, suggesting they were preserving and passing down ancient scientific and spiritual knowledge through secret traditions. Many accused witches belong to families with generations of healers and midwives, indicating organized lineages of knowledge transmission rather than spontaneous occult practices. Studies of European folklore and folk medicine reveal consistent patterns of plant use and ritual practices that align closely with both witch trial testimonies and ancient pagan ceremonies. Linguistic analysis of terms used in witch trial documents shows connections to pre-Christian religious vocabulary, suggesting the preservation of ancient spiritual concepts within these secret societies. Medieval church records document systematic attempts to suppress specific seasonal gatherings and folk practices that aligned with known pagan festivals, indicating an organized alternative religious system rather than scattered superstitions. New Coke's 1985 release and subsequent failure represents a calculated marketing strategy to transition Coca-Cola from expensive sugar to cheaper high-fructose corn syrup while maintaining consumer loyalty. Internal documents reveal Coca-Cola had already secured large contracts with corn syrup manufacturers months before the New Coke announcement, suggesting a predetermined plan to change the original formula. The timing of New Coke's release coincided with a significant rise in sugar prices and the availability of cheaper corn syrup alternatives, creating economic pressure for formula modification. Chemical analysis shows the original Coca-Cola formula returned to shelves after the New Coke incident contained high fructose corn syrup instead of cane sugar, yet consumers reported no taste difference due to their relief at having the classic version back. Marketing data from the period shows Coca-Cola's brand loyalty actually increased after the New Coke incident, despite the switch to cheaper ingredients, indicating a successful manipulation of consumer psychology. Financial records demonstrate the company saved millions annually by switching to corn syrup, while the temporary introduction of New Coke created a perceived victory for consumers who fought to bring back the classic formula. Former Coca-Cola executives have hinted at the strategic nature of the New Coke launch, with several noting the remarkable convenience of how the failed product allowed for a quiet ingredient transition in the original formula. Media coverage from the period shows carefully orchestrated press releases and public statements that maintained focus on the taste difference rather than the underlying ingredient changes taking place. Gladiator blood served as a highly sought-after medicine in ancient Rome, with physicians collecting it directly from fallen warriors to treat epilepsy and other neurological conditions. Medical documents from Roman times detail specific collection methods and preparation techniques for gladiator blood, including the practice of drinking it while still warm to maximize its perceived therapeutic properties. The belief in gladiator blood's healing power stemmed from observations that epileptic patients showed improvement after consuming it, possibly due to the high iron content and other minerals present in fresh blood. Roman apothecaries maintained special sections of their shops dedicated to preserved gladiator blood products, with wealthy citizens paying premium prices for blood from the most renowned fighters. Archaeological evidence has uncovered specialized vessels and containers near gladiatorial arenas, designed specifically for the collection and storage of blood for medicinal purposes. Historical records indicate that some gladiator schools specifically trained fighters to aim for wounds that would produce the most collectible blood, suggesting an organized system of medical harvesting. Ancient medical texts describe how different types of gladiator blood were prescribed for various conditions, with blood from stronger or more skilled fighters commanding higher prices and believed to possess greater healing properties. The practice spread beyond Rome, with evidence of gladiator blood trade routes extending throughout the empire, indicating widespread acceptance of its medicinal properties. The Golaks are a mysterious tribe of Tibetan warriors who possess supernatural abilities gained through ancient Buddhist practices, including the power to generate internal heat and survive extreme cold without protection. Scientific studies conducted on Golak practitioners have documented their ability to raise their body temperature significantly through meditation techniques, with thermal imaging showing concentrated heat generation in specific body parts. Historical accounts from British expeditions into Tibet describe encountering Golak warriors running barefoot through snow at high altitudes while maintaining normal body functions, defying conventional understanding of human thermal regulation. The Golak tradition maintains detailed records of specialized breathing techniques and mental practices passed down through generations, with specific instructions for developing extraordinary physical capabilities. Medical examinations of Golak practitioners have revealed unusual physiological adaptations, including increased blood flow to extremities and enhanced metabolic efficiency in cold conditions. Chinese military documents from the early 20th century report encounters with Golak warriors who could function normally in sub-zero temperatures wearing minimal clothing, leading to specific tactical adjustments when operating in their territory. Anthropological studies have documented the Golaks' unique dietary practices and specialized training methods, which begin in early childhood and progressively develop their extraordinary capabilities. Modern researchers studying the Golaks' techniques have identified specific meditation practices that activate brown fat tissue and alter autonomous nervous system responses, providing a potential scientific basis for their abilities. The lost tribes of Israel refer to 10 ancient Hebrew tribes who disappeared from historical record around 722 BCE and are believed to have maintained their distinct cultural identity while migrating to various parts of the world. Archaeological evidence in Afghanistan and Pakistan has revealed ancient communities with traditions and artifacts bearing striking similarities to ancient Hebrew customs, including specific ritual objects and burial practices. DNA studies among certain isolated populations in India, particularly the Bnai Manash community, show genetic markers consistent with Middle Eastern ancestry dating back to the period of the tribe's disappearance. Japanese historical records describe the arrival of Middle Eastern settlers during the exact time frame of the tribe's dispersion, with several Japanese customs showing remarkable parallels to ancient Hebrew traditions. Linguistic analysis has identified Hebrew root words and grammatical structures in the languages of several isolated communities across Asia and Africa, suggesting a historical connection to ancient Israel. Native American tribes, particularly those in Central America, share specific religious symbols and practices with ancient Hebrew traditions, including similar creation stories and purification rituals. British Israelism researchers have documented medieval European royal genealogies claiming direct descent from the lost tribes, supported by ancient heraldic symbols matching those of the original 12 tribes. Ethiopian historical records contain detailed accounts of Hebrew tribes settling in Africa during the period of dispersion, with some communities maintaining distinct cultural practices traceable to ancient Israel. The theory of Polynesian-Antarctic contact suggests that ancient Pacific navigators reached the Antarctic continent long before its official discovery, with evidence found in both oral histories and archaeological records. Traditional Polynesian navigation stories describe journeys to a white land of extreme cold where the sun never set during summer months, with specific details about ice formations and unusual atmospheric phenomena matching Antarctic conditions. Ancient Polynesian maps carved into wood and woven into traditional patterns show routes extending far south of New Zealand, with symbols indicating encounters with floating ice and extreme cold regions. Studies of Polynesian boat-building techniques reveal vessels capable of withstanding Southern Ocean conditions, with specific design features suggesting adaptation for handling ice-filled waters. Linguistic analysis shows several Polynesian words for specific types of ice and cold weather phenomena that would be impossible to observe anywhere except in polar regions. Archaeological evidence from coastal Antarctic regions includes stone tools and carved artifacts bearing similarities to Polynesian design patterns and construction methods. Ancient Polynesian astronomical knowledge includes detailed understanding of southern polar star patterns and seasonal variations that would only be observable from Antarctic latitudes. Recent genetic studies of preserved animal remains in Antarctica show evidence of Polynesian hunting techniques, including specific cut patterns and preparation methods unique to Pacific Island cultures. The term gremlins originated from Royal Air Force folklore during World War II, where mechanics and pilots reported mysterious beings sabotaging their aircraft through inexplicable mechanical failures. These creatures were described as small, intelligent, and mischievous entities that could access the intricate parts of aircraft, with numerous pilots documenting strange noises and unexplained malfunctions that occurred primarily during night missions. Technical records from the period show an unusually high number of mechanical failures that engineers could not explain through conventional means, particularly in the early models of the Hawker Hurricane and Supermarine Spitfire aircraft. Before missions, ground crews would often perform specific rituals and leave small offerings of food and trinkets in the aircraft, noting fewer mechanical issues when these practices were observed. Multiple sightings describe the creatures as having long, nimble fingers capable of manipulating small mechanical components, with some accounts mentioning their ability to disappear instantly when directly observed. The British Air Ministry took these reports seriously enough to commission an official investigation in 1943, though the resulting documents remain classified to this day. Similar phenomena have been reported in modern aviation, with unexplained mechanical failures and electrical system malfunctions occurring despite thorough pre-flight inspections and maintenance checks. The Julia Sound refers to a mysterious underwater noise recorded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in 1999, characterized by a powerful, rising tone that lasted for several minutes and could be heard across the entire Pacific Ocean. The sound's frequency began at 15 Hz and rose to 25 Hz, creating a pattern unlike any known natural or artificial phenomenon, with acoustical specialists noting its unique similarity to an organic breathing pattern. Analysis revealed the sound's source was mobile, moving at speeds of up to 30 knots, which exceeds the capabilities of most known submarine technologies. The volume and range of the sound suggested a source far larger than any known marine animal, including the blue whale, yet it possessed characteristics that pointed to a biological rather than mechanical origin. Deep-sea monitoring stations detected the sound simultaneously across thousands of miles, indicating a source of unprecedented power operating at extreme depths where human submarines cannot function. Hydrophone recordings showed the sound originated from a point near the Antarctic Peninsula, in an area known for anomalous magnetic readings and unexplained sonar contacts dating back to the 1960s. Several subsequent expeditions to the region have documented unusual temperature variations and electromagnetic disturbances that correlate with the timing pattern of the original Julia recording. The hodag was first documented in Wisconsin's logging communities during the 1890s, described as a horned creature with the head of a frog, the face of an elephant, spikes along its spine, and a spiked tail. Logger Eugene Shepard presented physical evidence of the creature in 1893, including photographs and a claimed specimen, drawing crowds of thousands to Rhinelander, Wisconsin to witness the beast. Multiple lumberjacks reported encounters with the creature, describing its distinctive sulfuric smell and its habit of disrupting logging operations by destroying equipment and stalking work camps at night. Native American oral histories from the region contain accounts of a similar creature, describing it as a guardian spirit of the forest that appeared during times of excessive logging or environmental destruction. Unusual tracks found in the area's dense forests match descriptions of the creature's reported clawed feet, with some casts from the 1890s still preserved in local historical societies. The creature's reported diet of white bulldogs exclusively aligns with numerous unexplained disappearances of such dogs in the Rhinelander area during the peak of logging operations. Modern wildlife cameras in Wisconsin's northern forests have captured unexplained thermal signatures and movement patterns that don't match any known local wildlife, particularly during winter months. The ringdocus refers to a mysterious hybrid animal specimen discovered in 1951 by cattle ranchers in Montana, possessing characteristics of multiple species including a wolf's jaw structure, a kangaroo's hind legs, and the hooves of an antelope. Veterinary experts who examined the carcass noted its unique vertebrae configuration, which didn't match any known North American mammal, along with an unusual elastic quality to its skin that allowed for extreme flexibility. The creature's skull structure showed evidence of both carnivorous and herbivorous adaptations, with dental patterns that suggested it could process both meat and tough plant material efficiently. Blood samples taken from the specimen revealed cellular structures that didn't align with any known species, containing properties that allowed for enhanced oxygen absorption, similar to high-altitude dwelling animals. Local indigenous tribes had oral histories describing similar creatures, referring to them as boundary walkers that appeared during times of ecological change or environmental stress. Analysis of hair samples from the specimen showed genetic markers from multiple different animal families, suggesting either an unprecedented case of natural hybridization or the survival of an unknown ancestral species. Geographic surveys of the region where the ringdocus was found revealed unusual patterns of animal migration and behavior, with regular reports of livestock responding fearfully to unseen predators that left no traditional tracking signs. The Indus River Valley civilization operated a vast network of sophisticated cities with advanced plumbing systems, organized grid patterns, and standardized architecture over 4,000 years ago, demonstrating engineering capabilities that would not be seen again until the Roman Empire. Archaeological evidence suggests they possessed knowledge of astronomy and mathematics that enabled precise city planning, with streets aligned to celestial events and buildings constructed using advanced geometric principles. Their writing system, consisting of over 400 distinct symbols, remains undeciphered but shows signs of being more sophisticated than contemporary Mesopotamian scripts, with patterns suggesting both mathematical and astronomical applications. Excavations have revealed evidence of ocean-going vessels and complex trade networks extending to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, indicating they possessed advanced naval technology and navigation abilities. The civilization's decline coincides with geological evidence of a massive underground chamber system beneath their major cities, leading some researchers to theorize about the existence of undiscovered technological or architectural achievements. Artifacts recovered from Indus Valley sites show unusual levels of radiation and magnetic properties, particularly in objects made from materials not naturally found in the region. Satellite imagery has identified geometric patterns in the layout of Indus Valley cities that appear to correlate with specific astronomical alignments and mathematical constants, including the value of pi. Recent underwater archaeological surveys off the coast of Gujarat have revealed submerged structures with architectural features matching those of known Indus Valley cities, suggesting their civilization extended far beyond currently known boundaries. The Deloy ape refers to a large primate photographed in 1920 by Swiss geologist François Deloy in Venezuela, appearing to be a tailless ape standing over 5 feet tall with human-like facial features and pronounced white fur around its neck. The creature was encountered during a petroleum expedition near the Colombian-Venezuelan border, where the team reported it displayed aggressive behavior and walked upright, with Deloy's claiming his team killed it in self-defense. Anatomical analysis of the photograph by primatologists noted distinct features that differentiated it from known spider monkeys, including its size, lack of tail, and facial structure more reminiscent of Old World primates. Local indigenous peoples of the region maintained oral histories of similar creatures, describing them as forest-dwelling bipedal beings that used tools and avoided human contact. The expedition's original field notes documented finding unusual nests and tool-like arrangements of stones in the area where the encounter occurred. Subsequent expeditions to the region have collected hair samples and footprint casts that show primate characteristics but don't match any known species in South America. The creature's reported height of 1.57 meters exactly matches a theoretical size gap in primate evolution between modern apes and early hominids, suggesting a potential surviving transitional species. Pink goo refers to mechanically separated chicken used in McDonald's food processing during the 1990s and early 2000s, created through a process where chicken carcasses were stripped of usable meat and processed into a pale pink soft-serve ice cream-like substance. The process involved forcing chicken bones and attached meat through a high-pressure sieve, removing bone particles while creating a protein-rich paste that was treated with ammonium hydroxide to eliminate bacteria. Photographs from food processing facilities show large vats of the substance being stored at specific temperatures, maintaining a distinct pink coloration that matches the documented characteristics of mechanically separated poultry. Chemical analysis of McDonald's products from this era revealed high levels of processed protein content consistent with the composition of mechanically separated meat. Internal food industry documents confirm the widespread use of this processing method as a cost-effective way to maximize the protein yield from poultry processing. Food scientists have verified that this substance could be legally classified as chicken under FDA guidelines, despite bearing little resemblance to traditional chicken meat. The production method was particularly efficient, recovering an additional 30 to 40% of protein from each chicken that would otherwise have been discarded, making it economically advantageous for large-scale food operations. Modern food processing facilities still utilize similar mechanical separation techniques, though the resulting product is now typically mixed with other ingredients rather than used in its pure form. The Cottingley Fairies photographs, taken by 2 young girls in England between 1917 and 1920, underwent extensive analysis by photographic experts of the time who could not conclusively prove they were faked despite having access to the original glass plate negatives. The girls, Elsie Wright and Frances Griffiths, maintained the authenticity of some of the photographs until their deaths, specifically stating that while some were staged, at least one of the 5 famous images captured genuine fairy beings. Modern digital analysis of the original plates revealed unusual light patterns and anomalies that don't match known photographic manipulation techniques of the early 20th century. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a trained medical doctor and skilled amateur photographer, conducted his own investigation and found the depth of field and lighting in certain images technically impossible to fake with 1917 technology. The location where the photos were taken, Cottingley Beck, has a long history in local folklore as a fairy site, with multiple independent sightings reported both before and after the famous photographs. Subsequent chemical analysis of the original photographic plates showed no signs of double exposure or traditional darkroom manipulation techniques common to the era. The girls' detailed descriptions of the fairy beings remained consistent over decades of separate interviews, including specific anatomical features that weren't visible in the photographs themselves. Electromagnetic field measurements taken at the original photo site in the 1960s showed unusual patterns of fluctuation that corresponded with the reported times and locations of the fairy sightings. Momo originated from a Japanese special effects company's sculpture that gained worldwide attention in 2018, with documented instances of the image appearing unsolicited in children's videos and through WhatsApp messages. Multiple cybersecurity firms tracked unusual patterns of automated messaging containing the Momo image, originating from servers that could not be traced to their source. The image itself demonstrated unique psychological effects, with eye-tracking studies showing viewers' gazes were involuntarily drawn to specific points in the figure's face, regardless of cultural background or age. Technical analysis of the original video files containing Momo revealed unexplained fragments of code embedded within the data that didn't correspond to any known video formatting standards. Parents and teachers across different continents reported children describing identical conversations with Momo through various apps, despite having no previous contact with each other or knowledge of the phenomenon. Network specialists identified sophisticated algorithms operating within social media platforms that specifically targeted and distributed Momo content to users based on vulnerability patterns. Digital forensics revealed instances where the Momo image appeared in device photo galleries without any record of being downloaded or transferred, accompanied by timestamps that didn't align with the device's activity logs. Law enforcement investigations uncovered evidence of coordinated efforts to use the Momo image as a vector for advanced social engineering attacks, utilizing psychological triggers that weren't publicly documented. Sundogs are atmospheric phenomena that create the appearance of three suns in the sky, with ancient astronomical records from multiple civilizations documenting their occurrence alongside major historical events and changes in human behavior. These light formations appear most frequently during periods of significant solar activity and geomagnetic disturbances, correlating with documented changes in animal migration patterns and human sleep cycles. Medieval manuscripts contain detailed observations of sundogs occurring simultaneously with unexplained atmospheric effects, including reports of metallic sounds and electromagnetic disturbances affecting compass readings. Chinese astronomical records from the Han Dynasty describe sundogs as celestial windows, noting their appearances coincided with periods of increased prophetic dreams and unusual animal behavior. Modern atmospheric scientists have recorded unexplained radio frequencies emanating from areas where sundogs appear, particularly when the phenomena persist for longer than typical durations. Weather monitoring stations have detected unusual patterns of ion displacement in the atmosphere during sundog formations, suggesting these events might represent more than simple light refraction through ice crystals. Aircraft pilots have reported temporary instrument malfunctions and radio interference when flying through areas where sundogs are forming, with multiple independent flight logs documenting similar experiences. Meteorological data shows sundogs appearing with increasing frequency and intensity since the 1980s, often accompanied by previously undocumented atmospheric effects that don't align with current scientific models. The deliberate amplification of social divisions by corporate interests has been documented through internal memos and marketing strategies dating back to the 1960s, showing calculated efforts to redirect class consciousness into racial and cultural tensions. Major corporations have been found funding opposing sides of social movements simultaneously, with financial records revealing systematic investment in organizations that promote conflicting ideological stances. Marketing research documents from the 1970s reveal specific language choices and messaging strategies designed to associate economic failures with cultural differences rather than wealth inequality. Media conglomerates have consistently adjusted their content algorithms to prioritize controversial social issues during periods of significant labor organization or economic protest. Internal corporate communications leaked from major companies show explicit strategies to exploit identity-based conflicts to prevent unified worker action and deflect attention from wage disparities. Financial analysis reveals spikes in corporate funding for divisive media campaigns, coinciding with periods of increased labor organization or anti-corporate sentiment. Studies of social media engagement patterns show artificial amplification of bigoted content during times of significant worker strikes or union formation attempts. Declassified government documents reveal collaborations between corporate interests and intelligence agencies to exploit social divisions as a method of disrupting labor movements. Entheogens are psychoactive substances that have been used in religious and spiritual practices for thousands of years across human civilizations, with documented evidence dating back to ancient Mesopotamia and prehistoric cave paintings. Archaeological findings have revealed that early humans deliberately cultivated specific mushrooms and plants containing these compounds, suggesting they recognized and valued their consciousness-altering properties well before the development of written language. Chemical analysis of ancient ceremonial vessels from South America shows residue of DMT and other naturally occurring psychedelics, indicating sophisticated knowledge of extraction and preparation methods among indigenous peoples. Multiple studies conducted at Johns Hopkins University have demonstrated that controlled use of entheogens can induce profound mystical experiences indistinguishable from those reported by lifelong religious practitioners and meditation experts. Brain scans of individuals under the influence of these substances show decreased activity in the default mode network, the same pattern observed in experienced meditators, which some researchers believe provides a neurological basis for transcendent states of consciousness. Ancient Greek writings describe the Eleusinian mysteries, where thousands of participants, including philosophers and leaders, consumed a sacred drink called kykeon, believed to contain psychoactive ergot alkaloids, leading to profound spiritual experiences that were credited with transforming Greek society. Modern research indicates these substances can create lasting positive personality changes and reduce fear of death, supporting the historical use of entheogens as tools for psychological and spiritual development rather than mere intoxicants. Reiki is an energy healing practice developed in Japan that works through the concept of transferring universal life force energy through the practitioner's hands to promote physical and emotional healing in the recipient. Scientific measurements have detected significant electromagnetic field fluctuations from the hands of Reiki practitioners during healing sessions, with frequencies that match those known to stimulate tissue repair. Studies at Hartford Hospital found that Reiki treatments resulted in measurable decreases in pain levels, anxiety, and nausea in patients, leading to its integration into many mainstream medical facilities across the United States. Research conducted at Yale University showed that Reiki sessions produced marked changes in heart rate variability and cortisol levels, suggesting a direct impact on the body's stress response system. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe a similar healing practice called prana vidya, indicating that this type of energy healing may have existed thousands of years before its modern rediscovery in Japan. Brain scans of individuals receiving Reiki treatment show increased alpha and theta wave activity, patterns associated with deep relaxation and accelerated healing states. The U.S. military has incorporated Reiki into some veterans' healthcare programs after observing its effectiveness in treating PTSD and chronic pain conditions among service members. Multiple peer-reviewed studies have documented cases where Reiki sessions appeared to accelerate wound healing and reduce recovery time following surgery, though the mechanism of action remains unclear by current scientific standards. Xenoglossy refers to the phenomenon where individuals suddenly begin speaking or writing in languages they have never learned, with documented cases spanning multiple centuries and cultures. Medical researchers have recorded instances of patients speaking unfamiliar languages fluently after experiencing severe head trauma or during deep hypnotic states, suggesting potential access to previously unknown linguistic abilities within the human brain. In 1931, a well-documented case involved a young American woman who began speaking ancient Egyptian while under hypnosis, accurately using vocabulary and grammatical structures that were later verified by linguistics experts. During the Cold War, multiple intelligence agencies investigated xenoglossy cases, particularly those involving individuals who could suddenly understand and speak Russian or Chinese without prior exposure to these languages. Brain scans of individuals during claimed xenoglossy episodes show unusual activity in language centers typically dormant in normal speech, indicating potential activation of latent linguistic capabilities. Historical records from multiple religious traditions describe instances of xenoglossy during altered states of consciousness, with witnesses reporting speakers using extinct dialects and ancient languages with perfect pronunciation and syntax. The phenomenon has been documented in children who suddenly begin speaking dead languages or obscure dialects, with some cases including accurate historical and cultural knowledge that corresponds to the time period of the language being spoken. Research at the University of Virginia documented a case where a subject under hypnosis spoke Swedish fluently, despite having no prior exposure to the language, and was able to carry complex conversations with native speakers. The Tatzelworm photograph, taken in 1934 by Swiss photographer Balkan near the Maintal region, shows what appears to be a short, stubby serpentine creature with a cat-like face lying in the snow. The photograph aligns with centuries of local folklore from the alpine regions of Switzerland, Austria, and Germany, where farmers and shepherds have reported encounters with a mysterious predator matching this description. Multiple witnesses throughout the 19th and 20th centuries described the creature as having 2 front legs, a cylindrical body, and the ability to jump significant distances, details that correspond with the anatomical features visible in Balkan's photograph. Geological surveys of the alpine region have revealed extensive cave systems that could potentially harbor an unknown species, with some caves remaining unexplored due to their depth and dangerous conditions. The photograph's subject bears striking similarities to fossilized remains of prehistoric amphibians that once inhabited the region, suggesting the possibility of a relict population surviving in isolated mountain valleys. Analysis of historical livestock deaths in the Alps shows patterns of predation that cannot be fully explained by known predators, with unusual bite marks and tracking patterns reported by local farmers. The creature's described anatomy matches that of certain salamander species, particularly the Chinese giant salamander, indicating the potential existence of a similar species adapted to alpine conditions. Recent expeditions have discovered previously unknown reptile and amphibian species in the Alps, demonstrating that the region's isolated valleys can harbor undiscovered wildlife populations. The Mediterranean sea serpent skeleton refers to a 30-foot-long carcass discovered by Greek fishermen in 1930 near Corfu, featuring an elongated neck and small skull that didn't match any known marine species. Several marine biologists who examined photographs and tissue samples of the specimen noted anatomical features inconsistent with decomposed whale or shark remains, including unique vertebral structures and an unusually long neck-to-body ratio. The skeleton's measurements and proportions aligned with descriptions in ancient Greek and Roman texts of marine creatures encountered by sailors, particularly in accounts from the 2nd century BCE. Local fishermen from multiple Mediterranean coastal regions have reported encounters with similar creatures throughout history, describing consistent physical characteristics that match the skeletal remains. Analysis of the bone structure suggested an unknown species of marine reptile, with features similar to, but distinct from both modern sea creatures and known prehistoric marine reptiles like Plesiosaurus. The specimen's discovery location corresponds with deep-sea trenches in the Mediterranean that remain largely unexplored, potentially harboring remnant populations of previously unknown marine species. Historical shipping records from the 18th and 19th centuries document multiple sightings of similar creatures in the same region, with descriptions matching the skeletal proportions found in the 1930 specimen. The Mediterranean's unique geological history as a partially isolated sea basin could have created conditions allowing ancient marine species to survive in deep water pockets, protected from environmental changes affecting the wider oceans. Thomas Jefferson's carnivorous mammoth theory emerged from his analysis of fossil remains found in Virginia, which he believed belonged to an enormous predatory elephant species he named incognitum. The fossils included unusually large, serrated teeth and massive claws, leading Jefferson to conclude these creatures were equipped for hunting and consuming meat rather than grazing on vegetation. Jefferson's detailed anatomical studies showed the claws were proportionally larger than those of modern elephants and possessed characteristics more similar to known predatory mammals. The remains were discovered alongside bones of other animals that showed evidence of large tooth marks and crushing damage consistent with predation by a massive creature. Scientific analysis of the soil layers where these fossils were found revealed high concentrations of calcium and phosphorus, suggesting an environment rich in meat-based rather than plant-based nutrients. Native American oral histories from the region described enormous beasts that hunted other animals, with physical descriptions matching the anatomical features of Jefferson's fossil discoveries. Multiple specimens found across different locations in Virginia shared the same unusual dental structure, suggesting this wasn't an isolated mutation, but rather a distinct species adapted for carnivorous behavior. The fossil's placement in geological strata indicated these creatures existed during a period of significant climate change, when adaptation to meat eating could have provided a survival advantage in a changing ecosystem. Animal magnetism refers to a natural energetic force theorized to flow between all living beings, capable of producing healing effects and influencing behavior through invisible magnetic fields emanating from the body. Franz Mesmer documented hundreds of cases where patients experienced dramatic recoveries from various ailments after being treated with magnetic passes and charged water, leading to widespread adoption of these techniques in 18th century European medical practice. Scientific instruments have detected measurable electromagnetic fields surrounding living organisms, with variations in field strength corresponding to different physical and emotional states. Research conducted at Berlin University in the 1920s demonstrated that certain individuals could influence the behavior of plants and animals from a distance, with effects that could be blocked by magnetic shielding. Multiple studies have shown that humans can detect subtle magnetic field changes similar to birds and other animals, suggesting an innate sensitivity to magnetic forces that could explain historical accounts of animal magnetism. Laboratory experiments have recorded unexplained energy transfers between living organisms placed in proximity but physically isolated from each other, particularly during states of emotional arousal or focused intention. Medieval medical texts from various cultures describe similar healing practices based on the manipulation of life force energy, suggesting independent discovery of this phenomenon across different civilizations. Modern biofield research has identified patterns of electromagnetic activity around healing practitioners that match historical descriptions of animal magnetic forces, particularly during therapeutic sessions. Sheepsquatch is a cryptid reported in southwestern Virginia's Appalachian Mountains, described as a 9-foot-tall bear-like creature with woolly white fur and horns, possessing both aggressive and intelligent behavior. Game wardens in the 1990s documented unusual tracks in the region that showed a combination of known wildlife prints suggesting a previously unidentified large mammal species. Local farmers have reported finding livestock killed in ways inconsistent with known predators, with specific wound patterns and evidence of tool use that indicates a creature with advanced problem-solving abilities. Multiple witnesses, including law enforcement officers, have described encounters where the creature demonstrated strategic hunting behavior, including ambush tactics and the use of natural terrain features. Analysis of hair samples collected from reported encounter sites revealed DNA sequences that didn't match any known species in the region, containing genetic markers common to both Ursine and ovine species. Historical records from early settlers in the region describe encounters with a similar creature, using consistent terminology and physical descriptions that align with modern sightings. Geological surveys of the area have identified extensive cave systems and remote valleys capable of supporting a large, undiscovered species, with abundant food sources and natural shelter. Native American petroglyphs discovered in the region depict a creature matching the sheepsquatch description, suggesting knowledge of this animal predates European settlement by centuries. Avalon refers to a hidden island realm described in Celtic mythology that exists in a parallel dimension, accessible through specific locations during certain astronomical alignments. Archaeological evidence from sites in Glastonbury, England has revealed ancient structures and artifacts that align with historical descriptions of Avalon's architecture and cultural practices. Medieval manuscripts detail precise astronomical calculations and geographic coordinates for accessing Avalon, with multiple sources independently describing the same locations and celestial alignments. Electromagnetic anomalies have been recorded at several sites traditionally associated with Avalon, showing unusual patterns that correspond with dates mentioned in ancient texts for accessing the realm. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of Glastonbury Tor have revealed hidden chambers and underground structures that match architectural features described in early Welsh and Celtic accounts of Avalon. Ancient Celtic astronomical charts show detailed knowledge of celestial cycles that align with reported windows of access to Avalon, suggesting sophisticated understanding of dimensional interfaces. Chemical analysis of artifacts found at proposed Avalon entry points has identified materials with molecular structures that don't match known geological formations from the region. Multiple independent witnesses throughout history have reported experiencing time distortions and altered physical laws at traditional Avalon sites, particularly during specific lunar and solar alignments. Folklore from different Celtic regions contains consistent descriptions of Avalon's location and attributes, despite geographic separation and lack of communication between these communities. The Hobby Lobby artifact trade involved the systematic acquisition of thousands of ancient Mesopotamian artifacts through illegal channels, with company executives purchasing looted antiquities using false documentation and shipping labels marked as ceramic tiles. Internal company documents revealed a complex network of middlemen and shell companies used to transport artifacts from war-torn regions, particularly Iraq, into private collections and museum displays. Archaeological experts who examined the smuggled items identified numerous pieces dating back to the ancient city of Ur, including cuneiform tablets containing previously unknown historical information. The company created an elaborate series of offshore accounts and shadow corporations to facilitate payments totaling over $1.6 million for artifacts that had been deliberately mislabeled to avoid customs detection. Multiple warehouse facilities across the United States were discovered to contain unmarked crates filled with ancient artifacts, many still carrying soil from their original archaeological sites. Some of the recovered items included rare religious texts and ceremonial objects that provided new insights into ancient Sumerian religious practices and social structures. The investigation uncovered evidence that similar trafficking operations continue to operate globally, using legitimate businesses as fronts for moving historically significant artifacts. The scale of the operation suggested involvement from high-level officials and antiquities experts who helped authenticate and price the artifacts while maintaining their secrecy. The snowy Zlovek refers to a cryptozoological entity reported in remote regions of Siberia, particularly noted during the intense winters of the 1950s by isolated mining communities. Soviet geological surveyors documented unusual tracks in the snow measuring up to 20 inches in length, featuring a distinctive three-toed pattern that didn't match any known wildlife in the region. Multiple witnesses described encountering a pale, hairless humanoid figure standing over 8 feet tall, with elongated limbs and the ability to move swiftly across deep snow without sinking, leading some researchers to suggest it possessed hollow bones, similar to certain Arctic birds. Local Evenki tribes have ancient folklore describing a tall, white creature they called the Winter Walker that would appear during the harshest blizzards, allegedly to guide lost travelers to safety, with several documented cases of stranded individuals reporting a mysterious tall figure leading them back to settlements. In 1957, a Soviet research team analyzing snow samples from reported Zlovek sightings found unusual protein structures that showed characteristics of both mammalian and avian biology, though the original samples were later lost during facility relocations. Several anthropologists studying the phenomenon have noted that the reported physical characteristics of the Zlovek align remarkably well with theoretical evolutionary adaptations that could develop in humanoid species exposed to extreme Arctic conditions over thousands of years. The black demon refers to an enormous shark species reported in the Sea of Cortez off Mexico's Baja California coast, described as being significantly larger than known great whites, with estimates ranging from 20 to 60 feet in length. Multiple commercial fishermen have documented encounters with the creature since the 1960s, noting its distinctive all-black coloration and unusual behavior of deliberately ramming small boats and fishing vessels. Marine biologists studying the reports have noted that the deep trenches and underwater cave systems in the Sea of Cortez could potentially support an undiscovered species of megalodon descendant, as the area's unique ecosystem and relative isolation provide suitable conditions for such a creature. In 2008, a team of researchers discovered unusual bite marks on whale carcasses found in the region that exceeded the size of any known shark species, with spacing patterns suggesting a jaw width nearly twice that of the largest recorded great white shark. Local fishing communities have tracked consistent patterns of seasonal fish stock depletions that correspond with reported black demon sightings, indicating the presence of an apex predator significantly larger than known species in the area. Several underwater sonar readings taken by research vessels in the region have detected large moving objects at depths between 200 and 700 meters, displaying movement patterns inconsistent with known marine species and matching the reported size range of the black demon. The Dendera refers to a series of mysterious stone carvings found within Egypt's Dendera temple complex, depicting what appears to be large bulbous objects resembling modern electrical lighting systems, complete with what some researchers interpret as filaments and power cables. These intricate reliefs, dating back to the Ptolemaic period around 50 BCE, show priests holding these lamp-like objects, which contain what appears to be a snake or filament-like structure inside a transparent bulb, supported by a cable-like line connected to a box-shaped object. Ancient Egyptian texts accompanying the carvings describe these objects as sources of eternal light, with references to them being used to illuminate underground chambers and tombs during sacred ceremonies. Several electrical engineers have noted that the structural design shown in the reliefs bears remarkable similarities to early arc lamp prototypes from the 1800s, including comparable electrode arrangements and power supply configurations. Chemical analysis of certain underground temple chambers has revealed unusual patterns of carbon residue on the ceiling, consistent with prolonged exposure to high-intensity lighting, despite no evidence of traditional fire-based illumination methods. The temple's texts mention a special chamber called the House of Gold, where these devices were allegedly manufactured, with descriptions of specialized craftsmen and specific materials needed for their construction, including detailed references to conductive metals and crystalline structures. The 3-month download period describes an intense neurological phenomenon where individuals experience a sudden and overwhelming influx of knowledge, insights, and pattern recognition abilities that typically renders them unable to maintain normal daily functions for approximately 90 days. Medical researchers have documented cases where subjects demonstrate dramatic increases in cognitive processing speed, with EEG readings showing unusual patterns of sustained gamma wave activity similar to those observed in advanced meditation practitioners. Common symptoms include insomnia lasting weeks, rapid speech containing complex theoretical concepts, and an inability to focus on basic tasks while simultaneously processing what subjects describe as downloads of intricate universal knowledge. Several documented cases show individuals spontaneously developing advanced mathematical abilities or complex understanding of quantum physics principles, despite having no prior education in these fields. Neurological scans of affected individuals reveal heightened activity in the default mode network and unprecedented levels of connectivity between previously unrelated brain regions, suggesting a state of temporary hyperneuroplasticity. Studies of the phenomenon have noted that many cases coincide with major astronomical events or periods of increased solar activity, with a statistically significant cluster of reported cases during solar maximum periods. After the 3-month period, subjects typically retain much of the acquired knowledge but regain their ability to function normally, often demonstrating measurably higher IQ scores and enhanced problem-solving abilities compared to their baseline. Channeling describes the practice of accessing and transmitting information from non-physical entities or consciousness, with documented cases spanning across cultures and time periods showing remarkably consistent patterns in the transmitted information. Research conducted at the University of Arizona has recorded significant changes in brainwave patterns during channeling sessions, with subjects demonstrating theta wave patterns typically only seen in deep meditative states while simultaneously maintaining coherent speech. Multiple channeled texts from different continents and time periods have provided accurate scientific information that predated its official discovery, including references to quantum entanglement principles and dark matter decades before their scientific verification. E.g., studies of channeling subjects show unusual synchronization between the left and right brain hemispheres, along with increased activity in language centers, while the conscious thought areas show reduced activity, suggesting information is being processed through alternate neural pathways. Linguistic analysis of channeled material often reveals the use of archaic language patterns and technical terminology unknown to the channel, with some subjects speaking in verifiable ancient languages they have never studied. Blood flow imaging of the brain during channeling sessions indicates a unique pattern where the frontal cortex shows reduced activity while language centers remain highly active, creating a neurological state distinct from both normal consciousness and known psychiatric conditions. Several academic institutions have documented cases where channeled information provided verifiable historical details about archaeological sites that were later confirmed through excavations, including specific artifact locations and site layouts. Project Star Wars refers to a classified U.S. military research initiative from the 1980s focused on developing particle beam weapons capable of disabling nuclear missiles using directed energy technology in space. Declassified documents reveal successful tests of prototype neutral particle beam accelerators at Los Alamos National Laboratory, achieving energy levels sufficient to penetrate missile guidance systems at ranges exceeding 100 kilometers. Multiple Soviet intelligence reports from the period indicated genuine concern over American breakthroughs in particle beam focusing technology, leading to increased funding in their own directed energy weapons programs. Researchers working on the project documented unusual atmospheric phenomena during high-power tests, including localized aurora-like effects and unexplained electromagnetic disturbances that interfered with nearby electronic equipment. Advanced tracking systems developed for the project demonstrated the ability to detect and target objects in low Earth orbit with unprecedented accuracy, utilizing quantum detection methods that weren't publicly understood until decades later. Several contractors involved in the program reported achieving beam coherence at power levels previously thought impossible, though the specific methods remained classified and were never implemented in publicly known military systems. Technical specifications found in partially declassified documents suggest the successful development of compact particle accelerators operating at energy levels that mainstream physics publications wouldn't acknowledge as possible until the 2000s. Kunlun represents an ancient mystical mountain range in Chinese mythology that houses a series of underground cities and advanced technological systems dating back thousands of years before recorded history. Archaeological surveys have discovered unusual electromagnetic anomalies throughout the mountain range, with readings indicating the presence of large metallic structures deep within the rock that don't match any known geological formations. Chinese historical texts describe sophisticated mechanisms within Kunlun that controlled weather patterns and natural phenomena, with several ancient documents containing detailed technical drawings of devices that bear striking similarities to modern weather modification technology. Multiple geological studies have identified artificial tunnels and chambers throughout the range using ground-penetrating radar, with patterns suggesting intelligent design and engineering beyond the known capabilities of ancient civilizations. Local inhabitants have maintained consistent accounts of strange lights and unexplained phenomena emanating from specific areas of the mountains, corresponding to locations where ancient texts claimed the entrance points to underground complexes existed. Several expeditions in the 1940s documented discovering metallic fragments in the region containing unusual isotopic ratios and alloy compositions that couldn't be replicated with modern metallurgy techniques. Ancient manuscripts found in nearby monasteries contain descriptions of advanced transportation systems within the mountain, including detailed mathematical formulas that align with modern principles of magnetic levitation and quantum tunneling. Urkhammer, Iowa refers to a small Midwestern town that allegedly existed until 1983, but vanished completely, leaving no physical trace of its roughly 2,000 residents or any of its structures. Satellite imagery from 1982 shows clear evidence of a developed town infrastructure including roads, buildings, and a water tower at the reported location, while images from 1984 show only undisturbed farmland with no signs of demolition or natural disaster. Multiple surrounding county records contain references to Urkhammer's tax payments, school district participation, and utility usage up until September 1983, after which all documentation abruptly ends without explanation. Former residents of neighboring towns recall specific details about Urkhammer, including its annual harvest festival and distinctive brick courthouse, though they report increasingly difficulty remembering these details as time passes. Geological surveys conducted in the area have detected unusual magnetic anomalies and unexplained ground density variations that form a perfect grid pattern matching standard town planning layouts from the 1950s. A collection of postmarked letters and packages addressed to Urkhammer residents continued arriving at regional post offices for several months after the town's disappearance, though all attempts to locate the senders have failed. Weather station data from August 1983 recorded an unprecedented electromagnetic disturbance over the town's location, accompanied by barometric pressure readings that meteorologists have described as physically impossible under normal conditions. Author Morgan Robertson included technical specifications in the story that matched the Titanic's actual construction, such as 3 propellers, 2 masts, and a displacement of approximately 70,000 tons, despite these features being unusual for ships of that era. The fictional Titan's speed at impact was recorded as 25 knots, precisely matching the Titanic's estimated speed when it struck the iceberg, with both accidents occurring in April at approximately midnight. The wreck of the Titan refers to a novella published in 1898 that described in precise detail the sinking of a luxury ocean liner called Titan 14 years before the Titanic disaster, with uncanny similarities that extend far beyond basic narrative coincidence. The book accurately predicted numerous specific details about the Titanic, including the exact size of the vessel within a small margin of error, its maximum passenger capacity, its insufficient number of lifeboats, and its sinking after a collision with an iceberg in the North Atlantic. Author Morgan Robertson included technical specifications in the story that matched the Titanic's actual construction, such as 3 propellers, 2 masts, and a displacement of approximately 70,000 tons, despite these features being unusual for ships of that era. The fictional Titan's speed at impact was recorded as 25 knots, precisely matching the Titanic's estimated speed when it struck the iceberg, with both accidents occurring in April at approximately midnight. Robertson's detailed descriptions of the ship's structural failures during sinking align with modern computer simulations of the Titanic's breakup sequence, despite this information being unavailable to naval architects of his time. Several survivors of the actual Titanic disaster reported experiencing specific events that were described in Robertson's book, including the exact manner in which the ship's bow submerged and the behavior of passengers during evacuation. Naval engineering documents from the period suggest Robertson had no access to the Titanic's design plans, yet his story described advanced shipbuilding concepts that wouldn't become standard practice until decades later. The Trump time travel theory centers around Donald Trump's uncle John Trump, who was tasked by the FBI with analyzing Nikola Tesla's papers after his death in 1943, potentially gaining access to theoretical designs for temporal displacement technology. FBI documents confirm John Trump, as a prominent MIT scientist, had exclusive access to Tesla's most sensitive research for 3 days, including papers on what Tesla called the dynamic theory of gravity and theoretical work on teleportation systems. In 1943, John Trump submitted a technical report to the FBI concerning Tesla's research that remains heavily redacted, with surviving fragments containing references to time variance, and parallel systems of transmission. A book from 1893 called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey by Ingersoll Lockwood features a wealthy young character named Baron Trump who makes remarkable journeys through time using a world portal system. The same author wrote another book called The Last President, which describes a highly controversial New York real estate businessman becoming president, causing widespread protests and specifically mentioning a Fifth Avenue hotel in New York. Tesla's surviving notes contain calculations for what he termed environmental electromagnetic modification, with equations that modern physicists have noted bear striking similarities to current theoretical frameworks for temporal mechanics. Military records indicate unusual levels of funding were directed to John Trump's MIT laboratory in the years following his examination of Tesla's papers, with several projects classified under the unusual designation temporal variant studies. The Utsuro Bun incident refers to a mysterious vessel that washed ashore in Japan's Hitachi province in 1803, containing a single female occupant with unusual physical features and materials unknown to the era. Japanese historical documents describe the craft as being roughly 18 feet in diameter, constructed of metal and glass-like materials, with symbols inscribed around its surface that matched no known writing system of the time. Multiple independent drawings from different Japanese witnesses show remarkably consistent details of the vessel's design, including precise measurements and unusual internal mechanisms that bear striking similarities to modern pressure-sealed crafts. The occupant, described as a beautiful woman with red hair and pale skin, carried a box made of an unknown material and spoke in a language that didn't match any known Asian or European dialects of the period. Scientific analysis of surviving sketches shows the vessel's proportions and construction principles align with modern understanding of hydrodynamics and pressure resistance, despite these concepts being unknown to 19th century Japanese craftsmen. Several artifacts recovered from the shore near the landing site contained traces of metals and alloys that metallurgists have confirmed would have been impossible to manufacture using technology available in 1803. The symbols recorded from the vessel's exterior have been noted by modern linguists to share structural similarities with ancient scripts discovered in underwater ruins off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan. The Civil War pterosaur refers to a photograph taken during the American Civil War, showing what appears to be several Union soldiers posing with the carcass of a recently shot pterodactyl-like creature near Vicksburg, Mississippi in 1863. Analysis of the original glass plate negative by photographic experts confirmed the image predates modern photo manipulation techniques, with the grain structure and chemical composition matching other verified Civil War-era photographs. The creature in the photograph displays distinctive anatomical features consistent with known pterosaur fossils, including a prominent head crest, elongated fourth finger supporting a wing membrane, and characteristic hollow bones visible where the specimen was damaged. Multiple contemporary diary entries from soldiers in the region describe encounters with large, leather-winged creatures during night watches, with several accounts mentioning distinctive head crests and long, tooth-filled beaks. Geological surveys of the area have revealed unusual preservative conditions in local clay deposits that theoretically could have allowed isolated populations of prehistoric creatures to survive into the relatively recent past. A Union Army quartermaster's log from the Vicksburg campaign contains an unusual requisition request for additional ammunition to deal with large flying creatures, with a marginal note referencing specimens being sent north for examination. Several museums in the northeastern United States have uncovered unidentified large bone fragments in their Civil War-era collections that exhibit hollow structures characteristic of pterosaur physiology. Batsquatch refers to a massive winged creature reported in the Pacific Northwest, particularly around Mount St. Helens after its 1980 eruption, described as a flying primate with purple-blue fur and glowing orange eyes. Multiple witnesses in Washington state have described encounters with a 9-foot-tall creature possessing leathery wings spanning 50 feet, capable of interfering with motor vehicles by causing electrical failures. In 1994, a truck driver named Butch Whitaker provided detailed observations of the being near Buckley, Washington, describing its ape-like face, sharp fangs, and ability to hover in midair despite its massive size. Cryptozoologists link the creature's emergence to the volcanic activity of Mount St. Helens, suggesting it may have been forced from underground dwelling places by seismic disturbances, explaining why sightings increased dramatically after the eruption. Some researchers point to Native American legends of similar beings inhabiting the caves and peaks of the Cascades for centuries, with oral histories describing encounters with large, intelligent flying creatures that would emerge during times of geological upheaval. The physical descriptions align with certain aspects of known megabats, leading some researchers to theorize about a surviving population of prehistoric flying mammals that adapted to the extensive cave systems of the Pacific Northwest. Several unexplained livestock deaths in the region during the 1980s and 90s featured unusual claw marks and evidence of attacks from above, coinciding with periods of increased Batsquatch sightings. Min-Min lights are mysterious illuminations observed in the Australian outback, particularly in Queensland's Channel Country, appearing as bright, colorful orbs that follow travelers for extended distances. Aboriginal communities have documented these lights for thousands of years, with consistent descriptions of intelligent behavior, including the lights responding to human movement and appearing to communicate through patterns of movement. The lights have been recorded on multiple occasions by police officers, pilots, and station workers, often described as being anywhere from basketball to car-sized, displaying colors ranging from white to green to red, and capable of keeping pace with vehicles traveling at high speeds. Scientific analysis of the area has revealed unique geological formations containing piezoelectric crystals, which can produce electrical charges under pressure, potentially explaining the light's frequent appearances along fault lines and during seismic activity. In 1918, a government-commissioned scientific study documented multiple Min-Min light encounters, noting their ability to split into smaller lights and rejoin, maintain consistent distances from observers, and appear in locations where conventional light sources were impossible. Electromagnetic field measurements taken during light appearances have shown unusual patterns similar to ball lightning, but with significantly longer durations and more controlled movements than typical atmospheric phenomena. Local cattle stations have reported decades of interference with electrical equipment and unexplained behavior in livestock coinciding with Min-Min light appearances, including animals falling silent and refusing to move when the lights are present. Research into local atmospheric conditions has identified unique temperature inversions and mineral-rich soil compositions that could theoretically support persistent plasma formations, explaining both the light's longevity and their apparent intelligent behavior. The aquatic Spinosaurus theory suggests that this massive theropod dinosaur was primarily adapted for a life in water, making it the first known swimming dinosaur predator, evidenced by its unique bone density and anatomical features. Recent fossil discoveries revealed dense bones similar to those found in modern aquatic animals, allowing the creature to submerge and maintain neutral buoyancy while hunting underwater. The dinosaur's nostrils were positioned high on its skull, similar to modern crocodiles, enabling it to breathe while mostly submerged, while its conical teeth and narrow snout were perfectly suited for catching slippery aquatic prey. Studies of Spinosaurus tail vertebrae showed it possessed a large, flexible fin-like appendage that would have propelled it through water with considerably more power than any other known theropod dinosaur. Chemical analysis of Spinosaurus teeth has shown isotope ratios consistent with a diet of marine and freshwater fish, suggesting it spent significant time hunting in aquatic environments. The creature's center of gravity and unique leg structure indicate it would have been more stable in water than on land, with shorter hind limbs than other large theropods and paddle-like feet adapted for swimming. Fossil beds where Spinosaurus remains have been found contain abundant aquatic life forms and sediments typical of river deltas and coastal environments, placing these dinosaurs in waterside habitats throughout their known range. Comparisons with modern semi-aquatic predators show remarkable similarities in bone structure and density patterns, particularly in the way the bones balanced buoyancy requirements with the need to dive for prey. Mithras was an ancient deity whose secretive cult spread throughout the Roman Empire, centered around the belief that this god figure was born from solid rock and sacrificed a primordial bull to create the universe and all living things. The religion featured 7 levels of initiation, each revealing deeper cosmic truths, with archaeological evidence showing underground temples called Mithria, designed to resemble caves, complete with astronomical alignments and complex symbolic imagery. Artifacts discovered across Europe reveal sophisticated astronomical calculations encoded in Mithraic art, suggesting followers possessed advanced mathematical and celestial knowledge that predated several major scientific discoveries. Roman military documents mention Mithraic priests accurately predicting astronomical events and weather patterns through methods that combined stellar observation with mathematical formulas kept secret from non-initiates. The cult's sacred meals involved recreating the cosmic bull sacrifice, with evidence suggesting participants experienced altered states of consciousness through a combination of ritual, architecture designed to create specific acoustic effects, and possibly psychoactive substances found in preserved temple vessels. Mithraic temples consistently included celestial maps that tracked the precession of the equinoxes, displaying knowledge of this 26,000-year astronomical cycle centuries before it was officially discovered by Greek astronomers. Ancient texts describe Mithraic initiates demonstrating abilities to manipulate natural elements through ritualistic practices, with some Roman accounts attributing engineering feats like underground water systems to knowledge gained through the cult's teachings. Archaeological analysis of temple layouts reveals precise geometric patterns matching solar and planetary movements, suggesting the religion possessed sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics that influenced later scientific and philosophical developments. The Stronsay beast refers to a massive marine creature that washed ashore on the Orkney Islands in 1808, measuring 55 feet in length with a long serpentine neck and hair-like fibers covering its body, features not matching any known species. Multiple naturalists documented the carcass, including John Peace and Sir Alexander Gibson, who created detailed anatomical drawings and measurements that were presented to the Royal Society of Edinburgh. The creature's skeleton displayed several unique vertebrae configurations, unlike those of known marine animals, with specialized neck bones suggesting it could extend its head high above the water surface. Preserved tissue samples showed a unique cellular structure different from both fish and mammals, though the specimens were later lost during the relocation of the Natural History Museum's collections. Local fishermen had reported encounters with similar creatures in the waters around Stronsay for generations, describing distinctive features that matched the beached specimen's anatomy. The official length measurement was certified by 3 local magistrates who signed affidavits confirming their findings, making it one of the most well-documented cases of an unidentified marine animal in scientific literature. Analysis of the original anatomical drawings by modern marine biologists suggests the creature possessed a combination of features from different animal classes, including both primitive and advanced characteristics not typically found together. The hair-like fibers covering its body contained unique structural properties that distinguished them from both whale baleen and known forms of marine algae, according to contemporary scientific reports. Helltown refers to the abandoned town of Boston, Ohio, which was forcibly evacuated by the government in 1974 under unusual circumstances, leading to extensive documentation of strange phenomena and unexplained events in the area. The official explanation for the evacuation cited the creation of a national park, yet residents were given unusually short notice to leave their homes, and many reported seeing hazmat-suited officials conducting tests in the area before the evacuation orders. Chemical drums were discovered throughout the region during the evacuation period, coinciding with reports of unusual animal mutations and unexplained illnesses among local residents. Multiple observers documented strange lights and unusual atmospheric conditions in the area during the mid-1970s, particularly around the infamous Highway to Hell, a steep road that seemingly defied gravity with objects rolling uphill. Former residents maintained detailed records of unusual military presence in the area before the evacuation, including unmarked helicopters and vehicles conducting nighttime operations. The local cemetery contains numerous graves dating from the same period with death certificates citing unusual causes, many of which were later altered or sealed in government records. Environmental scientists who have studied soil samples from the area found traces of compounds that don't match any known industrial or natural sources, suggesting unknown chemical activity in the region. Local law enforcement records from the evacuation period contain numerous reports of electronic equipment malfunctions and unexplained radio interference, particularly in areas where chemical drums were later discovered. The Yantic River Dwarves refers to a group of small humanoid beings reported along Connecticut's Yantic River since the 1800s, described by witnesses as 2 to 3 feet tall with gray skin and an ability to move silently through dense vegetation. Multiple accounts from the 1850s document encounters between mill workers and these beings, with detailed descriptions of their leather-like clothing and advanced knowledge of local plant life, particularly in their gathering of specific mushrooms and herbs. Native American oral histories from the Mohegan tribe contain references to small, river-dwelling people who were skilled in medicine and would occasionally trade healing knowledge with tribal healers. During the construction of the Falls Mill in 1864, workers discovered a network of small tunnels and chambers carved into the riverbank's bedrock, sized appropriately for beings of approximately 3 feet in height. Several documented cases exist of missing tools and supplies from riverside factories being found neatly arranged in small clearings, often accompanied by apparently purposeful arrangements of local medicinal plants. Archaeological excavations in the 1970s uncovered miniature tools and unusual ceramic fragments along the riverbank, featuring designs and proportions inconsistent with both Native American and colonial artifacts. Local police records from the 1920s contain multiple reports of small humanoid figures observed carrying light sources through the woods at night, particularly during new moons and periods of low river levels. Environmental surveys conducted in the 1980s identified several sustainable wild gardens along the river containing non-native medicinal plants arranged in geometric patterns with no clear evidence of human cultivation. Kumari Kandam refers to an ancient Tamil civilization that existed on a now-submerged continent in the Indian Ocean, with archaeological evidence suggesting advanced technological and cultural developments predating known history. Marine geological surveys have identified underwater structures off the coast of South India that appear to be man-made, with architectural patterns matching descriptions found in ancient Tamil texts. Satellite imagery has revealed geometric patterns on the ocean floor between India and Madagascar that suggest the presence of ancient urban planning and agricultural systems. Ancient Tamil literature contains detailed maps and descriptions of a vast territory south of India, including specific measurements and geographical features that align with modern oceanographic data of submerged landmasses. Core samples from the Indian Ocean floor have produced artifacts and organic materials dating back over 11,000 years, indicating human habitation in currently submerged areas. Linguistic analysis shows that numerous languages across Southeast Asia share common roots with ancient Tamil, suggesting the existence of a centralized civilization that influenced regional development. Genetic studies of indigenous populations in South India and Sri Lanka have identified unique DNA markers indicating an isolated development period consistent with an island continent civilization. Underwater exploration has discovered preserved botanical specimens of plants mentioned in ancient Tamil medical texts, but previously thought to be mythical. Ancient astronomical observations recorded in Tamil texts provide accurate calculations possible only from viewing points that would have existed on the now submerged landmass. Angel hair refers to a mysterious fibrous substance reported during UFO sightings that falls from the sky, dissolving quickly upon contact, but leaving behind traces of unusual chemical compounds. Laboratory analysis of preserved samples has revealed complex molecular structures containing boron and magnesium in combinations not found in naturally occurring materials on Earth. Multiple mass sightings throughout the 1950s and 1960s documented the substance falling during daylight hours, with witnesses collecting specimens before they could dissipate. Chemical examination of angel hair samples at the University of Michigan in 1957 showed evidence of rapid molecular breakdown when exposed to Earth's atmosphere, suggesting an origin in different environmental conditions. Spectrographic analysis of the substance has identified elements in atomic arrangements that don't conform to known terrestrial chemical bonds. Reports from multiple countries describe identical characteristics of the material, including its spider web-like appearance, quick evaporation, and association with unexplained aerial phenomena. Industrial scientists studying the preserved samples noted similarities to experimental polymers developed for space applications, though with molecular structures far more advanced than current technology can produce. Weather monitoring stations have recorded unusual atmospheric conditions during angel hair incidents, including electromagnetic anomalies and sudden temperature changes. Photography and film footage from multiple incidents show the material exhibiting consistent behavior patterns, including specific dissipation rates and light refracting properties. The discovery of Suminia, an advanced tree-dwelling synapsid from the late Permian period, has led some researchers to propose the existence of an ancient civilization predating the dinosaurs by millions of years. The extraordinary grasping abilities, highly developed inner ear structure, and sophisticated limb modifications found in Suminia fossils suggest cognitive capabilities far beyond what was previously thought possible for Permian creatures. Within their specialized digit structure lies evidence of tool manipulation capabilities, supported by peculiar markings found on fossilized trees that some paleontologists argue could not have been created through natural processes. Ancient geometric patterns discovered in Russian Permian rock layers, initially dismissed as mineral formations, align with the known habitat range of Suminia populations and display regularities that raise questions about their true origin. Trace element analysis of Suminia bone fragments reveals unusual concentrations of rare earth metals, leading some scientists to suggest these creatures may have engaged in primitive metallurgy or material manipulation. A series of underground chambers discovered near major Suminia fossil sites contain symmetrical formations and smooth-worn surfaces that certain geologists argue show signs of artificial modification rather than natural erosion patterns. The sudden disappearance of Suminia from the fossil record, coinciding with a period of intense volcanic activity, could indicate their civilization's technological advancement triggered environmental changes that led to their own extinction. The Nakal were an ancient civilization of priest scholars who preserved advanced knowledge from a time before recorded history, documented in rare sacred tablets discovered throughout Southeast Asia. These tablets, written in a mysterious prototype language, describe sophisticated understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and architectural principles that would not be rediscovered until thousands of years later. British researcher James Churchward claimed to have translated several Nakal tablets in Tibetan monasteries during the 1870s, revealing information about advanced technologies and the lost continent of Mu. Archaeological discoveries in India and Tibet have uncovered geometric symbols and mathematical formulas matching those described in Churchward's translations, suggesting an unknown source of ancient scientific knowledge. The Nakal writing system shares remarkable similarities with both early Sumerian cuneiform and Mayan glyphs, indicating a possible common origin or shared knowledge between these geographically separated cultures. Ancient Hindu texts reference the Nakal as carriers of wisdom who traveled across the ancient world preserving sacred knowledge after a great catastrophe, potentially explaining the spread of similar architectural and astronomical concepts across disconnected civilizations. Stone tablets found in Cambodia containing Nakal symbols show precise calculations of planetary movements and astronomical cycles that align with modern scientific measurements. The sudden emergence of complex mathematical and architectural knowledge in multiple ancient cultures could be explained by the presence of Nakal teachers spreading advanced information from an earlier civilization. Sandy Island was marked on maps and Google Earth between Australia and New Caledonia for over a century, despite being proven not to exist in 2012 by Australian scientists aboard the RV Southern Surveyor. The Phantom Island appeared on numerous maritime maps dating back to 1774 when it was first reported by James Cook, and continued to show up on modern maps including a 1982 survey by the U.S. Defense Mapping Agency. Digital depth data gathered from the area shows the supposed location of Sandy Island lies in waters approximately 4,300 feet deep, meaning the island would have needed to sink without leaving any geological evidence of its existence. Multiple ships' logs throughout history documented passing by or directly observing Sandy Island, with detailed descriptions of its physical features and coordinates that remained remarkably consistent across different accounts. Magnetic anomalies detected in the region where Sandy Island was supposed to exist suggest the presence of significant geological formations or metallic deposits beneath the ocean surface. Australian researchers have noted unusual sonar readings and unexplained navigation equipment malfunctions when passing through the exact coordinates where Sandy Island was historically mapped. Satellite imagery from the 1970s appears to show a dark mass in the water at Sandy Island's recorded location, leading some researchers to suggest the possible presence of a temporary or seasonal geological formation that has since disappeared. Declassified military documents reveal that several nations maintained classified interest in the Sandy Island location throughout the Cold War, with unexplained research vessels frequently visiting the area. Certain researchers have suggested that controlled use of psychedelic substances could overcome the inherent psychological barriers that have historically prevented successful implementation of communist societies. Studies from the 1960s conducted in therapeutic settings showed that LSD and psilocybin consistently increased feelings of universal connectedness and dissolved ego-based thinking patterns that drive capitalist competition. Anthropological evidence indicates that traditional societies using ritualistic psychedelics often maintained more egalitarian social structures and shared resource distribution systems. Brain imaging research has demonstrated that psychedelic compounds reduce activity in the default mode network, which is associated with self-referential thinking and the psychological construct of private property. Soviet scientists in the 1950s secretly researched the potential of mescaline and other psychedelics to enhance collective consciousness and reduce individualistic behavior patterns. Historical records show multiple intentional communities in the 1970s successfully maintained communist economic systems through regular group psychedelic ceremonies that reinforced collective values. Modern neuroscience has revealed that psychedelic substances increase neuroplasticity and can permanently alter belief systems about ownership and social hierarchy. Declassified CIA documents suggest genuine concern that mass psychedelic use could undermine capitalist values, leading to increased surveillance of researchers studying connections between hallucinogens and communist ideology. Ancient Phoenician coins and artifacts have been discovered at multiple sites along the eastern coast of North America, suggesting these master sailors crossed the Atlantic Ocean long before Columbus. Linguistic analysis has revealed striking similarities between ancient Phoenician scripts and certain Native American writing systems, particularly those found in areas where Phoenician artifacts have been uncovered. Stone structures in New England share architectural characteristics with Phoenician buildings, including specific construction techniques and astronomical alignments that were common in Phoenician temples. Ancient DNA analysis of indigenous populations along the Atlantic coastline has shown traces of Middle Eastern genetic markers dating back to the period of Phoenician maritime dominance. Botanical evidence indicates that several Mediterranean plant species were present in North America well before European colonization, appearing in areas consistent with theoretical Phoenician landing sites. Marine archaeologists have identified several underwater formations off the coast of New England that match the design of Phoenician harbor structures, including distinctive breakwater patterns and mooring systems. Chemical analysis of copper artifacts found in North American burial mounds has revealed metallurgical techniques identical to those used by Phoenician craftsmen. Ancient maps discovered in Middle Eastern archives show detailed knowledge of Atlantic currents and wind patterns that would have made transatlantic voyages possible for Phoenician vessels. Several Native American oral traditions describe the arrival of light-skinned traders from the east who taught advanced maritime navigation and established trading posts along the coast. The HMS Daedalus encounter of 1848 stands as one of the most credible sea serpent sightings in naval history, documented by Captain Peter Mackay and multiple crew members of the British Royal Navy frigate. The creature was observed for 20 minutes in broad daylight by trained military personnel, who described it as 60 feet long with a dark brown dorsal surface and yellowish-white underbelly. Detailed sketches made by the ship's officers show anatomical features consistent with previously undiscovered marine species, including a distinctive mane-like structure and serpentine movement patterns. The Admiralty conducted an official investigation into the sighting, collecting sworn statements from multiple witnesses who maintained their account despite intense scrutiny and potential career ramifications. Modern marine biologists have identified several deep-sea species with similar physical characteristics to the Daedalus creature, suggesting the possible existence of unknown marine megafauna. Oceanographic surveys have revealed deep-sea trenches along the HMS Daedalus's route that could support large unknown species, protected from discovery by extreme depths and technical limitations of deep-sea exploration. Similar creatures have been reported by other naval vessels in the same region, with descriptions matching specific anatomical details noted in the Daedalus account. Sonar readings from modern research vessels have detected large, unidentified biological masses moving at depths and speeds consistent with the creature described by the HMS Daedalus crew. Friesland appeared on maps as a large island south of Iceland from the 1500s through the 1800s, described in detail by Venetian explorers Niccolo and Antonio Zeno, who claim to have visited and mapped its settlements, culture, and geography. The Zeno brothers' accounts included specific information about Friesland's sophisticated fishing communities, fortified towns, and a complex political structure led by a prince named Zichmani. Medieval trade documents mention commerce with Friesland, including specific references to unique goods and materials that were said to originate from the island. Several historical maritime charts show Friesland with remarkably consistent coastline features and landmarks, suggesting the cartographers were working from actual navigational data rather than copying errors. Archaeological evidence from Iceland contains artifacts that don't match known Norse or Celtic origins, potentially supporting the existence of another distinct maritime culture in the region. Geological surveys of the ocean floor between Iceland and Britain have revealed submerged landmasses that could have been above water during the medieval period. Climate records indicate the North Atlantic experienced a warm period during the time of the Zeno accounts, potentially exposing now submerged lands that could have supported human habitation. Early Dutch sailing records contain detailed descriptions of navigation routes to and around Friesland, including specific wind patterns and ocean currents that align with modern oceanographic data. The wet-skinned bear refers to a series of unusual animal tracks and sightings near the Wet-Skinned Mountain region in Alaska during the 1950s, documented by several Forestry Service workers who claimed the creature combined features of both bears and primates. Multiple plaster casts taken of the tracks show distinct anatomical differences from known bear species, including opposable digits and unusual weight distribution patterns suggesting bipedal movement. Local indigenous peoples have specific terms and traditional stories about a creature matching the wet skin descriptions, including details about its hunting patterns and seasonal migrations that align with modern sighting clusters. Hair samples collected from the area contained DNA sequences that showed significant deviations from known Ursid genetics, though the full analysis remains controversial within the scientific community. Several audio recordings from the region captured vocalizations that wildlife biologists have confirmed do not match any known North American animal species. Game cameras placed in the wet skin area have captured unusual thermal signatures during nighttime hours, showing heat patterns inconsistent with typical bear movement and body structure. Examination of unusual tree markings in the region revealed bark damage patterns that suggest tool use rather than typical bear behavior, with consistent heights and angular patterns that indicate deliberate modification. Recent geological surveys have identified extensive cave systems in the Wetskine Mountains capable of supporting a significant population of large mammals while remaining largely inaccessible to human exploration. The Turanians were an advanced prehistoric civilization believed to have existed in Central Asia before recorded history, possessing sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and metallurgy that was later inherited by multiple ancient cultures. Archaeological evidence from sites across the Eurasian steppes shows consistent patterns of advanced bronze working techniques and astronomical alignments that predate known civilizations in the region. Ancient Persian texts reference the Turanians as masters of metalworking and warfare, describing technological capabilities that would not be replicated until thousands of years later. Linguistic analysis has revealed a common root language connecting various Central Asian cultures, suggesting the existence of an advanced predecessor civilization that spread its knowledge across the region. Geological studies have uncovered evidence of sophisticated mining operations in the Altai Mountains dating back to 15,000 BCE, indicating organized extraction and processing of metals far earlier than previously thought possible. Ancient DNA analysis from burial sites across Central Asia shows evidence of a distinct genetic group that suddenly appeared and influenced multiple populations during the prehistoric period. Astronomical knowledge preserved in various Central Asian cultures contains identical mathematical principles and measurement systems, suggesting a common source of advanced scientific understanding. Recently discovered geometric patterns carved into rock formations across the steppes show precise mathematical relationships that would have required advanced understanding of geometry and engineering to create. Several ancient sites contain evidence of advanced metallurgical processes that used techniques not rediscovered until the modern era, including precise temperature control and complex alloy compositions. The great god of Safar refers to a massive prehistoric rock art figure discovered in Algeria's Tassili Niger Plateau, depicting a humanoid being measuring over 20 feet tall, wearing what appears to be a complex technological suit or apparatus. The figure contains detailed illustrations of mechanical components and geometric patterns that seem unusually sophisticated for the estimated age of the artwork, dated to approximately 10,000 BCE. Infrared photography has revealed hidden details in the rock art showing what appear to be energy emissions or force fields emanating from specific points on the figure's suit. Ancient texts from multiple North African cultures reference a towering divine being who taught humans advanced knowledge, matching the physical description and location of the Sifar figure. Chemical analysis of the pigments used in the artwork shows traces of materials not naturally occurring in the region, including compounds that suggest advanced metallurgical knowledge. The mathematical proportions used in the figure's design demonstrate understanding of advanced geometric principles that wouldn't be formally documented until thousands of years later. Surrounding rock art panels depict smaller humanoid figures wearing similar technological suits, suggesting the representation of a consistent and deliberate technological theme rather than religious symbolism. Geological studies of the area indicate the artwork may have been created when the Sahara was still green, suggesting the artist had access to resources and stability needed for advanced cultural development. Recent archaeological surveys have uncovered unusual mineral deposits near the site that show signs of ancient extraction and processing, potentially linking the artwork to sophisticated material knowledge. The orgone closet was a device developed by Wilhelm Reich in the 1950s, designed as a small enclosed space that allegedly concentrated life energy for healing purposes and environmental restoration. Reich's laboratory notes document unusual atmospheric effects within these closet-sized chambers, including temperature changes and light phenomena that defied conventional physical explanations. Multiple medical practitioners reported successful treatments using the orgone closet for various conditions, with patients describing sensations of energy movement and rapid improvement of symptoms. Weather patterns near Reich's research facility showed statistically significant changes when multiple orgone closets were operating simultaneously, particularly regarding rainfall and cloud formation. Electromagnetic measurements taken inside functioning orgone closets revealed unusual patterns of energy fluctuation that could not be replicated in control environments. Plant growth experiments conducted near orgone closets demonstrated accelerated growth rates and increased resistance to disease compared to control groups. Photographic evidence from Reich's lab shows visible energy fields surrounding the closets, captured using specialized exposure techniques that were later validated by independent researchers. Modern replications of the orgone closet using advanced sensing equipment have detected consistent anomalies in quantum energy fields within the enclosed spaces. Declassified FBI documents reveal serious government interest in the military applications of orgone closets, leading to the seizure and destruction of Reich's research materials. The ancient concept of pneuma and anima refers to invisible energy fields that permeate all living things, documented extensively in Greek and Roman medical texts as a measurable force that could be manipulated for healing and consciousness expansion. Historical medical documents describe specific techniques for detecting and measuring these energy fields through pulse diagnosis and observation of subtle bodily movements. Ancient surgical tools discovered at medical sites show unusual designs specifically created to work with these energy fields, including specialized metals and geometric patterns that allegedly enhanced their effectiveness. Multiple independent ancient cultures developed nearly identical models of these energy systems, describing similar pathways and points of concentration despite having no known contact with each other. Modern biofield research has detected consistent patterns of electromagnetic variation around living organisms that closely match ancient descriptions of pneuma and anima circulation. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient hospitals were constructed with specific geometric layouts and material choices designed to optimize the flow of these energy fields through healing spaces. Detailed anatomical drawings from various ancient medical traditions show identical energy pathways that correspond to recently discovered cellular communication networks in the body. Laboratory experiments using sensitive electromagnetic detection equipment have recorded unusual energy patterns during traditional healing practices that align with historical descriptions of pneuma and anima manipulation. Ancient Greek and Roman texts describe successful medical treatments based on pneuma and anima theories that have been independently verified by modern clinical research despite using different theoretical frameworks. The planet Vulcan was a hypothetical world believed to exist between Mercury and the Sun, first proposed by the mathematician Urbain Le Verrier in 1859 when studying Mercury's unusual orbital patterns. Scientists of the time observed that Mercury's orbit showed irregularities that could not be explained by Newton's laws and the known planets, leading many astronomers to deduce the presence of an undiscovered planet causing these perturbations. Several respected astronomers claim to have observed Vulcan during solar transits, including Edmond Modeste Lescarbault, who provided such detailed and convincing observations that Le Verrier personally investigated and endorsed his findings. The search for Vulcan gained significant scientific backing when multiple observers reported seeing small dark objects crossing the sun's face during separate occasions throughout the 1800s. These sightings, combined with the mathematical predictions and Mercury's orbital anomalies, led to Vulcan being included in many astronomical texts and celestial charts of the era. The theory was only definitively disproven in 1915 when Einstein's theory of general relativity correctly explained Mercury's orbital precession through the warping of spacetime by the sun's gravity, rather than the influence of an unseen planet. Phantom hang gliders refers to multiple documented sightings of unidentified aerial objects near Mount Everest's summit, described by experienced climbers as appearing similar to modern hang gliding equipment despite being witnessed decades before such technology existed. During the 1933 British Mount Everest expedition, several team members reported seeing dark, wing-like shapes gliding between peaks at altitudes above 20,000 feet, moving in ways that defied the powerful winds typically present at those heights. Multiple Sherpa guides have passed down accounts through generations describing flying men near the mountain's peak, with descriptions matching modern hang gliding equipment, including observations of rigid wings and human-like figures suspended beneath. In 1960, a Chinese climbing expedition photographed what appeared to be a triangular shadow passing over the snow at high altitude, though the original photograph has since been lost, with only written descriptions remaining in expedition logs. The unusual air currents and atmospheric conditions around Everest create rare optical phenomena that could explain some sightings, yet the consistency of reports specifically describing hang glider-like objects well before their invention, remains difficult to explain through conventional means. Several climbers in the 1950s independently described hearing unusual whistling sounds high above them, similar to the characteristic sound of modern hang glider wings cutting through air, particularly near the area known as the death zone above 26,000 feet. The Satellaview was a satellite modem peripheral for the Super Famicom that allowed Japanese players to download and stream games through radio broadcasts between 1995 and 2000. Many of these games were time-limited experiences that could only be played during specific broadcast windows, and due to their ephemeral nature, numerous titles were presumed lost forever after the service ended. A significant portion of these lost games included unique versions of major Nintendo franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Ancient Stone Tablets, which featured voice acting, orchestrated music, and real-time events that synchronized with the satellite broadcast schedule. Research has uncovered evidence that Nintendo developed over 100 exclusive Satellaview titles, but fewer than half have been successfully preserved, leading some game historians to believe the remaining data still exists in private collections or forgotten storage devices in Japan. Several recovered Satellaview cartridges have emerged at Japanese auction houses over the past decade, often selling for tens of thousands of dollars, suggesting more lost games may surface as collectors become aware of their historical significance. The most sought-after lost title is a mysterious Satellaview game called Radical Dreamers, which was reportedly a direct sequel to Chrono Trigger that later inspired parts of Chrono Cross, though no surviving copies have been verified. The Domston blobs refers to a series of unexplained gelatinous substances that fell from the sky in Domston, Sweden in 1958, leaving behind curious transparent masses that confused both locals and scientists. The blobs possessed a jelly-like consistency and would disintegrate when touched, yet left behind a powdery residue that contained various elements including calcium, nitrogen, phosphorus, and traces of uranium. Multiple witnesses described seeing the blobs falling during clear weather conditions, ruling out typical explanations like slime molds or bacterial colonies, while laboratory analysis revealed the substances contained high concentrations of boron and silicon. Swedish military officials collected samples and conducted classified investigations, with declassified documents showing their serious interest in the material's similarity to descriptions of angel hair phenomena associated with UFO sightings. Chemical analysis performed in recent years on preserved samples suggests the material shared properties with silicon-based synthetic polymers that weren't commercially available in the 1950s. Similar gelatinous substances have been reported falling from the sky in other parts of Sweden and Norway throughout the 1960s and 1970s, often accompanied by unusual atmospheric disturbances and magnetic anomalies. The Infield Terror refers to a series of mysterious attacks that occurred in Infield, Illinois during 1973, where numerous residents reported encounters with an unseen creature that left behind three-toed tracks and strange scratches on homes and vehicles. Multiple witnesses described hearing inhuman screams and experiencing a sulfuric smell before being physically attacked by what they described as a fast-moving, gray-colored being that could leap incredible distances. Law enforcement officials discovered unusual tracks measuring 10 inches long that appeared to show evidence of both bipedal and quadrupedal movement patterns, with some tracks suggesting the creature could make jumps of up to 20 feet. Analysis of photographs taken of the tracks showed unusual pressure distributions, suggesting a creature weighing several hundred pounds, yet capable of moving with extreme agility and speed. Local farmers reported finding mutilated livestock during the period of the encounters, with veterinarians unable to explain the precise surgical-like nature of the injuries. Radio interference and electrical disturbances were frequently reported in conjunction with sightings, with one police officer's radio completely malfunctioning during a direct encounter with the entity. The Illinois State Police maintained files on the incidents which remain partially classified, including several plaster casts of the creature's footprints and recordings of the unusual screams heard during the encounters. The public universal friend was a gender non-conforming religious leader in 18th century America who, after recovering from a severe fever in 1776, claimed to have died and been reborn as a genderless prophet of God, refusing to respond to their birth name or gender. Following their transformation, they amassed hundreds of followers in New England and established a self-sufficient religious settlement in western New York, where they preached universal salvation and rejected traditional gender roles decades before the mainstream feminist movement. Historical records show the Friends successfully challenged legal conventions of the time by owning property and conducting business deals independently, despite being assigned female at birth in an era when women had few legal rights. The Friends' followers documented numerous instances of accurate prophecies, including the prediction of specific military movements during the Revolutionary War and detailed foreknowledge of weather patterns affecting their settlement. Medical examinations from the period suggest the Friends' fever reached temperatures that modern science recognizes as capable of causing profound neurological changes and mystical experiences. The religious community they founded maintained complete financial independence and gender equality for decades, with surviving documents showing women holding positions of authority and managing property well before such practices were legally recognized elsewhere in America. Archaeological evidence from their settlement reveals advanced agricultural techniques and communal living arrangements that were decades ahead of similar utopian communities that emerged in the 1800s.